Alrighty, everybody. I can see that the stream's not caught up yet, but I will give it just a second. Welcome to this mid-afternoon Saturday stream. Have a whopping 10 scenes to get through today, but anyway, we're hanging, having a good time. Got my water. What's up, Samantha? How you doing? Glad to see you. I'm Seti. Glad to see you as well. Welcome, everyone. Whew. Christian, glad to see you. Alrighty. Well, like I said, 10 scenes. It'll be another beast. I don't think I've had one that's been less than 10 scenes for a little while, but I am excited. I'm gonna try and knock this out in 6 hours or so. We'll see if we can hit that. But yeah, we're gonna jump in, make it happen. Glad to see you, Clinton, Felipe, Fossil, Danny. Welcome. Glad to have you. But all right, here's our Illustrator. Already got all the colors laid out as well as the motion script and those sorts of things. All of that is set and ready to go. And then our After Effects, I will let everyone get a quick listen to the sound here. Here we go. Pause my... Lots of very hard-hitting beats in this one. It was pretty easy to knock out where I thought each scene was going to be. It's going to start off pretty quick, some scenes going by in like half a second each, and then we'll have some longer ones of like a second, and then the one is 2, and then 1. So pretty quick at the beginning, and a little bit slower as we get to the middle, and then speeding up again towards the end. But yeah, should be good. Alrighty, but let's make it happen. We will jump on into Illustrator, shall we? Should already be on that. Yep, we're in Illustrator. Easy enough. Let's make it happen. Felix says, love from Sweden. First time here live. I'm excited. Glad to see you. Welcome. Suncoast Software says, hello. Excited to see the magic. Me too, man. We're going to see how it goes. Felipe says, trying to do it in 6 hours equals finishing with 8 hours or so. I certainly hope not, but that has been the track record in the past. All right, let's run through this motion script, shall we? We're going to have this array of shapes. I'm thinking like a smaller circle in the center with like a bigger circle outside of that, and then like a square outside of that one. Just like sort of a flower looking shape thing going on. We'll have just like this array of shapes expanding out from the center. And then moving on from there, all those shapes are going to be pulled up into this bubble on a light background, and the shapes are going to have lots of gradients flowing through them. Should be pretty cool. And then we're going to have a pyramid beneath the bubble, pop the bubble and have the shapes sent up into the air and then fall down. The shapes are going to fall into this half pipe shape, making these swirling ellipses in like the furrow node video and Ordinary Focus Elastic. I want to see if I can replicate that. And then swipe, all of that's going to swipe together to form this, form a bunch of rings in this pillar that like stretches from the top of the screen downward. Should be fun. And then the pillar is going to get pulled up off the screen, cut to a ball being sent up through this set of colorful strings, kind of like strumming a guitar. I think the path animation on that will be a good exercise to do. The strings are going to be the background of that scene then. Each string being moved by the ball causes the background to be lit up brightly. Then, whoops, there's a typo there. We have stair steps that come in from the side of the screen, and our ball is going to pop onto each of those stair steps and send like a pulse of color through them as it hits them each time. There we go. Then everything is going to get pulled down. We're going to cut to a zoomed out view. So we're going to see those 3 steps that we had there. And we're going to see the ball bouncing off that last step, landing on this ramp that's going to spiral into the center. It's going to be interesting to try and figure out the perspective on that one, but I'm excited. It's going to hit these little flippers as it runs through different sections of that ramp, causing like color flashes on different sections of the screen. And then we are in the final stretch. Everything from the past scene is sliding up, and we're going to cut down to a top-down view of that ball. As it's spiraling, it's going to be on this array of rings rotating around a really pretty like rainbow orb in the center. We're then going to zoom into that orb in the center and enter this gradient world with 2 balls on a pillar. The top ball is going to jump up and fall back onto the bottom ball, causing this like peacock pattern of ellipses to grow up and out. Multiple scaled versions of the ball just growing from the top of that pillar. Then we're going to zoom back out of that. We're going to zoom out of this gradient world back to our array of rings, and we're going to have dots and shapes all over those rings now, instead of just our 1 ball on there. And all of the rings are going to scale up, rotate, and then scale back down, and that's going to cut to our word of the week, which is react, which is really just going to be trying to communicate that through having as many different objects within the scenes reacting and interacting with each other as much as possible. Anyway, we've got our work cut out for us for sure. But it's going to be a fun one. I think there's going to be lots of different techniques that we're going to have to try out that I haven't done before. So there'll be lots of learning going on in this one for sure. Samantha says, do you normally use similar color palettes in your loops? Generally, yeah. I've got like 3 to 4 that I go through for these at this point. Sometimes I'll go through and add new stuff, but generally I feel like I'm trying to use these loops at this point more of an exercise for me to just test my limits in where I'm at as an animator, rather than necessarily like the design element of it. They're decent colors to be able to use, I guess. I can go back to them pretty easily. Not that Rafi says, can't wait to see how it turns out. I will be back. Glad to see ya. Okay, says, yo, Austin, how's it going? It's going good, man. It's been a busy day so far. That's why I had to push the stream back, because I was still trying to get time to be able to concept this, but had a couple other things pop up this morning. 9A says, hello, and I've seen some shit. Says, hey, Austin. Glad to see you, man. Welcome, welcome. But anyway, shall we? I think I'm going to take the approach that I did last stream, which made it a little bit easier. I'm going to go ahead and just sort of lay out the composition generally for each thing, and then we'll go back and add color and those sorts of things after. I think that will help speed things up a bit. So first of all, we're going to have our shape in here. Mode says, hey, Austin, glad to see you, Mode. Clinton says, I joined the Discord, saw some really advanced animations. There's people from all over the industry in there, from all sorts of skill levels. It has been very, very cool to see everybody come together in there. All right. We're gonna have our little ball in the center. And then actually, I'm gonna grab some shapes for reference from a previous loop that we did. Give me just a second. Which one would this be? Drive. Why is it being slow? 1 second. My Google Drive connection is not working out too much. Strange. Okay, it's probably like here-ish. Let's see if this one's the right one. Yes, actually this was the perfect one I was looking for. I just want some general like base shapes that I can work with here. Grab this guy as well. Cool. Bring those back on over here. And then delete that one. Pato! Glad to see you, man. Bienvenidos. Hope you're having a good weekend. Fostil says, do you edit the music in Premiere Pro before? No, I'm using Audition primarily. I'll take the song from Artlist and then I'll cut like a 12-second clip out of that and then add a little bit of reverb on the last little bit so it trails off nicely. Chaman says hello as well. Glad to see you. All right. Those work all right. Let's see what these look like back here and as instead. Cool. We'll do like a 2-point stroke for each of these. Grab this one and same thing. And this one might look, we're gonna try it anyway. Yeah, that looks a little odd. A little too cartoony for my liking. I don't like how this looks though. We'll save those for later. If anything, I should probably keep them around so I've got them for reference, because I'm probably gonna end up using these. this next. But anyway, for now, what I'll do is grab this original shape and we'll duplicate it and make it like 3 times as large. And then send it back, make it so it's only outlined. And then same thing with a square. Grab this. We're gonna rotate that on its side. Rotate it. Do like times 1.5 on the size. That sounds good. Here we go. Munish says hello. Glad to see ya. Not that rough. He says, could you maybe sometime put like a thing on the bottom left of your screen showing us what keybinds or keyboard buttons you're pressing? Trying to figure out Illustrator, but I don't know what you're pressing. I gotcha. I've had questions in past streams about this, but I haven't quite been able to get the key capturing software to work yet. It only lets me put it on one of my monitors. And since I've usually got Illustrator on my left monitor and After Effects on my right one, I wouldn't be able to have it stretch across both. So I'm trying to figure that out. All right, so let's see. Pato says music of Stranger Things. Yeah, we're trying some synthwave in the background today. Trying to make sure that we still don't get copyright dinged from YouTube. Postal says the animation part feels very doable to me, but the main problem is finding music and making a concept. Can maybe do a video for it? Maybe. I can give some general tips and tricks, but it is not a very consistent process, I would say. It's a pretty organic thing that very heavily depends on each video. Cool. I'm liking how this is looking though. What else? Grab another one of these. Wait, what if we make this fit on the inside of here as well? We're getting very geometric for that. Thought we do another one of these squares, except we'll have it be the normal orientation, like times 1.5. Sure, that looks fun. And then we'll do one more big circle around all of that. We'll do like times 3, nope, times 2. Sure, that works. And then maybe a line or two just through the center. I just want to see what that looks like. That's kind of fun. Let's keep that. And we'll go back and mess with that a bit later. Cool, all that's gonna get pulled up into this bubble that's gonna be in here, so I need to grab that. Let's grab our original shape, move it over here. We'll just make it dark for now. And then wet. This will be, once it's over here, it's probably like half its size or something. And then we'll have the bubble that it's in be like 6 times its size. Sounds about right. I'll just make it a stroke for now, but I'm actually going to have it look like it's a physical bubble. I want it to look pretty tactile. So we're going to add some highlights and a little bit of shadow on the bottom edge to it. Should be good. 9A says, I have a question. What are scripts and extensions to easily animate? Depends on what you need to do, really. For a really long time, I didn't use any at all. Now I'm primarily just using Overlord to be able to move my shapes and comps from Illustrator to After Effects. I use Deep Glow. It's a meme at this point that I use it so much, but I use Deep Glow instead of the stock CC Glow. That's been helpful for some things. What else? I use Ease Copy. That one's a pretty nice one. So if I know I'm going to need the same easing values on another object, it's pretty easy for me to just go and copy those keyframes and move them over. Or copy the easing of the keyframes, but not the values, and apply them to another shape or something. That can be really helpful. Aside from that, the only other one I use is called FX Console, and it's just a little shortcut. I can hit Control Space and then search for any effect within After Effects and apply it to a layer instead of having to go over to the effects panel and then search for the effect there and then drag it onto my layer. A lot easier. All right. Show me. Does that show me L or show me I? Show me I says, hi, Mr. Bustin' Owens. Glad to see you. Welcome. Theo says, hello, guys. Glad to see you, Theo. Arthur says, hey. Glad to see you as well. All right. Let's grab some other shapes now, shall we? Let's do a square. Old classic square. I'm gonna round out the edges just a tiny bit, and maybe make it like 1.5 times larger than the ball here. And then I'll grab these guys again. Little X in here. This guy. Actually, all of these are perfect. I'm gonna need to round this out a tiny bit, but otherwise, we're good. We're hanging. And each of these will just kind of rest on top of each other in here. Maybe there will be another like small shape or something. Let's do a little triangle. All right. Round him well. And then it'll just sit up here. Something just to fill in a gap. I think that'll work. Maybe we add like something else in there. I don't know. We'll figure that out later. Cool. Let's just keep them all black for now. Not work with color until afterwards. All right. Fossil says, do you use Saber? I do not. Not that Rafi says, do you have any tutorial recommendations for people who are very advanced in After Effects but don't know Illustrator? I don't know. I'm self-taught in both programs, but I don't feel like I looked at many tutorials for Illustrator over the years. Yeah, not too sure on that one. Though I'm sure there are plenty of workflow tutorials between Illustrator and After Effects, so it might be helpful to look into more of those instead of just Illustrator tutorials broadly. That'd be my suggestion. Ambi says, hold up, what'd you say about copying the keyframe easing? That sounds incredible. It's a plugin called Ease Copy, and it's completely free. Or I think it might be a pay what you want, but that means you can get it for free if you want. And I'll go ahead and show it in After Effects right now. Let me change my screen. All right, so I don't have anything in here yet, but I'll just add a little null. And then let's say I've got the position starts there, ends there, and like comes back up or something. And so I go in and I go to my graph editor. I make some weird funky easing or something, and I want to be able to, I have another object that might like move in a different way. Like maybe this object is going to the side and then like up or something. I don't know. It's moving in some other direction. But what I can do with Ease Copy, which is over here, this little one right here, with the blue and red box, I can highlight all my keyframes, hit copy, and you can see it's now got it's got easing copied for 3 keyframes. And so then if I've got another set of 3 keyframes, these aren't even eased right now, I can then select all of them and hit ease, and it applies the exact same easing that I had on this other one, even if it's over a longer distance or something. It's super, super helpful. It's saved me a lot of time recently, because I like to do a lot of things where I've got like shapes that are doing kind of staggered animations. So they might be generally doing the same thing, but they've got different values, and it can be kind of annoying to have to go in and like re-edit each of those sets of easing afterwards. But anyway. All right, Illustrator, here we go. What are we at now? All right, we got our same setup here, except instead we've got a little pyramid down at the bottom. Let's make that. What would be like a third? That looks like it's about a third of the way up the screen-ish. And I'll just round that point. Actually, I probably shouldn't, considering it's supposed to be something that pops this thing. Maybe we'll round it like just a tiny bit. There we go. All right. And what I'm gonna do instead is grab this same thing. Oh, I shouldn't have eased it yet, actually. Or not used it, rounded it yet. I'm gonna grab my pen tool and make a half triangle over top of this thing. So that way when I'm in After Effects, I can make this look kind of faux 3D by moving this bottom point here. See how it looks kind of like a pyramid now, as opposed to just a flat triangle. But anyway, I've got this set up. And then I'll just grab both of these and... Actually, I won't even round it until later. I'll round it once we get into After Effects. All right. see. Bo still says for motion design, you don't need a lot of Illustrator knowledge anyways. I mean, it depends on what you're doing. If you're also if you're designing and not just animating, can be super helpful to have that info. Let's see. 9A says, I think long videos are better like courses. I agree. Ambi says, that's amazing. Thank you for this. No problem. I gotcha. It took me forever to even start using plugins, so anyway. M. Sam, glad to see you. Welcome, welcome. Niladri says, what's your most used third-party plugin? M. Sam says probably Overlord, and he's definitely right. It's been the best thing for my workflow. M70 says there's another plugin called Flow to do the same thing. Noah has it. I've seen it. It can definitely be useful for sure. All right. Cool. We've got our little guy there. How am I gonna make this bubble pop? That's the question here. Need just like 2 halves or something? I need to look up a reference video of a bubble popping. Bubble popping. Bubble bursting at 18,000 FPS by the slow-mo guys. That'll work. Oh, this is an old video too. So it like goes from one area and then comes all the way back up to the top. That might just be what I do. I might just do a trim path on this, honestly. And like have it just zip back to here on this side and zip back to here on this side. That would probably work. It would just have to be really fast. Cool. All right, moving on. Shapes fall into a half pipe shape, making swirling ellipses like in Node/Elastic. Swipe to form rings in a pillar. Let me show you guys an example of what we're trying to do here, or like a general starting point of this. All right, so we're gonna look up the node furrow. I'm gonna turn it down because it'll probably be really loud. All right, turn it all the way down. So essentially I'm trying to do this like staggered shapes thing that starts to look 3D, like this right here. It's just flat shapes that are moving moving laterally, but it starts to look 3D and super interesting. So I want to take some of that and then at the same time use a little bit of the techniques from Ordinary Folks Elastic. I think it might be this one. They did 2 videos for them. I think it's this one. So taking what we had from that node video and then also adding it to this part. Like that, where it stretches out to form this whole, like, I really like the rotating columns of color on these. I think it looks super cool. Oh, there's also an example of like the strings thing that I'll need later, so that's helpful. Let me watch that one more time. Boing. That's perfect. All right, cool. Let's jump back into just Illustrator, shall we? All right. I see questions in the chat. I will get to them in just a second. I want to make sure that we get through. Let's just get through the rest of these compositionally, and then I'll answer some questions. Didn't take too long. Shapes fall into a half pipe shape, making swirling ellipses like a node elastic. Swipes to form rings of color. All right, so I want to have. Let's make the background the light color. And then what I'm gonna do is say, all right, we need half of this to be to like here. Where's the halfway point? There, I guess. We're gonna have that be dark. What's the height? 1920. Divide that by 2. There we go. Now we're at half. And then what I'm gonna do is grab an ellipse here. Let's say like, let's do the full width and then, I don't know, divide that by 3. That seems too small. Divide it by 2. Sure. All right, so now I've got this like half pipe shape here, and I'm actually just gonna do shape builder to, whoops. I meant to select both of these. I'm gonna do shape builder and then I'll just delete those. And then now I can round those out slightly, and we're gonna have these same shapes fall down into this and start to form these big rings. I'll need to figure that out. I have a little reference drawing for what I wanted this to look like. Okay, interesting. So we're gonna need one circle that matches the size of this. I'll put that in the center and then bring it out until it's the same size. And then what I'm gonna do aside from this is grab, well, first of all, let me add a fill on this. And then I'm going to add a rectangle behind here. Bring it all the way in the back. And then we'll do like half of this size. And then round out the edges. Actually, wait, I'll round out the edges afterwards. Then we'll do another one of these in the back. Actually, that should work fine. Let me just grab these, round that out. Does it need to be rounded more? Does it need to just be a circle on those sides? How did I draw it? Let's see. It's kind of like that. It's not quite as rounded though. If we get like halfway. And then I want some sections that are wider, so maybe that's what I'll do. Maybe that's what I'll do with this. So like at the point where it starts rounding, this will actually be a bit wider. Let's grab these and do the same sort of rounding on this. I feel like it needs to be... This is so much easier to do. Sorry, microphone. It's so much easier to do like upside down. And maybe that's what I'll do. Yeah, because that perspective is just not right. Well, like this. That'll look right. Generally, I feel like this might need to just be even smaller. Or like this gets another circle underneath it. And that fixes it. Let's try that. All right, I'm gonna grab this, move it up halfway, bring these back down, and then these corner pieces are gonna be rounded all the way. And then we've got a little rectangle underneath there, which I'll actually unround all the way. And then we're gonna have this be how much wider? Let's do like times 1.5. 1.25 should do it. 1.25. And then we'll go ahead and round each of these. And then it needs another one down below there. Now we're getting somewhere. All right. How much is this? Like that size. So we just need to make sure the spacing's even. And it is. That's perfect. All right. Cool. And then we'll do another one of these. Place it all the way in the back. Actually, you know what? Let's do another one that's fully a circle. We'll grab this, bring it back, and then do times 2. Whoops. I meant to do times 2 on both things. Send it all the way to the back. Actually, it needs to be in a tiny bit. We'll do like halfway. And then how much space is in between these? Okay, so the end needs to be there, or is that where it starts? Oh no, it just starts where the top of this thing is. So we just won't see the bottom of this one, I guess. What's this look like upside down? Kind of like this weird 3D perspective going on. Let's grab another one of these. That work? Let me remove this guy. No, that's too wide. This is confusing. To do this upside down. So it should work. So maybe I should just do all of these as circles, because that's the way I'm actually going to be able to make sure that what I'm trying to do is make it so that I can get those like lines spiraling around inside of the circle. If I have a square, I'm not quite sure how I'm going to make that happen. So I think I might just have to have a whole stack of, which shouldn't be too bad. Move this down, get like a halfway point, this, and then this is going to be like times 1.25, and then we'll just need this one to be the same width underneath and then the same distance. I'm going to unround that there, and then now I can round the whole thing. Now that should work. Okay, cool. I just need to do it one more time. Grab the circle, send it all the way to the back, and then do times 0.25. Bring it to like the middle of this one. Ish, something like that. Yeah, it'll just be all the way up there. And then I still need one more of these. A halfway point. Bring this over, unround everything. And then where would this happen? I just need to make sure the rounding looks right. Turn those off first. So it would be like here. I can have the rounding up. And now that should look accurate. I mean, it generally works. It's kind of difficult to tell right now, but I think it'll work. Like, it's not like I can do it this way. It's this kind of strange perspective that's happening here. But that's why motion's fun, because you get to trick the eye a bit into seeing things that would just normally not ever happen. All right. Let me answer some questions, and then I'll go through this, because it's going to be kind of a pain to finish this one out and the rest of the stuff. But we'll get there. All right, here we go. Where did I stop? Sam says, Austin, you mind telling us about your first time making money from motion graphics? I just finished my portfolio and I'm looking for ways to freelance. Do you have any advice? Oh boy. What is that? 4 years ago or so is probably whenever I started doing motion for money. The first project I ever got, I had started doing some motion stuff before I got my first paid project. I was in my audio video class in high school, and I had done some like frame by frame motion for like the opener for the show, basically, as well as like the calendar segment and some other stuff. But anyway, I had started posting some of that stuff just on my Twitter at the time. That was primarily where I was doing business, and it was my primary social media. So I had posted some of that work on there, and then eventually a company kind of just came my way and was like, hey, we need a video made for this software startup that we're starting. And they just gave me a price. I mean, I way underpriced myself. I had no idea what I was doing. It was like my first time I'd ever been paid to use After Effects. I think I charged like $200 for a 30-second video or something, which now at Revi we would probably charge like 10 to 15K and even more for those types of videos. I mean, at minimum, we're charging like 10 to 15K for those. But anyway, Twitter was a really good place. Instagram is the primary place I think people are getting found now for motion work. There's a couple different avenues you can go down. There is trying to work directly with a company. And by working directly with a company, I mean like a company who does not have a motion team in-house, or they might have some marketing people, but going direct to the brand instead. Another alternative is working with agencies and studios and freelancing for them. So they'll go and find the projects, and then they just need people who can animate like the concept and things that they've done, or maybe even help them design sometimes. And those two things have pretty different approaches. A general catch-all for those is just like consistently trying to post new work or like little bits of motion content to just show people that you're out there and that you are actively working and that you're available. But it's at least the tactic we've taken. It's much more just like, hey, we're making these things because we want to make them. And then people coming to us afterwards, it's their own choice. We're not sitting there trying to like sell them on working with us or anything. People like to have it be their idea to come to you to pay you for a job. We've had very, very little success trying to go to companies or agencies being like, hey, we need a project right now. Like, do you have any availability? And like trying to sell them on working with us instead. So that show don't tell can be super beneficial. Just consistently posting work and like talking a little bit about your process and those sorts of things has been good. If you do want to be a little bit more direct in trying to make those connections and things, it can always be super helpful to just go on studio websites. They usually have a contact form or something, or there's an email usually you can find for like their producer or somebody like that, and then email them directly. Just not like asking for a job right there or anything, but mostly just giving them the heads up like, hey, I'm here. This is my availability over the next few months. Here's my rate or my rates, and here's my work. Just wanted to say, hey, you guys seem like a cool studio. Would love to work with you if there was like an opening or something. That can be a good way with studios. Same sort of thing with companies. The most success we've had is kind of indirectly selling to them by being like, hey, if I just made a loop or something for social media, I could easily send that out to the marketing coordinator or somebody at a company being like, hey, I just animated this thing. Nothing needed from you. Just thought you'd enjoy it. Like happy Monday or something like that. Just like letting people know your work is out there without making sure that they know that you don't need a response from them usually opens people up to being a little bit more like, okay, I'll consider this, instead of like feeling like they're being advertised to, if that makes sense. So I don't know if you have any follow-up questions on that, feel free to ask, but hopefully that helps a little bit. 9A says, where did you study, Austin? I mean, where did you learn animation? I mean, I watched a bunch of shows as a kid. We've all had animation around us for a while. I started doing gaming YouTube content when I was pretty young. I mean, when I started doing design is because I needed to make a channel banner and profile picture for myself. So I downloaded GIMP and learned how to do some design stuff. But I haven't taken any courses or anything. I've used a tutorial now and again if I get stuck on something and I really need to try and figure it out. But generally it's just experimenting in After Effects. I mean, once I learned a little bit about After Effects, the way that I really kickstarted that was just making a shape layer or a solid or something in After Effects and just going through the effects panel and just looking through every single one, applying it to the layer and seeing what it did. And then just like mixing different effects with other effects, or like twirling down all of the options on a shape layer to find out like, oh, I can use like the zigzag property or blah, 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 trim paths and other things to just like see what everything does. And then by just experimenting with it that way, I was able to be like, oh, okay, now I can mix this thing with this thing to get this effect. Or like, it essentially just gave me the toolbox that I needed to be able to mix everything together to get the outcome that I needed. But yeah, that's primarily been it for me, is just experimenting, and then also taking in a lot of content from the industry. I would sit there for hours on Vimeo just watching people's motion reels. It was my favorite thing to do for a long time. I would, in 2019, I would look up motion reel 2019 or 2018 or something. And then when it was 2020, I'm like, oh, this is so exciting. So I look up like motion reel 2020 on Vimeo, and I'd sit there and watch all of the new ones that people were putting out. To just figure out what's out there and different techniques and things. I could find something that I liked and then try and find like, okay, how would I like reverse engineer this to be able to make this myself? Anyway, not that Rafi says, are animations like that from Ordinary Folk also storyboarded in Illustrator? I would think so, but I'm not entirely sure. But Greg is in the Discord, so you could probably ask, or I could ask him later. Tylen says this transition looks dope. I think it's going to be super fun. I'm excited about it. I don't quite know how we're going to accomplish it yet, but we'll figure it out. Sanjay says, also wanted to ask, do you have any suggestions on how to do transitions from 2D to 3D like objects while doing motion design, like from a flat square to a cube? I mean, it can go in a million different directions, really, but I don't. You could do path animation to like. Have there already be another square underneath it, and then there's like little paths that stretch down to like make how you draw a cube, I guess. There also are like ways you could just match cut between 2D footage and 3D footage from Blender or something like that too. So there's a million different ways you can do it. Generally though, just making sure that you're keeping the momentum and direction of the motion. You can kind of change anything into anything else. Without needing to do like a ton of work to get it done. Like if I had a ball in one scene and I like zipped off to the right, I could so easily start the next scene with like a giant square coming in from the left side of the screen and like slowing down as it gets to the center. It doesn't really matter what the object is as much, as long as it's like, well, depending on the match cut you're doing, but generally maintaining momentum and direction is like top of mind for me, and that helps make those sorts of transitions a lot easier. Yeti says, hey y'all, happy to be here. Good luck with this one, Austin. Appreciate it, man. Glad to see you. Hope you're having a lovely Saturday. M. Sam says, hey Yeti. Woo, Yeti's got some fans in the chat. Ahmed says, hey, could you post here links to those reference animations that you've shown? Yeah, sure. Let me grab those for you. The one from the furrow, and the one, the elastic from Ordinary Folk. Here is Node. And then elastic is this one. There we go. All right. And then what else we got? Sam says, I think you can't post links on YouTube chat. I can. Everybody else can't, though. I wish there was a way to enable it so it can like scan links to make sure that they're not dangerous or anything, but then still be able to put links in the chat, but oh well. Danny says, holy shit, 200 Lamau. Absolutely. Yeah, I was selling projects like that, 30 to 45 to even 60-second videos for $200 for like a year to a year and a half. And I honestly think that I spent for the $200, I probably spent the same amount of time that I spent on these loops to get those done. So I was cranking out like 30 to 45-second videos with just like a bunch of text and stuff on it to show the features of these different softwares in like 8 to 10 hours or something. Because I didn't storyboard at that time either, so I was really just kind of running and gunning it as I was working. I knew generally which features they wanted and in what order, but then I would just try and figure out how to visualize those on the go. I didn't start storyboarding until much later, which definitely made things difficult for myself. Artem says, oh, hi, Austin, your channel's grown almost 2,500 people for 3 weeks. Oh, yeah, it's been crazy. We're really hitting a whole new ball game, that's for sure. Lorenzo says, wow, new lighting looks good, Austin. I appreciate you. Noah and I were sitting here for a little while before the stream. We got new softbox lights and some other stuff. We've got a new, like, way nicer tripod than we had before, and so we decided to really see how far we could push it. Glad to see people noticed it. But anyway, Zero Frame says, hi, Austin. Glad to see you, man. Dala says, OMG, live at 11:10 p.m. That's new. So sorry. I know that this is not going to be good timing for a lot of people in the eastern part of the world, that's for sure. But that's what the recording's for, right? M. Sam says, thank you. I've been working with my father's company for around 3 years now, but I'm pretty new to freelancing globally. Yeah, I mean, pricing and all that sort of stuff can really heavily depend on where you are, too. That's a whole different beast. Sanjay says, that's a lot of helpful info. Glad to hear it. BZOA says, hello. Glad to see you. 9A says, thank you, so you don't need a diploma. Absolutely not. I've never heard of anybody asking for one in this industry at this point. People just want to see that you can do the work and that you've got a good portfolio and that you're easy to work with, and that's basically it. Let's see. Steve says, hi, Austin. Steve from Kenya. Glad to see you. Where do you usually get your audio or sound effects? Artlist.io, usually. Danny says, should definitely have a FAQ in your description for those commonly asked questions about your background in music. Could be good. I mean, we're going to start doing a lot more content and stuff soon in a bunch of different ways. So I'll look into doing some stuff like that. Weasel says, do you have any not as well-known studios that you would recommend for inspiration? I love Hobbs. Lots of people know the studio Gunner, but Hobbs is like their arm that primarily works with Google and is working with like code and lots of flat shapes and geometry and stuff. I really like them. You just look up Hobbs motion design, you should be able to find them pretty easily. And there's plenty of others, but that's a whole lot to get into. But I'll let you know if I think of any others later. Bosil says, do you use Pinterest for generating ideas or just Vimeo? Sometimes I'm on Behance as well. I'm really not using Pinterest. I know Noah likes it a lot, but I've just never really enjoyed their user experience. BZOA says you can block certain words in YouTube Studio. What for? MG says, hello, watching from Bangladesh. Glad to see you. Dala says it's early. Oh, is it? I mean, yeah, I had originally intended to stream at 10 a.m. my time, but I ended up having to wait a little bit longer because it was taking me longer to concept. Dala says, last time I was watching your live till 5 a.m. Oh boy. Bishop says, hey, glad to see you. Hazwan said, hi, Austin, glad that I attended. Glad to see you. Clinton says, anytime is a good time for Austin Loops. Absolutely. Canadian says, hi, thanks for all the helpful info you're sharing here. Do you guys have a Discord server? Yes, we do. I will put it in the chat right now. We've got like, that's been growing like crazy too. I think we almost have 800 members in there now. But we've got all sorts of people in there. That's been fun. M. Sam says, how do you mean pricing can depend? Like if I'm not in the US, I have to charge less than someone who is there, for example, although both of us can offer the same quality. It depends. Like it mostly depends on the company you're working with, like, and where they're based. Motion seems to be pretty highly valued in the US, but it's not as highly valued in other parts of the world. So US companies are usually willing to pay higher rates and those sorts of things. But, I mean, we've worked with some studios in Europe and they're charging a lot less than what we're charging here, because there's just not as much demand. So I don't know. It's not necessarily that you have to charge less just because you're not in the US. It's just depending on who you're trying to work with, they'll probably have a lower or higher budget depending on where they're from. Sanjay says, I had an experience with an event management company where one of their staff reached out to me to make a few gifts. It was my first time being reached out to, so I kind of responded back awkwardly, but they were kind of paying less, so I ended up refusing. Interesting. BZOA says, I want to see more stuff from Noah. I follow him on Twitter. He's really good, but not as good as you. You're the goat. Nah, Noah makes stuff that's way better than me. To be completely honest, his compositions are always fuller than mine. He spends much more time meticulously crafting, and he's not here right now, so he's not even hearing any of this, but maybe he'll watch it back later and see it. But he spends lots more time meticulously crafting every little bit of the animation that he's doing, whereas especially for these loops, I'm sort of looking over a good amount of things that I should be doing, and not putting as much detail in, but he really respects the craft a lot. I'm always jealous of the stuff he puts out. Vishab says, please make some videos on tricks you use, some time saver tips and plugins. Could maybe do that. M. Sam says, I understand. Thank you so much for all this valuable info. Of course. Happy to help. All right. I finally got to the end of the list of chat. So we're going to get back in this and then I'll answer I'll answer more questions and stuff later. Let's get back into it, shall we? All right, so there's a couple different ways I could do this. I can have individual rings inside of these. Did I just get my package delivered from Amazon? Because that would be great. Oh, hell yeah. I just got my new headphones delivered. 1 second, y'all. Noah's been so hyped and waiting for these. I thought it wasn't going to show up until way later. 1 second. I will go grab those from the door. Whew. Everything's about to sound so good. Okay, that's all. I am pretty sure that they just got delivered to the wrong house. So they're probably there, but I just can't go and get them right now. So I'm gonna ask Noah to go and grab those once he gets back. Let's call Noah up, shall we? Once I get him though, I'll unbox it on the live. Yo, I'm on the stream, but the headphones just got delivered, but I'm pretty sure they're to the house 2 houses down. So if you want to grab those when you come back, that would be great. Okay, they're not the ones with the chickens, it's the one next to that. Yes, yeah. Cool, sounds good, appreciate it. Yeah. Get our packages to the right space. They can never read the address here. It always happens. We have DoorDash go to the wrong place anytime we order. It's unfortunate, especially if it's late at night. They really can't see it. But anyway, Felipe says, "Hey, Noah's last post on Instagram was crazy good. He's awesome." I agree. I'm telling you. All right, here we go. But I promise there will be an unboxing once I get them. We'll make it happen. They're very similar to these headphones. They're just the much nicer versions. So it's not like some crazy thing, but yeah. All right, here we go. Let's grab one of these and make it like, I don't know, 1/3 of that size. And then same thing with this one. And with this one. Is this the same? No, it's not the same size as that. Cool. And so now what I'll be able to do is make like a duplicate of this ring with a bunch of much larger strokes on it. And the center will still be cut out from this just like circle we've got overlaid on top. But that means now I need to do this. I'm going to bring this in. What is that? Like times 0.9? Yeah, something like that. And then we'll have the stroke be like 20. It's gonna have to be more than that. It's gonna get really annoying. All right, 52. And then I need another one of those times 0.9. Actually, wait. I need that one to be like times 0.8. Okay. No fill on this one. Then we're gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna grab this and we'll do times 0.8, but it'll be the same as that one. Grab this again. We're gonna need 10 of these or something. Times 0.7. Same stroke as that. times 0.6, no fill, same as that. And then probably like 2 more times 0.5, same as that. Okay, one more, I hope. Times 0.4. Cool, we're good. Perfect. And now I'll be able to go and grab each of these and make them their own individual color, and it'll be cool. All right, except now I need that same thing to happen on each of these other ones back here. This is a whole thing, but that's fine. All right. And then we've got, what's going on here? I'm gonna grab like a set of rectangles to have swipe through here as well, I think. What if I just, no, because that'll mess with the stroke, wouldn't it? I'm half thinking about just making this one thing, pre-comping it, and then like making a duplicate of each of those pre-comps and changing the colors and offsetting it a little bit, but I'll be able to scale it up that way. That might be easier, because I'm gonna have so many that I have to deal with otherwise. That might be what I do. I don't know. We'll see. BZOA says the chicken house. Felipe says the one with the chickens. What? Like KFC? We have neighbors that just recently got a little tiny chicken coop in their backyard, and they're like building a fence to keep them in this whole thing. So they're known as the chicken house now. But anyway, that's just what happens here. Alright, pillar pulled up and off screen, cut to ball sent up through set of colorful strings. Strings are the background of each scene now. Okay, I need strings and I need a set of stairs. Got it. I was so confused for a second. I was like, what am I reading? Alright, we're gonna have these be a 2-point stroke. And then what? Like, we'll have one right in the center. And how many else? Let's do like 5 strings or something. I'll grab this and I'll say divide that height by, or it's 1920, divide it by 5. And there we go. Let me grab the same thing as that. Wait, let me move this off of here. Now there shouldn't be any gap between these. My smart guides just decide not to work sometimes. It's really fun. Alright, then that one goes there. Boom, boom, boom. Each of these gets deleted. And we're good. Actually, wait. That's not how I wanted it. Have it like this, maybe? I might just have to eyeball it and then mess with the ratio afterwards. Yeah, whatever this size is, works fine. Distance between these. So that's like this big. So whichever one's in the center, these will go here. And this one goes here. Oh. Alright, there's our little strings. Very fun. I'm gonna add a point in the center of each of these. That way we've already got that there for a path animation. Alright, Fossil says, when I add color to shapes in Illustrator and use overload to send them to After Effects, they just ruin it completely. How to avoid that? If it's gradients, you have to make sure that you haven't rotated your shape in After Effects first. You need to, if you have rotated any shapes that have gradients in your Illustrator, you need to redraw the gradient before you use overload to send it to After Effects, or the location data of the start and end point of your gradient will not go over. If it's just flat shapes and the colors aren't transferring, I don't really know. I haven't had any problems with that, so I'm not quite sure what would be causing that. All right, that's good. Those are all fine. They'll like move up a tiny bit or something, and then now I just need our stair steps. Let's do like here. Oops. And then another one that'll be like run this way. And another one down here. And over there. Cool. Actually, there we go. Everything's nice and grouped. All right, we're almost through the top half. A says, good luck on that project. I have to sleep anyway. Oh boy, we're getting bots showing up in the stream now. All right, there we go. Weaseled says, I checked out the work from Hobbs and I really like it. Thanks for the recommendation. Also, are you planning on sticking with the same style for a while or experimenting for your next few loops? I'm not really sure. I'm more trying to experiment with the actual like the language of the movement much more than like this visual style per se. I mean, people are really liking the style that I've been going with, but I'm really trying to just like push myself on the actual animation of things and like trying to make things morph into other objects more smoothly and those sorts of things. I'm not quite sure yet. Vishab says, I think the new update of Overlord fixed gradient issue 2. What? That would be great. Fossil says, do you use golden ratio? I don't. I've not, or I haven't used it before. I've tried. And then we just need our ball that'll be up on the top of this. I'll actually just grab this same one up here. Like this. We'll just that for now. Cool. Everything pulls down. We get the zoomed out view and now see ball spiraling down a ramp. It runs into small flippers on each beat, causing color flashes in sections. This one is going to be a pain to figure out because it's gonna I need to do this like spiraled perspective thing, but we'll make it work. Somebody was asking about the link to Hobbs. Here is their website link, but I've also got they have much more stuff on their Instagram. Their Instagram literally is just Hobbs is their handle. So I would probably look at more of their stuff there, but they've got a good amount of stuff on their website. They just haven't updated it in a while. It doesn't seem like. Anytime. No prob. All right, I have a drawing of what I want to do for this as well. I just need to figure out how I'm gonna actually make it happen. So we've got like, need the 3 steps over here. They're now like this size. We're gonna cut to this, so I don't really have to worry about it being different than the original that much. And then we've got like another one that comes down here, stretches across. Let me like just mock this up real quick. So it goes from like here down to here and like all the way back over, and then like across the bottom here into the center. I'm gonna like spiral down this thing. Man, this is gonna be hard. Like Perspective's just going to be difficult, right? But we'll figure it out. We'll give this like its own set of lines that go across here. And then I'm going to have to remake each of these. This out a tiny bit. And then each of these will just extend out across here. This can just like stretch to the center, I guess. How do I want this to go? I can see it in my head. It's just making it actually work in Illustrator that's going to be difficult. I realized I'm accidentally covering up my view of chat with my notebook. Huh. So it's going to be like... Alright, let me delete these. Let's break this down into simple shapes, shall we? I'm actually going to take a picture of what's on my notebook with my phone, and then I'm going to send it to myself on Discord. And then I'll grab it from there. Then I can close this thing. All right, there it is. That's not the right file, or it's not the one I wanted anyway. Second. There we go. All right, let's grab that. There's the little sketch of that. All right, so the way I'm thinking this, since it's going to be this zoomed out view, is we're going to have this like pretty tall pillar in the center. Let's make it like, I don't know, 1/3 of the width and then 3/4 of the height, times 0.75. Is that enough? Yeah, that should be plenty. So we're going to like zoom out, and we're still going to have these guys up at the top. Except it'll be a little more even, probably. Where's this guy? So these will probably be a bit skinnier. Let's have this one be, sure, like that tall, and then it'll be 1 square off for each of these. Means this one goes over here, and actually means that the whole thing should be this wide. Right. And I need to make sure that the vertical spacing is correct. It's not. Okay. Niladri says, thanks for the resources and references you mentioned in your streams, are really helpful. Glad to hear it. Anytime. So we've got, okay, and then we just need this to be like carved out. So like trails down from here over the side and then inside there. So how about we do that? We'll have the descent be like, I don't know, 2 of these tall. Okay, we'll go there. That means this is now over here. Go down like this, and this is where we start curving over. Actually, wait, can I just map this out with rectangles instead and then just round it? That might work. This goes all the way across. Actually, that means this is probably gonna need to be like 3 or 4 of these tall. Make sure we have enough room. Okay. That's like that, and then we'll go up 2 or 1.5. That works. and then into the center. Actually, let's do, here's my little reference guy here. There we go. Okay, so make that height. And then now we can go to the center. It's supposed to like wrap into itself. So maybe it's like this. I have no idea if this is gonna work or not. But we will certainly find out. Okay, so that wraps over that. I just don't want this to be touching. This looks like madness right now. Okay, I'm gonna move this up just a tiny bit. Then I'm gonna unite all of these and then start going crazy with this thing. Both of these get rounded. All of these get rounded. This gets rounded. That one gets rounded as well. And then both of these can come down to... oh, strange. Why is it in front of it? That's so odd. Why wouldn't it put these behind there? Weird. I mean, I can just have it match up there. That's fine. Or not. Weird. So instead I'll just have to do this and like that and just delete these 2 points. Delete those and then bring this down to match that, this down, that, and then I'll just connect them. That should work. A little bulgy right there, but whatever. Alright, let's see if that generally works. The perspective isn't there, which isn't good, but it's getting somewhere. And probably need this to like, it seems like it should go all the way down unless we've got this thing like that. I like a little less. I don't know, guys. This one's tough. It's just a tough shape to get right. Postal says, have you done graduation? What do you mean by that? Like, have I graduated college or something? Or high school? Or I don't know. See, I can see this thing. It's just hard to get that right. Postal says college graduation. No, Noah and I dropped out of college and are at the end of our sophomore year, at the end of the second year in school, and decided to do review full time. Usam says you should use the shape builder tool for these situations. This is very true. Maybe like, maybe it's like here goes down to here and it's cut like that. Don't need any of that there. And once it's down here, so we'll get like from here to here. Get that path built out. This needs to be more of a right angle. Oh, which means I should have done it this way. Oops. bounce, 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 and then come through here. Spiral and center. How does that work? Let me look up a reference. It like wraps over itself. I'm just looking up spirals for reference. I know there's a spiral tool, but I don't need one that goes all the way. I don't need one that looks like a galaxy, you know? Russell says, what were you doing in college? We were both in the graphic design program. There's some motion programs here in the US, but I didn't know I was only going to be, or that I was primarily going to be doing motion at the time, so I went for graphic design instead. Which I had already been doing for probably 6 years, 5 or 6 years by the time I got to school, so it's a kind of frustrating experience. It's down there. Let me try and sketch this out on pen and paper again really quick. Spiral going viral, very true. All right, let's see. We've got like our general shape. That comes down. And then we've got like eye that goes here and around. And I just need to figure out what to do with like what's down below. Oh, I know why it. Okay. I see. Gradients are going to make this so much easier to understand. I got it. And then this just continues all the way down. Okay, so it's kind of like, all right. Let's grab another one of these. Another little, gosh, that sketch looks so bad, but it helps me understand it a lot better. Let me send it to myself again. All right. The problem was because I want this to be like, all right, hold on. I got the sketch. It looks so bad, but this is like, here is the center that we're trying to get to. This part in the middle, and then this like outside part is this is actually a wall like on the outside. I'm trying to make it look like more like a cylinder, and I forgot I was doing that. So what I need to do is grab I need to make a hole shape along this outside part. So I'm gonna grab this and move it over, and then we've got this whole outside part is going to be a shape. That was probably really loud, so sorry. Windows system sounds go crazy. Right? Okay, so it's gonna be kind of like this. We've got this like outside wall section, and then we'll have a little, like this same trail is gonna just go back through in here. So we need this like little middle section that's gonna be an ellipse. I don't know how quite gonna get it to look like that, but it's so confusing. Let's grab that there. Point stroke, it is. All right, and then it's like there's another path that comes around and like into it there. Let me use the curvature tool on this and see what I can make happen. So we'll start like here, come down here, and then we'll just go straight up to this. until we get back over there. Does that look that looks so bad. I need to have it be a little more high fidelity than that. I'm telling you guys, this is why I like sticking to my organic or my geometric shapes. Perspective, so difficult for me. And then if I remove this guy, I just got to build it out of circles or something somehow. Does not feel right. Can I get there? Maybe I can do like, kind of liking this like intersecting thing going on here. Maybe that's the way to do it. What if I do this? And it's like black is there instead, and then you still got this outside part. So then it's like the platform goes along this thing. Try to create a polygonal shape first, then round the corners to your liking. Very true. Thank you, Ven. Although I think we're starting to get somewhere. It'll like slide along this until we get to this point here, and then I need to grab this and make it smaller. Just need to connect these. Like if it can slide down here and then roll along this plate or something that's here now, that could totally work. That's actually looking really cool. I mean, I'm not going to end up doing this sort of black and white style, I don't think, but it does look kind of cool so far. Now I can make that generally smaller. Little side. All right, cool. I'm liking this so far generally, and then what else needs to happen here? It's just like a question of how it's going to get around this thing. Although by this point, like when we're zoomed out this far, this ball is going to be like, I don't even know, like a fifth of its size right now. Yeah, that seems about right. So our ball is going to be like sliding down this thing. It bounces and slides down this thing, and it's like taps into here and rolls along there until it like starts going down. I think it's good. I think that'll work. Honestly, I think how it is right now could work perfectly fine. All right, hold on. Let me catch up with chat in just a second. I want to make sure I get through this thing. I'm getting somewhere now. Grab another one of these, make it even smaller, and like kind of inset. It looks like it's moving down. Oh, that looks cool. It's kind of like a speaker cone, you know? Does that mean I should have this one be moved down as well? So it's not perfectly centered. Yeah, there we go. Now we're doing something. So it comes down here, it bumps into this, and then it's moving along here until it like rotates down. That's so cool. That's gonna be awesome. And that already sets us up to have like our little ring array thing. That's gonna be great. Dope. It's not like as geometric as what I'd normally do, but it's cool. And then honestly, if we wanted, now that we've got this shape here, we could have it mesh with this. Like we can just make a new shape for that. Let's try that. So come down here, all the way over, like here, and then just keep coming along, coming along. We get to that point. And then all the way down to the bottom, all the way over, and all the way back up to the top. I kind of like the contrast. I like it a bit better, I think. Cool. I'm liking it. And then I'll actually grab an extra of this one and make it so it fits here, purely so that we can have a trail follow the ball around. That'll be sick. Dope. All right, here we go. We're going from this array to this bubble. Bubble's gonna pop, send a bunch of shapes. You're gonna fly down, have a bunch of rotating shapes within this thing. Everything's gonna be pulled back up. This ball comes through these strings and it's gonna make them vibrate. And then the whole background's gonna be all lit up. And we're gonna bounce on each of these steps. Zoom out even further, see that we're bouncing on this last step. And then we slide down in here and are moving inside there until we zip into the center and move on to our next thing. All right, cool. We have made quite good progress on this. It is an hour and a half in. Not going as fast as I want to, but that was a really tricky thing to figure out, so all good. All right, let's read through some of the chat. Fossil about college says it was pretty similar there. Are you saying graphic design to motion design? Because I will agree the industries are similar, but I don't want to go like too deep into that topic unless that's what you meant. Ven says, hey, sup, Ven here, listening along Spotify through Discord, by the way. Glad to hear it. Welcome, welcome. Postal says, Noah seems like a childhood friend. You both do the same things. We both just really have a passion for motion and making cool stuff. And I mean, both of us just have that entrepreneurial bug. So since we both happen to be good at motion and design and have gotten better at it, it's just the area where we can push the hardest to try and make something happen. Fossil says, do you think Artlist is worth it above Epidemic Sound? I already have Epidemic Sound, but it's a pain finding good music there. I agree. That's why we had Epidemic Sound. We tried it for a little while and we had the same sort of problem. There is some good music on there, but it's pretty overused because Epidemic was marketed for so long as like the platform for YouTube creators. So you've heard a bunch of their songs on people's videos and things before. So it's hard to find things that are new on there, but that also are good. In my experience anyway. Whereas Artlist has like a weekly updated thing for me that they email me with new songs that they've added to the platform. So it seems like Artlist, if anything, is just more active, and that's what's helpful, is because they're adding so much more stuff. But I think it's definitely worth it. It's like $250 for a year or something, and I mean that's a good amount of money, but it's unlimited access to as many sounds and songs as you want. Ashur says, hi, how are you doing? Glad to see you, Ashur. Welcome. And Samantha says, reminds me of one of those things where you drop in a coin, watch it spin. Absolutely. That's the hope anyway. Trying to see. We'll see if we can capture that motion or not. I'm hoping it comes across. But we will find out. Oh, it'll be so cool. I can have this anchor point be like up here at first and do some like path animation to have it reveal this section as this is like sliding down onto it. Like, cool. All right, we don't need this thing anymore. Say goodbye to that. And then we've got you need an array of rings. Ahmed says, what do you write when you search for music to find it short? I don't find it short. I take the full-length songs that are usually like 2 to 3 minutes or something, and I bring that into Audition myself and cut it up to have a 12-second section that I like and want to use. They do have some sections that are short, like in the sound effects section. They've got this whole suite of like Sonic logos and those sorts of things, which is like just things that people have made for like intros to shows and things like that. And I used one of those in one of the first loops. It's called Split. And that was fun, but those can be kind of limited, so I don't know. But it can be cool because those rely a little bit more on sound effects than music per se. So before getting in touch with a bunch of sound designers, it was the closest thing I had to being able to work with sound design on some of these. So That was fun. But anyway, those are always good things to look at. All right, we need a ring array. Can certainly do that. And there is a beautiful orb in the center. Beautiful orb in the center will be... I'm trying to decide if I want to make it super huge or not. Because it's going to need, like, the camera's going to need to go into this thing. So I might have it... I'll lay this out now, but before I move it into After Effects, I'm going to need to come back and make this center circle huge, so that way when I do a scale up transition, or like a zooming towards the camera, I don't really want to have to use a 3D layer. So if I have it imported as this super huge size, I can have it start from like 3% and go up to 100% and still look right. So I'll go back and change that later. Cool. All right, and then we'll grab this and do like times 1.5. Nope, that's way too small. We'll do like times 2. And inverted. Just the stroke. We'll grab another one of these and do times 2 again. And then I'll grab this, do times 2 again, but I'm gonna put it above and below that section. And then what else? I just want to find some other way to make this interesting instead of just having circle in the center and then a couple circles around it. I feel like I've done that far too many times at this point. But anyway, let's do like times 3 here. Times 2.5. Can't get the edges of it. I want the edges. There, maybe? I guess that's just the same size as those. If I make it width of the screen itself. Oh shoot, my Be Real. If you guys haven't heard of Be Real, it's a new, I don't know if it's new, it's a social media app that only gives you a warning of 2 minutes to be able to post your photo for the day, and it'll take a picture of the front with the front and back camera at the same time. So it's like trying to make social media less like curated, I guess, and more like spur of the moment. So I have 2 minutes to take mine. I gotta here we go. Let's do it on the stream, shall we? All these crazy lights behind me. Good. Done. All right. Let's grab another one of these. I have like all these concentric circles. That's starting to look a little too clovery, I think. It looks cool like this. What if I do another array down here? Do like times, nope, that's the same size as that. Let's do like times 1.5, and it'll just touch the bottom of this one. Crazy how math works. Like it just happens to fit into this other one as well. And then we'll do the same thing on this side maybe, except we'll do like a times 0.75 here. It'll be a smaller circle. That looks cool. I like that. Kind of harping back to the beginning a little bit. Cool with this. And then maybe we'll do like one more circle covering all of these. Too much. Too much. Wait, our duplicate. That looks like it works fine to me. Grab another one of these. Go like in between those. Too much. I'm starting to add too much stuff to it. All right. I like these little like kind of tiny spots that are there. They look cool. And then do I want like a little line anywhere in here? I kind of like the ones we have at the beginning that like go through there. That looks pretty cool. I like that a lot. Let's keep it like that, shall we? And then we'll have our little gradient world that's got 2 balls on a pillar. Top ball jumps up and falls back down onto the bottom ball. Easy peasy. Grab one of these. It'll be like divided by 2. Okay, this will be up there, and then we'll have our little pillar. Let's do like this size, and we'll do divided by 3 on the width, which is pretty similar to that one, but kind of different. We've got another one on top of this. Neither of these will have strokes on them. And then this one's going to jump up into the air and fall back down. Actually, wait, this one should probably have a stroke on it, but be in the opposite. This one won't have no stroke. Okay, so this one's going to fly up into the air and then tap back down into this one, and it's going to cause it to have this like array of... I've used that so many times today, haven't I? This like peacock type thing back here. And we'll alternate between these. And one more. Cool. Great. That'll be fun. Ooh, if you did some like turbulent displace or something on this, it could totally look like a candle. Like if these were all ellipses instead. Yeah, actually, if it was like... Oh yeah, that would be so easy to do. That already looks like a flame. That's really cool. But I don't need it to look like a flame. I want it to be actual circles. And then to make it look a little different from the other one we had there, we'll round these out a little bit. Actually, should probably round out most of these things. Goes in a little bit. Same with this. That in. And then I'll actually bring in this side as well. Cool. All right. Fossil says Premiere Pro also added some features like Audition. I cut music in Premiere Pro now. That's cool. Ahmed says cool. And Fossil says bought Artlist now. Music seems pretty good already. Damn, they need to get me a sponsorship. They said they were going to send me some merch a while ago because so many people had gone over to Artlist for me, but I never received the package, so I don't know that they ever actually sent it. That's all right. I want that curve there. Ooh. Oh, that looks so cool. If I can make that happen, like if I could just animate that happening, that would be so sick. Kind of like peeling thing going on here. That's so sick. Yeah, I'm keeping it like that. That's awesome. All right, we've got that guy. That's all good. Bottom ball causing a peacock pattern to grow. Multiple scaled up versions of bottom ball from top of pillar. Zoom back out. Cool. We're good on that one. That's it. And then we're zooming back out to this same thing that we already had here. Except it's going to need to be more organized. I mean, can't paste objects. Oh, it just didn't get the reference point I was using. It's all right. All right, we're not going to have this middle shape anymore. And actually, I'll take away some of this stuff. We'll have this like centered on here. Same with these. Delete these guys. And then we'll just grab another one of these. Have them meet there-ish. Actually, wait, no, we should be able to... This should work fine. I just don't quite want them to be converging in the middle like that, so I guess I'll just have them move out like this instead. Cool, that works fine. So it's just slightly different from how it was before, and we'll rotate this way or something. Let's see. Bill says, awesome, first time I stumbled upon this live. Love the work. Appreciate it. Glad to have you here. Welcome, welcome. Whistle says, did you apply for monetization for your channel? I have. It is currently under review. I'm assuming I'll get it in the next like week or so. They said it can take up to a month though, so I'm not too sure. But yeah, somehow we finally passed 4,000 watch hours. So I was excited about that. I mean, I don't think it'll be very much coming in from each video or anything, but it's still cool to be able to get some sort of pay from the videos or something. But I'm really doing this for the fun of it anyway, so it doesn't match. These all feel kind of large. So I'll be rotating at different speeds, I guess. Is this going to rotate around that? Do I need another one of these, but just super big? About here. Cool. And then I wanted to just take these same shapes we had at the beginning and just add a bunch of them to these down here. I want them to all be that color. Cool. So let's grab a little circle, put it around here. Where is the center? That does not feel like the center. Oh, it is. It just, that's confusing. Weird. Cool. I'll add another one over there. Ooh, that's not touching. I'll add some echo on some of these and some I won't. Let's grab this triangle, put it on these. This one, it'll be like tilted down. Have the little X travel along here. And then what about these? Study says nice. All right, where are we going next? Let's grab the squares on this one, but they need to be a lot smaller size, and they'll be the ones going around this like bigger ring over here. What is it? I'm starting to get confused with how many of these I have. Goes over well. That point. And what about these guys? These funky little guys. Let's have these on like the outside. Cool. Kind of fun. And then I don't really think I'm going to use that one in this part. Let's grab another these. Right, that's going to be a pain to rig, but it should be cool. Right, and then our CTA, which I think I'm going to do on a white background this time. Switch things up a little bit. Everyone has ended on a black background the last few times. Is React. And we're just going to make that similar. Then boom, we've got a compositional storyboard, and now we just got to color it in. Easy peasy. Shouldn't be too bad. Actually, wait, I need to... Okay, all right. I need to test this. See if it works. So if I just grab this thing, group it all together, move it back here, and make it larger. Does that perspective still work? I mean, I know that the gap between here is then a lot bigger, but let me place that in the back again, move it down. And then up here. I think it still works. Yeah, why not? It looks pretty similar to the last one. That big? Sure, that works fine. Why not? One's down a little bit more. All right, cool. So theoretically, then I should be able to just animate this one and then duplicate it twice, and it should work fine. I'll just have to mess with the stroke widths to make sure that they work as I'm scaling it up, or use that expression to maintain it. Let's. All right, got some questions in the chat. Oh, just a message in the chat. Charlie, glad to see ya. Says, you're going to be so proud of me, Austin. I made my first logo animation storyboard inside Illustrator today, and honestly, it's the best thing I've done. Ooh, whole thing done in 2 hours. You got to share it. You can't just tell me that you got it and then not share it. Ping me in the Discord with it. I don't think it lets you put links in the chat here for whatever reason, but I'd love to see it. Bishab says, Ben Marriott recommended your channel to me, and I'm really grateful for it. Appreciate it. The effect of Ben's shout out and being included in that video has been absolutely massive. I mean, on average, we were probably getting like 20 viewers throughout the stream before that shout out. Now it's like consistently everyone after has been between like 50 and 60 viewers or so. So it's been super cool to see. Appreciate all the support, y'all. And like we're reaching numbers on the amount of people coming to the streams throughout the stream that like normally wouldn't happen until 2 days after the video has been posted. It's kind of crazy to look over and be like, oh, 800 different people have already come in here. All right. All right. Here we go. Let me get back centered in here. And then I'm going to grab rectangles to have added in here. Do like 5 of them on at a time. And then I'll just need a big bit of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Be fine. So now I'll just have this set matted to this back shape. Have those scroll through. Should work fine. Charlie says he pinged me about this logo animation. You already know I'm about to just show it on the stream. Here we go. All right, let's pause the stream. Music. I will change back to just chatting. Let's all take a look at Charlie's logo animation, shall we? I'm excited. Get hype, y'all. Here we go. Make it big screen. Woo! Oh, I love the overshoot. It feels so good. This is fantastic. The smears it's coming off at the end is super nice too. Just like the stroke width increasing as it gets smaller. So it starts to form a solid circle at the end. Very nice. Love it. Love it. Well done. Let's jump back into it. Shall we? Cool. Back to the stream beats as well. Coloring time, everybody. Who said I wouldn't color as an adult? Charlie says thank you, thank you. Of course, man. Wonderful. All right, how am I envisioning them? Even want colors at the beginning? Don't know. I really don't know. Let's grab some of these and just start trying them out. Try this yellow here, and then I don't know, this blue down here, and this red maybe, followed by a dark blue, I guess. Sure. Then all the way around the outside. That looks kind of cool. I'm not opposed to it. However, what if I did this? That does feel better. And this outside one can be like that color. Ah, that. Whew. Charlie says, thank you, thank you. I'm trying to do the loop, but I got some client work, so I'm not sure if I can. All good, all good. Rashab says, good work, Charlie. I agree. Weasel says, the transition from black and white to color could be cool. Very true. And then also, well, but it would probably give more context if I had the colors here, because these obviously aren't these exact shapes that are around this circle. So if I have them colored here, it should be easier for the brain to be like, oh, yes, it makes sense that these are now the shapes inside this bubble or something. I don't know. We'll try it. I mean, worst case, we try it out. We can just fix it in After Effects later. It's no big deal. All right. That should work fine. I'm wondering if I want to try like a slightly darker gray or something. Like grab this background color and then do just slightly lighter up to here or something. And then of course I have to bring everything else above that, but it could be cool to have that sort of just like barely visible grid lines in the background. Bring it up a little bit more, maybe do like 10%. I like that. And then I think I want this blue one in front of there. Whatever. We'll try it out and just see what happens. But I need to add that gray to our color palette. Give me just a second. There we go. real strange looking extra thing on there. Actually, why don't I just here? I'll just do this. Look at that. Perfect. It all still fits. Ooh, interesting. But that's in the wrong layer. There we go. Group it. Done. Postal says, have you ever worked on Upwork? I did a long time ago. I think I did 1 or 2 jobs on there. I made some little like pamphlets for this water heater company or something. And then in addition to that, I also I had this project, I think where some company had like a bunch of furniture, pictures of furniture, and they needed all of the furniture cut out and placed on a white background or something. But generally I found that like Upwork prices are so low that it was really difficult to make like a living off of it, especially here in the US. So I had a pretty brief stint on Upwork. It also just wasn't really the type of work I wanted to do. It seemed like kind of just small odd jobs all over the place. No shade to people who are working on Upwork. I mean, if it works for you, that's cool, but I just didn't really enjoy it all that much. All right, so we've got our ball can be sort of any color. I have to do some gradient work here. Mseti says, how much did you make? It could not have been that much. Maybe like, I really don't remember. It was so long ago at this point, but if I had to guess, I would say that the pamphlet design for the water heater company was probably like $20 to $50. I know that's a pretty big range, but I really don't know what the number was. And then honestly, I don't even remember if I got the job with the like taking out a bunch of pictures from the furniture or not. It's just so long ago at this point. But I feel like I remember it being something like $100 or something. But I don't know. It's just people just really want cheap work on there. And that's just kind of the market that's there for it. So I don't know. It's good for like odd jobs and that sort of stuff. Like if you just need something to keep busy and keep some money coming in, but you need a lot higher volume of work on there than like doing one project directly for a company with some like higher level design stuff. Would probably pay for like 25 Upwork projects or something, if not more so. Alua Tony says, just joining in. Hi, Austin. Glad to see you. Welcome. But yeah, I'm pretty sure I like in total made maybe $150 on Upwork. And again, if you do a lot of those projects, you could probably make a good amount of money, but it would have just been too much to deal with for me. All right, this thing is going to be slightly different. No, I'll keep it the same color as the background, but I'm gonna need to do some clever gradient work on this to make it work. All right, we're gonna grab a radial gradient on this. Go like that. Other little thing over here. Actually, wait, why am I doing it this way? Here to here. There we go. And then I'm going to grab this bottom point down here, set the opacity to 0. Crank this in. But have this be the same color as the background. And that can be full white there, that's fine. Cool. We've got a little tiny highlight on our bubble here. You can barely even see it. There we go. And then we're gonna do a smaller one on here. Same sort of thing, but it's gonna be off the bottom. And we'll do a little bit darker, so maybe that color. Got a little bubble, and then I'm gonna add some like inner glow and like bevel and emboss around the edges once we get into After Effects. Could work pretty well. For now, I'll need to figure out how I'm gonna separate these layers out. Let's group these. And I'll just send them to the back for now. Now we get to figure out the gradients on each of these. Who knows? Who knows what's gonna happen here? Choosing colors can be real tricky. All right, because the center ball was white here. We've got the red, the orange. We can figure this out. We're gonna have our ball be this. We'll do this light, like bluish white to the teal there, I think. Give that a shot. Light to the teal. We'll expand that out a bit so it doesn't feel so crushed. Right. Then, oh, I'm gonna have to make each of these individual shape layers so I can add layer styles and stuff to it. All right. Fossil says I'm top rated on Upwork, but I still agree with you. It's pretty hard, and clients only want cheap work there. Yeah, I would think so at this point. It's just kind of the brand that they've gone for with it. Same with Fiverr. Fiverr's trying to up their image and make it seem like a more premium platform, but everybody knows what happens on Fiverr at this point. Fossil says, just asking, if you were to sell this animation which you're making, how much would you charge? It will give a rough idea. So I up the prices on these loops quite a lot because they are the thing that's bringing in the most attention and money for Revi. They're like our premium item in terms of like where we can get the most value on social and those sorts of things. So typically like a 15-second video or something from Revi would cost anywhere between like 5 to 10K. But for okay, we're getting more bots in the chat, 1 second. But for those two deleted, there we go. But for a loop like this, since it's like the thing that we're known for now, I can't just be giving those out left and right. They're our premium offerings, so we're charging something like 10 to 15K probably instead of that 5 to 10 for something like this. But yeah, it's kind of a messy thing to price because it is that thing that like we know it's what's bringing in the most money and attention for us. Not necessarily like no one has bought one of these from me yet, so to speak. We're selling explainer videos and brand films and those sorts of things, like longer form content. But this is what's getting people interested. And so typically people will see something like this and then we say that like 10 to 15K number and people are like, ah, that's a little expensive. And that's understandable. But since it's the thing that like is doing the most for us, we can't just be giving those out at our cheaper prices. And obviously cheaper is relative because dropping $5,000 on something is a lot of money. Naeem Rahman says, hey Austin bro, which is the best for motion graphics, MacBook Pro or desktop? Out of those two, I would absolutely say desktop. Not even a question. Desktop is 100% the best option there. Vil says, so am I missing an overlord update, or how the heck are the gradients supposed to stay in place? Usually it's all over the place. If you rotate your shapes after you've got a gradient on it, then it'll just lost my train of thought. If you rotate the shapes, then the gradient, like start and end points, will get overlord gets confused and isn't able to find those locations anymore once you move it to After Effects. So you have to make sure that you redraw your gradient beforehand. But somebody told me in the chat earlier that Overlord was apparently updated and fixed that issue, but I haven't seen that yet, so I'm just used to going and redrawing it now. Kai says, hey Austin, how's it going, man? Going well, man. I'm enjoying my Saturday. We're gonna get to animating real soon. Postal says, it brings the most attention, but still no one wants it. It gets the most attention for us as a design company, but if you're like a big brand or something, they would rather spend money on getting like a 45 to 60 second video that can get more info across, and then later on do these like smaller videos. So it's not that no one wants it, it's just that if they're coming to us and it's a first engagement or something, we're charging like 10 to 15K for these, and so that can be quite the hefty investment for a company to make for something that short. But we aren't able to offer these at a lower price, even though they're shorter videos, because they're working so well for us. So like, because there's more demand, the price is higher. I mean, it's a whole thing. And it doesn't make a lot of sense. But like generally there's just more people interested in it, so the rates are higher. So not as many people are buying them, but those that are, they're getting like the thing that we've proven works really, really well at getting people's attention on social media. So it's priced more, these are more priced on like the value we know it can bring to someone in terms of getting eyes on their social media profile than the length of the video itself necessarily. Whereas normally our pricing is based on the length of the video. And as the video gets longer, then the price increases over time and those sorts of things. I understand that's very confusing. I wish I could go back and just re-explain all of that. But hopefully that comes across, or what I was trying to say came across. All right, so there's our one that's going to be that white, and then we'll grab the one that'll be yellow. I guess can be this square. Let's see. Gradient. This, it'll start on yellow down to the red. And then grab another one of these. Here we go. What's the next one? Got one that goes from red to something else. I guess we'll do that on this triangle. Let's do from the red to the dark blue. Kind of cool looking. What else we got? We got the blue. Okay, we'll do the light, the dark there. Actually, I might just go for the teal to the blue, and then we have room to do another one of these. Yeah, that works. We'll grab another one of these and do, what should this one be then? Probably this, or like what I was originally going to do on this one. Go from the lighter of the dark blues to the darkest. And then this one we'll probably just do from the white to the dark orange or something. Let's try that. White to dark orange. Blends in with the background a tiny bit too much. because I see. A little too airbrushed, I think. I do just another one of those. That looks fine. Cool. All those will be within the bubble here. I'll actually bring this all to the front so we can see what that looks like. That looks really cool. That's exactly how I wanted it, actually. That's great. All right. Here we go. Let's see. M. Sam says, in your opinion, what are the prices I should start with? I do character. I'm assuming I use characters means I do character animation. I really don't know. I don't have a lot of experience doing character animation, and we don't have a lot of character animators on our freelancer list either. So I don't really know what they're charging, but I don't know. I try and look at pricing as like I mean, the way Noah and I figured out like how much we want to be making is just kind of like what would be nice to make in a year, after like getting all of the money in and like saving up enough for the business and like paying everybody else that we need to, like how much do we want to be taking in our pockets and like figuring that out. So I don't know, working backwards from there and like being like, okay, I'm for example, let's say somebody wants to make like $60,000 or something. Then you could probably be like, well, it would probably make sense like to save up a good amount of money to be able to invest in the business. So if I'm a freelancer and I'm going to charge a day rate, I need to, if I'm doing $60,000 a year on like normal work days, I need to be making at least like $229 a day or something to be able to pay myself that. So, and I guess, yeah, that should be right. So $229 roughly. And then you can say, all right, well, it would be good to be able to like save up enough money to be able to hire somebody on to help me as like I grow projects or something. So then it becomes like, okay, I need to make $600 or $60,000. So for myself, but now I also need to figure out what percentage of like the total amount of money is that. So if I want to make, if I need 20% more to be able to like pay someone to help on some projects, freelancing or something like that, then you would need to say $60,000 times 1.2. And now you need to make $72,000 in the year. So that you have $12,000 to spend on some freelancers or equipment or something. But anyway, you just working backwards tends to help. So actually, let's just run through this. Let's run through this example a little bit more in depth, right? So we've got, let's say somebody wants to make this. I feel like Sal Khan right now a little bit. Let's say somebody wants to make $60,000 in a year. So if that means that you need to make, we already found out that in the US anyway, there's an average amount of working days of 262 days. So if you divide, we'll say days. So if you divide those two like that, then you get $229 every single day that you need to be making. So then you're like, all right, you can figure out how many projects do I need to like take on to make that worth it. Like you could just make your day rate $229 or a little bit higher so you can take like some time off and that sort of thing. And then if you're connecting with agencies and businesses and all that stuff and you're able to fill out that time and your day rate's $229, then there you go. If you can book yourself out for a whole year, you've got that $60,000. But you're typically going to want to have some extra money to be able to grow that. So, or to be able to like grow your operation a bit. So you'll probably want to target like, I don't know, $80,000 for the year. And so if it's the same amount of working days, if you want to be able to like have some extra money left over at the end of the year, you'll now need to be charging, 80,000 over 262. You need to charge $305 instead. And I mean, like I said earlier, depending on where you're from or like the companies you're working with, where the companies you're working with are from, they're going to have more or less money to play with. So like the average day rate here in the US for some of the freelancers we've talked to has been like $600 to $800 or something. I mean, it's pretty expensive. But there's, I mean, freelance in Europe is, we've seen like 400 to 500 or something. But then we've also seen people from other parts of the world that are charging like $350 for their day rate or something. It just depends on the types of clients that they're working with, really, and what sort of budgets those clients have to offer. So, I mean, there's plenty of wiggle room. And then the way that lots of people treat day rates is it's not like you're just booking out 8 hours of your day that day and you have to work on one project at that time. You can, like, as long as you can budget out the timeline and like tell a client how long you think it's going to take and within a reasonable amount of time, you could do like 4 hours of your time that day spent on like project A, and then you could spend the other 4 hours of your day as project B. And if you're still like, if you're charging this $305 day rate, you can charge that and not work the entire day. There's some companies that will want to book you for all of your time over those like 2 weeks or however long you need for whatever project they're doing. But lots of companies, I mean, are just wanting you to work on their stuff some of that day. As long as you're hitting their timeline, you can say like, I might only be working, like not necessarily talking to the client about this unless you want to, but I might work like 2 hours on one project one day and then other hours on other projects, but I still spent like some of my time that day, so I can count that as like that was a day that was spent on this project. So you can start stacking up like multiple projects running at the same time, and then suddenly your actual day rate is like $610 instead, and you're looking at like making way more money and being able to like pay yourself that $60,000 or whatever, and having like more to save and all this other stuff. But it's really about like getting those projects stacked and figuring out what your limits are on that, or like how you can get extra help to be able to take more on. That's super helpful. But I don't know. That's just about day rates. There's a bunch of different ways you can price, but that's how I've seen most freelancers doing it. And so I'm hoping that that's helpful. I can't really tell you exactly what you should be charging because I don't know what the perfect price is or anything. We're still constantly trying to figure that out, but I don't know. Working backwards has always been how we've tried to figure out how we should be pricing. So I don't know. And there's all sorts of different factors that you can look at for that. But anyway, hope that helps a little bit. Let me look through some of these other questions. Felipe says, from that perspective, it makes sense for the loops to be expensive compared to other animations you guys make. Absolutely, yeah. I mean, there's more people who want the loops, and they're doing so well, and we've proved that they can do so well, that they're just going to be a little bit more expensive. Whereas, like, the larger content that we make and the long-form content still works really well, and communicates well for clients and those sorts of things, but there's not that, like, direct proof of me just being a motion designer, posting it and getting like 100,000 views. Some of those clients are going to come to us now and want us to make loops for them, or like these shorter pieces of content, so that we also post it and it gets them more exposure. So that's like kind of paying for ad placement at the same time. It's kind of weird. But anyway, Mseti says, since you're offering these, has anyone ever actually paid the price and got a loop for their brand? Not yet. And all right, so there's another part of this equation. So there's the side of like, there's more demand and like people want these, so we've raised the prices. But that raising the prices for that reason and another reason of these loops are kind of being held sacred for us a little bit. Like, they're our fun thing that we get to go and do, and we're not having a client dictate what we have to do on them. So I get to like live stream it, for example, and teach people about it. And it's exciting to be able to have like no limits, really, to be able to just creatively do whatever we want. And now if people are just constantly coming to us asking for those, it loses a little bit of that magic. You know, if we're starting to do all of these for a client, it's like Burnout City is coming right up to like making it way harder for me to be able to stream it every week and those sorts of things. Like, it loses a bit of that fun of it being like a nice break from the normal stuff that we're doing day to day. So the prices are also high because like that's the price of like that excitement that we have for it, and making sure that we're not taking on too many of this fun thing for someone else, you know? So to answer your question, lots of people have, excuse me, approached us about it, but that price has almost always been too high. We have not had anyone pay for it yet. So it hasn't happened, but like the option is there if someone is willing to like pay a high enough price for it. So that way we're not just getting like flooded with these constantly and it loses the magic, you know? Naeem says, bro, why not MacBook if I use a MacBook with a big monitor? It's not about the monitor size or anything. It's the actual processing power, especially if it's an older MacBook with like an Intel processor or something, or even the new ones with the M1 chips in it. After Effects isn't optimized well for the new M1 chips or M2 chips or any of that stuff. And the Intel performance just on those MacBooks in the past has been okay. It'll work fine, but if you have the opportunity to get a desktop, I would absolutely say that that's helpful. Let's see. M said, he says, I encourage you to pause the stream to see if you can figure this out. When I was doing my little demonstration, I wouldn't have been able to, but I hope it was helpful. Samir says, hi, bro. Thanks a lot for your hard work. How do you motivate yourself and always stay productive? How you push yourself and developed yourself to this point? I don't know. I found that I just have a pretty high tolerance for long work hours. I started working at a pretty young age on this stuff, and it's always just been pretty passion driven. And if not at like passion driven for the design aspect of it all the time, it is a very fun game to be able to play for myself, to be like, how can we make sure that we're like getting the next best project, or putting out the next best thing on social, or like starting some new initiative or a partnership or something. There's just all of these exciting opportunities that I can just make happen at any given time or pursue. So it's just about keeping my eyes open to whatever different opportunities might be out there, really, instead of being like so focused on one specific thing. Being open to those other opportunities has helped me find different ways that we can grow the business, or like different ways I can design and all sorts of different things. But also, looking through a bunch of different references from other people in the industry always gets me excited. Watching a really good motion reel will get me so hyped compared to most things. And also just talking to people that are also in the industry always gets me really, really excited. If I'm kind of feeling burnt out or something, as soon as I talk to somebody, I'm like, oh yeah, I'm in this. Like, this is good. It reminds me a little bit. It gives me more perspective as to why I'm excited about it. Abhishek says, hey, Austin, glad to see you, Abhishek. Bo still says, is six figures possible in motion design? Absolutely. There's been multiple individual freelancers who have made over $200,000 a year. It's very, very doable. You just got to make the right connections and do good work and keep those relationships strong, and people will keep coming back for more projects typically. Felipe says, don't stack too many projects though, otherwise you'll die of working. Very true. Seriously, don't take on too much stuff. I hit that point a little over a year ago, where I got sick for like 2 weeks from working too much. I was just completely out for 2 weeks. Not a fun time. So always take the safer bet. Like, if you're gonna add on more projects, like really make sure that it's something you feel it's confident that you can do, and won't like affect your other projects. Bill says, money talk is important for the industry and the creative. People are so afraid of it. So thanks for this too. Of course, I've always found it kind of silly that people aren't willing to talk openly about it. I think it's the only way to make sure that our rates are collectively rising, or reaching a point where we're all making enough money to be able to do our best work, and feel comfortable about it. Nobody's going to be able to make really great creative work if they're having to worry about like finding the next project, or like not having any money coming in, or maybe that pushes them to make the best work ever. I don't know. It could definitely happen that way too. But generally speaking, like wanting everyone in the industry to feel more comfortable with the amount that they're getting, for sure. And Ravi is nowhere near, like, I mean, those freelancers making $200,000 a year, I am so jealous. We're not even close to that. I mean, Ravi as a company is maybe going to make like 300 to 350,000 this year. But what Noah and I are getting is way, way less than that, because we're trying to grow the business, and we want to have enough money to bring on employees and other people that can help out, and like pay for new things that we want to start, and all sorts of different stuff. So anyway, Tillin says, I always wondered how taxes work in the US. In France, they take a quarter of what you earn each month until 72K. How does it work in the US? Oh, taxes are just the worst thing ever. Here, it's so convoluted. I know in a couple European countries, they'll just send you what your estimate is for your taxes and you pay, or they just tell you what you owe. In the US, you have to keep track of it the whole year, and then you have to do all of this extra math and fill out a bunch of forms to be able to figure out whether it's using like H&R Block or TurboTax or any of those systems to be able to like calculate how much they think you owe. And then you pay, and they don't tell you until afterwards if you were right or not. It's like this weird guessing game. It's so strange. And then you get penalized if you got the number wrong. And then also, if you're a business or you're making above a certain amount, you have to pay quarterly taxes. So you're having to calculate how much you think you're going to make for the rest of the year, and then cut that into 4 and make sure you're paying that ahead of time. Before the actual tax day. And if you don't pay those, you get penalized again, even if at the end of the year you end up paying the right amount. And then at the same time, after all of this happens, you're getting like self-employment tax, and Social Security is like 15.3% of all self-employment income that you're getting. And then on top of that, you have your federal income tax, which can be anywhere from 12% to 22 to 24 to 32, and some other numbers that are way up there that I don't know. Off the top of my head, I think it's like 37%. And that's on top of the 15.3 you already got. But it is graduated. So like it's 12% on like the first 10,000 you make. And then after that, you have to look up income tax brackets in the US. It changes every year. But, anyway, so after all is said and done, there's also state taxes, state income tax, depending on which state you're in. And like here in North Carolina, it's a flat 5.25%. So once everything's done and set aside, all of the numbers are crunched and whatever, it effectively comes out to, at least for the last few years for me, and then when Noah and I started Revi, like 30 to 33% of your income is just gone to taxes. And we aren't even making that much money by comparison. Like the huge corporations and stuff are not spending that much money usually, or having to pay that much. But we're out here having to spend 30% of all the money that we get just back to taxes on stuff that we're usually not even going to see. It's just not a good system. It's all super convoluted and set up in ways to just make the government as much money as possible. It's really obnoxious. So that's why we have a CPA, a certified public accountant, who I think that's what that stands for. I really hope it is. But anyway, we have an accountant that is tracking most of that stuff for us now, and like helping us to make sure we're in the right classification of business, to where we're like only having to pay as much as we have to pay, and not overpaying and those sorts of things. But yeah, it's kind of a mess, and it really stinks that the 15.3% like self-employment tax is there, because like I get it if you're like if it's a really like rich business and whatever, and you want to make sure that they're getting taxed accordingly. But like just starting a business, you have to have that 15.3% tax. So you're already kind of setting yourself up to be at least 30% of your money tax once you add the federal income tax stuff and all that on top of it. It just makes it I don't understand how smaller businesses grow. It's so expensive to have to pay that much in taxes. But anyway, we have it set up now, so we're like making payments every month essentially. It's just quite a lot of. But MSETI says, speaking of tracking expenses, do you use bookkeeping software at Revi like FreshBooks or Wave? We use QuickBooks. I mean, we have our accountant who handles most of our stuff for us, but I'm still like going in and categorizing some expenses and things every month. MSAM says, are you hiring? Not right now. We're having discussions about what we want to do. We have 2 interns right now, one that we're training to be a motion designer, and Ronell, and then Alex, who is helping us manage events and production, are doing more producer type work. Anyway, Tillin says, yeah, the system is pretty much the same here for freelancers. Thanks for the answer. Of course. MStudy says, oh, never mind, CPA. Fossil says, where I live, most people just evade taxes limit. Well, plenty of people do that here, but I'm not trying to end up in an orange jumpsuit, so I'm playing it safe. Anyway. All right, let's continue coloring some stuff, shall we? This thing gonna be, oh wait, I've got the right triangle on top of this. Excuse me. Let's see, what do we want this one to be here? I want it to be pretty similar to the background, I think. So let's do a linear gradient. Bottom. We'll do color on both ends, but then on this one, I'll do this one I'll do like 75. And this one down to 65%. It's just doing both. It's really annoying. Why don't they keep these things consistent? It's so frustrating. Like, I should be able to click this and then just have it show me the color picker, but instead it has the stupid color panel instead. Actually, wait, no, it did it. It did do it. I just didn't really notice the difference. Let's just grab the dark one there. And then on this one, we'll just do, oh boy, that's loud, so sorry. Linear gradient as well, but it'll be bright white. Actually, I'm gonna change that black to like one of the blues or something. Let's do this at like a 75%. I mean, that doesn't look that bad. It's just like way higher contrast than the other stuff. Ben Ghost says, AI's gradient panel frustrates me. I don't know why we can't use color picker the way we do in Photoshop. I don't either. It's just like their teams don't even talk to each other sometimes. I don't understand how that happens. That's kind of fun looking. I might just, oh wait, what am I already can just do one side orange and then one side blue. What am I doing? This would be so much easier. You get this one to the red, and then this side is the blue to the dark blue. That's kind of heavily saturated. Maybe a little too much. What if I do red over here and then to that? And then on this side, I mean, I don't even really have to change it, but what if I did there? That looks cool. I'm good with that. And then we'll add, again, I'm gonna add layer styles to this whole orb up here so it has more contrast with the background, but for now, looks good. Happy with it. It's gonna be so fun getting the thing to pop and then all the shapes fall out. I'm excited. You're definitely behind given my rant on taxes for a second, but all good. Yeah, let me get through coloring these and then we'll be good. Let me know if you find them. Noah's going on a hunt for the headphones. Hopefully we get to have an unboxing shortly. We'll see. And I can switch these things out. That'll be fun. Oh, a really good seal. I was talking so much louder than I thought I was. Huh. M said he says any client horror stories. Oh, too many, man. Remind me, or I'll remember after I'll finish coloring these and then we'll jump into that. Yeah, we've got plenty of those for sure. Let's do those same sort of gradients that we had on those shapes. I'm gonna do a linear top to bottom. That one's easy. And same thing on this one, except we're gonna do the dark blue to the teal. I'll have some white ones in there. Grab another one of these. Except I'll do the blue, red. Grab another one over here. Ooh, yeah. Great. And then one more here again. Opposite direction though. This is gonna look so cool. I'm excited for this. Another one of these in the opposite direction. Oh, wrong way. There we go. And then one more. Cool. That should work perfectly fine. These are just such pretty colors. They're just so easy to go to. Oh, except I'm not gonna have strokes on these, so I gotta figure out how I'm gonna make that all flow together. In fact, I need to remove all the strokes before I forget. Ooh, that's gonna be tricky. Alright, I'm gonna grab more water. Give me 1 second. Oh. Water has been acquired. We are now some hydrated folks. All right. Almost through. Almost through it. All right. That'll be fine. How am I gonna get this to go? Oh well, it'll already contrast with the background because they're gonna have other big ones behind it. I see. And then let's do actually let's do a little gradient on this as well, except it's going to be from the darker light. I'll just do that same one on each of these. Cool. All right, there we go. And then this doesn't need this anymore. It just needs to have some weird color so I know to mask it. And then we're good. Ooh, a little like up there. That's all right though. All right, that's all good. Now I need to change the color on each of these strokes that's gonna be here. I'll ungroup all that stuff. All right, here we go. Van Gogh says, talking about the burnout and staying motivated, I feel that surrounding yourself with creative people overall really helps knowing or keeping that creativity stay afloat easier than if working alone. So I'm assuming you working with Noah and the team helps that a lot. Absolutely. I really like, if I could have my dream scenario right now, it would probably be like 6 to 10 people working at Revie full time. And it's just like every day we're just getting through projects, doing cool things. Like right now it can be pretty difficult when we've got like a bunch of projects in pre-production where we're doing storyboarding and those sorts of things. And it's just me and Noah designing most of that stuff. And then we also have projects where we have to animate at the same time. It's like difficult jumping back and forth between those different stages on projects, especially when we've got a lot of them. So having people that are like full-time and not just freelancers to help with that would be helpful. Unboxing time. Unboxing time. Yeah. Let's go. New headphones. I'm excited. You finally have a cable. Not that you can use your microphone yet, though. What? That's so strange. Unboxing time, y'all. Oh. Here's a box, everyone. You can't see it. It's here. Unboxed. Out of the box now. That's exciting. Headphone Town. In it. We're hanging. I wish I had like a top-down desk cam, but we don't. But I'll open the box. Oh, thank you. Here we go. Oh, there must be some like tape on this or something. Or am I am not a pro unboxer. What's happening here? There we go. All right, here we go. Folding it up. Paperwork. That's much less exciting than I thought it was going to be. There we go. Junk in there. And voila. The headphones. They exist. They're kind of folded right now. But anyway, I'm totally going to plug those in and use them. It's going to be great. Okay. Throwing stuff all over the place now. Piece of paper, cardboard in there. A little carrying case with some cables. That's nice. Very fun. They have a little how-to on plugging in a headphone cable, which I find kind of funny. Can't really be that difficult. But anyway, I'm gonna headphones open. I have a whole like setup thing on this. Not that hard, y'all. You just plug it in and turn it on. All right. I have been so excited for these. Like the headphones I have now are nice and honestly really, really good value. I have the ATH Audio-Technica M20Xs right now. And I mean, they're pretty similar to these headphones. The sound quality is really not even that different. I mean, it is different, but it's not like that different. And they're only like 40 bucks or something. These are like 150, 120 or something. And these are the M50Xs. And don't get me wrong, they're definitely nicer, but still a steal nonetheless. Oh my goodness, so many cables. Oh, there's 3 cables in here. Why? Oh, are they just 3 different lengths of cable? Because that's very nice. All right. Wonderful. Oh, does this one have like a little spring? Yeah, it's got a little spring coil. That's cool. A little amp adapter. Nice. Woo. Everyone came here for motion design and now they're just getting headphone unboxing. I'm here for it. We're not even through coloring the storyboard yet. This is a real slow one today. And I'm not even upset about it. I have no timeline. I can be as slow as I want. How are we gonna do this? Well, plug this guy in here. Line it up. Maybe that's why they had the little tutorial on this about how to plug this in, because it's a locking cable. Action. I think so, yeah. Ooh, it's locked. We're locked and loaded. I'm using the long one with the springy guy. I don't know how I'm gonna... Oh wait, this is so easy to plug in. Right. I'm not gonna be able to hear anybody for a second. This is a live production. I just plugged into the new headphones. We sure are. Oh wow, this is so much different than my other ear cups though. Definitely gonna want those. I can just hear too much of my voice right now. All right. This is gonna be really exciting for the people watching this back. Sorry everybody, it's the headphone break. Maybe if I'm nice, I will put in a out of the headphones section note on the screen at some point. All right, hold on. Wow, these old headphones. Okay, I just took my ear cups off of like I got third-party little ear cups on these. My old ones, they look so sad now without those on them. Look at that, just terrible. But let me get these off of my. Oh, they're like weird. Get that cable out of there eventually, I guess. Now they'll just hang out over there. All right, here we go. So here's the new headphones. They're shiny on the side. Isn't that fun? They'll probably catch more of the light than the other ones were. Zakvan says, did you add a new light? We sure did. I've got so many lights on me right now. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. I have 6 lights on me right now. All to make me look darker and more dramatic than before. But anyway, I'm gonna try and swap out these ear cups real quick. This should be able to. I do remember these being a pain in the ass to put on last time though. There we go. It's a nice break. It's a nice break in the stream, you know. Give us your studio tour. We're so far away from the studio right now. That's all the way down the hall. So eventually, I mean, we haven't talked about specifics yet, but there have been talks of potentially doing a review podcast, and that would take place in the studio. So you'd see that eventually. I think I'm finally getting the ear cup on. Oh no, I thought Bucks. Come on, headphones. But yeah, we'll do a studio tour eventually. It's not really that much to see. It's just a room, but it does have nice lighting, and the camera angle will make it look fantastic. Hell yeah! All right, 1 ear cup on, 1 more to go. All right, Mr. Robot. I keep getting so many bots spamming in the studio. Or not in the studio. I keep getting so many bots spamming in the chat today. All right, we got Omeral Soma says, hey Austin, I'm very happy to see more motion designers live stream their work. I just want to say hi and love your work. Appreciate you. I wish that I was actually animating right now and not just putting on headphones in front of everybody, but we'll get right back to the main programming in just a second. Don't you worry. I actually just got both on. We're good. It should just be like, oh, so much better. Fantastic. All right. It's so isolated, the sound. It's great. These are so much better at blocking out sound than the other ones. All right. Anyway, Imseti says Audio Technica is what brand were your old headphones? Same thing, Audio Technica. Those were the M20Xs and these are the M50Xs. Motaz says, I would like to thank you for your time and this valuable information. Of course. This is what this is going to turn into. We're just going to be unboxing stuff all the time now. But no, once we start that podcast, I'm going to be so excited to show everybody. It's going to look so good. We finally got a nice tripod for the camera. We have new softbox lights that we're using in addition to the old lights that we had. We're getting 2 Revi neon signs, like 2 foot by 2 foot of the Revi logo in purple. It's gonna be great. And then we both now, in the past in the studio, we just had this microphone on the desk in between us. but we both just got 2 Rode pod mics that each have their own mic arm on them, and we're each gonna have our own little microphone we can pull in the studio when we're on client calls or on the podcast or anything. It's gonna be super fun. I'm hyped for it. What else did we? Oh, we're also getting an audio mixer for that because they're XLR microphones. But anyway, yeah, okay, we're already in the middle of a break. Why not? I can talk about client horror stories. No, what's a good client horror story? What client comes to your mind when I say client horror story? Just give an initial. Oh, you just gave the whole thing. It's okay. I don't think it came through. Yeah, okay. That's a good one to start with, I would say. Actually, we'll go through that one. I can save the other one for another time. All right. Here we go. Let me get this crap off my desk for a second, and then I will jump into it. All right. Client horror story time. Let's gather around the fire. Y'all get real spooky with it. Here we go. So it was the last day of October, and it was rather rainy and spooky. Kidding. Anyway. So this is like, I don't know, May or June of 2021. And we had just gotten off of a really long-standing project, or we're like about to get off a really long-standing project. It was our longest one that'd gone on for like 3 months or something. That in itself was a whole client horror story. But this guy reaches out to us. He's looking for some motion designers to work with him on his new company that he's founding. And anyway, so he wants us to work with him on some motion design for this like big brand film that they want to do. Budget super low though by comparison. I mean, at this time we were already doing videos of that length, like 60 seconds. At this time we were doing it like above 10K minimum. But this one was going to be like 7K, and it needed to be like this fully illustrated thing with characters and this other stuff, which we didn't really have much experience with. So we were going to be really outside of our comfort zone. And it was way less money than we were thinking about originally. But we went ahead and said that we were fine to do it because this guy was also promising to bring us other clients from like people he knew, potential to work with like really big name brands that he just had connections with. So we were like, all right, it's a calculated risk. We can take a hit financially on this one and then be able to work on some of these other projects. So that was all fine. We thought that was totally fair. And then we ended up selling the project for like 7K or something, maybe 6,500. I don't even remember what it was, for like a 60-second brand film. We needed to do a whole like script writing pass and storyboarding and the whole normal thing that we do. So we get like all of their brand materials sent over, and we're looking through it and we're like, all right, we're really going to need help from their illustrator, because they had this whole character illustrated system that we wouldn't have known how to do because we just don't have experience with that. But anyway, so we talked with him and we're like, all right, we're going to need some help from your illustrator. And he's like, cool, that's totally fine. I mean, it's understandable that we would need those assets. And we start script writing, and it was one of the best scripts we'd ever written. We were really, really proud of it. And he comes back and he's like, I actually really didn't even really like that. Here's my script that we want to use. And Noah and I looked through it, and like within the first few lines, it's not even just like it's our way is the right way and like no other way works. Like we were totally open to it. But within the first like few lines, we were like, oh, this is trying really, really hard to sell people. Like it sounded kind of infomercially, and just not ideal. It was just a little embarrassing. I like, if I was the voiceover artist, I would have been a little embarrassed about it because it just sounded so salesy. And so we gave our feedback a lot nicer than what I just said, a little and more eloquent. But anyway, we talked with them. We went through like a couple more rounds of that where we were like, here, like we would make these suggestions on the script that you sent. And he was just like, nope, we're not doing it. Here's the one we're going with. And we're like, all right, we'll work with this. This is fine. Because they're paying for it and it's what they want. You know, I mean, we hit that point at sometimes with our clients where it's just like, all right, that's fine. We'll just go with what you want. That's fine. Anyway, so we end up getting into the storyboarding phase, and we storyboard out almost the entire video. We're getting pretty good feedback on it. They really like the visuals we're coming up with. But then, like I was talking about earlier, we needed those character assets. And so we had waited on them, and it was taking a while for him to get back to us on those. Like, he just wasn't really responding much anymore. And his assistant was being really, really nice, helping us throughout this entire time. He had like his right-hand man that was very, very kind throughout the entire process. He is absolutely wonderful. I would work with him again 100%. But the main guy just like was not getting back to us in time, and it was like really drawing out the process. And so we were trying to keep on top of things. And he was like, he finally gets back to us and he's like, all right, are we ready to animate? Like, it's been a really long time, and we haven't even animated yet. I'm like, we still need those. We need like more assets from you. And he was like, all right, I can get those for you. And then another like week or two goes by, and we haven't heard anything. We've sent a few emails or something, and just haven't heard back. And we really needed those illustrations. And so I sent another email, and we're like, hey, like, we're all good to go. We really just need those character assets. And like, I shit you not, the man's response in email, like, things have been kind of tense a little bit in this project because of like the differences in communication on both sides. Like, we both miscommunicated some things, and like, we were working on it from a smaller budget from the beginning. So like, we were already kind of on edge about it taking so long and whatever. We could have handled it better, but things really went off the rails when that man, his response to our email just asking for those things we'd already agreed to was, respectfully, I'm not giving you more shit, man, in this email. And I got that, and I called Noah up, and I was just like, I can't work on this project anymore. This is ridiculous. Like, this man is just blatantly disrespecting us, and it was just really weird. Like, I had never had a client do that before, and so we were like, I mean, it's really just not worth it for us to continue on this project anymore. And so the guy's assistant, who had been really nice throughout the whole time, saw the email and was really shocked that he sent that to us, and was apologizing profusely on his behalf. And like, really just wanted to talk to us and make sure everything was fine, whatever. But Noah and I had already talked at this point, and we were like, we can't do this project anymore. So we ended up getting on a call with the assistant. We talked through everything, and we like gave our reasoning. We're like, talked through all the other stuff. We're like, hey, I mean, we would really need those to get this done. And I mean, we've had some like differences throughout the project, and like, that's just stepped over a line that like, we're not willing to continue with, especially for like the smaller budget and like all the other stuff I mentioned. And then like the dangling the carrot of the other, we're going to give you other work, so that's why you get paid less from us and whatever, is just like we see that from lots of different people, but still, it was just like one of those things. Anyway, so we ended up having to like fire the client. It was really strange. It was a weird experience. So we ended up just refunding him the 50% deposit on that project and just like called it. And like within the next week, we're working on another project, so it was no big deal. But yeah, he ended up like, we gave him the storyboard too for free. We were just like, I mean, hey, we wouldn't want to leave you guys with nothing, so we gave him the storyboard. And anyway, so we were just done with it. I didn't even really care about the money at that point. That like half payment we just sent back. And a few months later, we ended up seeing it animated. Like, they posted the video on their timeline, but it was I don't even know who they got to animate it, but it was they really did our storyboard dirty. The visuals were all there, but the actual animation was just not up to par. But anyway, that was a whole experience. And I think we made the right decision there, but we definitely could have been better at the communication on our part from the beginning of the project, or like really taking a look to be like, this is not what we would let someone else pay for this. So like, is it really worth it to hope that this guy is going to give us another project? So yeah, it's, I'm glad we made the decision we made, but we definitely should have been a little bit more active in how we were thinking about the project from the beginning. But anyway, let's see. Van Gogh says, main client sounds like a pure full-fledged salesman. Assistant, well, sounds like the kind assistant. That's true. Sam says, that's crazy. Did he even pay? Nope, we sent the money back. And also, it was funny, like, they thought that this video was going to be this awesome thing for them, and like, they were really putting the pressure on, and it ended up getting like 200 views on their Instagram or something. And it was just like, none of that was worth any of that any of that mess. So I was glad we got out of it. Anyway, so I don't know. He says that dangling the carrot was an indirect way of saying you'll get paid in exposure. Pretty much, like, just, I mean, without, I mean, it was better than just like exposure because they had already talked about the other projects. So it seemed more realistic that they would be there. But anyway, you live and you learn. It is what it is. We figured that one out eventually, but it sure was it was an experience, that's for sure. But now we know what to look out for, and we know those sorts of like cues, and we're much more protective of like, we're not going to take projects for small budgets like that anymore in exchange for more work in the future or anything. And it's, I mean, I would give that advice to anybody, especially from like a discount standpoint. Like, we want to give you more work in the future, so we do like a lower price now. If you do, it might not be the case for everybody, but what I've found is that if you give someone a discount right out of the gate, and like, which could be good to get them in your orbit and get a project, the next project that they want from you, they're already expecting that you're willing to give them a discount, and so they can get a smaller price. So you're gonna have to like go over that haggling experience again, as opposed to if you're just sticking to your rates. There will be people who want to pay them, as long as they're not entirely crazy. And there's just always more fish in the sea in those sorts of situations. But anyway, that's my 2 cents on that stuff. Let's jump back into this, shall we? Almost about to be on hour 3, and I'm not in After Effects yet. But I mean, I'm like the conversations that we've had so far, so I'm not I'm not really all that upset about it. All right, what did we do here? It's the yellow to red to blues. So we'll do exactly that. We'll do yellow. And where's the next one? This one really it? Yellow to red. Oh, I missed one. There we go. Orange, red, blue, I guess the middle one can just be that black color. Fine. Or I can just increase the size of this. Although I kind of like it. Maybe this one in the center is like a gradient or something. It's got a gradient stroke on it. This, and make sure that it's along the path. All right, let's do all of those colors over again. Yellow, orange, red, and the teal, and then back to yellow. Yeah, so actually, wait, we don't need. We got. Oh. This color picking system for gradient strokes is the worst. Closes the tab or the window every single time. I have to pick one. Oh, it's not the. Oh, it's just because this has the work on it. And we can do that. So feels like these are really concentrated. What if I just delete those? This instead. More bots. Oh boy. Trying to get through those quickly. As soon as they pop up, but they just keep showing up. They must be showing up on like a homepage or something. I don't know. I'll set this to along the strip, but I don't know that it's gonna. All right, but that looks fun. Happy with that. We'll just remove these at this point. Actually, we know we need them as the need that as a map. Set this to like some weird. Make it like a brown or something. Cool. That section's easy enough. Probably end up adding gradients onto each of those. But not for now. All right, MCity says, so speaking of queues, top 3 client red flags before taking one on? Oh boy. Let's see. I mean, the dangling the carrot in any way is a pretty big one of like, huh? Yeah, the for, like whether it's dangling the carrot, so to speak, for exposure or for more projects in the future that aren't there yet or something, anything like that tends to be a big red flag for me. Really, really fun, isn't it? What else? I know there's so many, but it's kind of like an instinctual thing at this point that we just don't really think about. Yeah. Let's see. That's true. If they're, oh, well, yeah, I mean, I can see that. If they're really hung up on price, that's usually not a great way to start the engagement. Like, and I mean, I guess that happens more in situations where we've done outreach or something. And it's us directly selling to them. But usually when people are coming to us, they just want the stuff that they can see that we can do. But then if they're hung up on price when they're already seeing that, then it's like, didn't you already come, like, you already came here because you knew this was valuable. So it's like, you know, but I don't know. It's a pretty wide range of things to look out for. Honestly, I'll let you know if I think of any other ones. Maddie says, man, Austin, how can you work for 4 to 6 hours straight with no breaks? All your previous streams are like that too. My brain gets dry every 30 minutes. Teach me. I don't know, man. Businesses would love me. Let's just say that. I can just work for hours. I mean, right now it doesn't really feel like work though. I mean, it's taken me like 30 minutes just to color 4 boards. So I'm not exactly like getting that much done. I'm talking through a lot of different stuff too. But Van Gogh says, mostly it's the tone of the client. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. If just, I mean, that's just a thing in general. If people are like being rude or anything like that, that's pretty immediate. Like, this person doesn't really value my time that much. Ooh. What can be a red flag for me sometimes is if we're not really being given creative control of the project all that much. That's one of the reasons why, like, we like working with agencies or other studios, but we've been doing a lot more work direct to brand recently, because they're coming to us without very much experience on the creative side. If we're just already having someone coming to us being like, here's a storyboard, go animate it. I mean, like, we can put our own flair on it in the actual motion of it, but being able to be in on something earlier and like be able to work on it from concept all the way to execution it seems to mitigate a lot of the problems that we've had when we've just been like thrown in at some random step in the process, I would say. Let's see. M said, he says, my theory is the live stream keeps things on its toes. The answering axis low-key breaks. Absolutely. 100%. I mean, I really get surprised at the end of these. Like, some of them I will seem very, very tired at the end. And usually those are ones that have gone like well into the night. But generally, like, it's just kind of like hanging out, really. By the end of it, every time we get to that section where it's like, all right, I'm waiting for the thing to render and I'm answering people's questions and things, And then we get to the part where we're actually all watching the loop together. It feels like the 7 or 8 hours or whatever went by in like no time at all. It's like I just blinked and suddenly we were there. But anyway, Niladri says, what's your team structure like? Like how many people, who does what? It's me and Noah are the founders, or Noah and I are the founders. And then we've got Ronell is our motion design intern who we're training to do motion design and general design. And then we've got Alex, who is helping us run events and community oriented things, as well as doing some general producery type work. And so both Alex and Ronell are interns. And then other than that, it's just me and Noah. And then we've got freelancers that we work with. We're trying to get to work with some of our freelancers more often, like offering sort of like month to a couple months contracts to get like 2 days worth of work or 3 days worth of work done per week, so that we can have like more consistent freelancers we can tap for animation. Because like while we want Ronell to eventually be able to take on more client work and those sorts of things, right now we're still just training him up, so we don't really have the ability to do that. So in the meantime, we still need pretty consistent freelancers to work with. And then in terms of what we do, I mean, there's what Ronell and Alex do, but their workload is a little bit more specific in terms of the areas that they're working in. Noah and I are pretty much in everything. I mean, what I'm doing now is, I mean, I'm more of like the face of the business a bit. I mean, I'm doing the streams and like the loops on Instagram are doing well and those sorts of things. So that just kind of naturally happened. So that means I'm doing a lot of like the sales activities, but at the same time, I also animate quickly. So when we're doing work internally on animating, I'm usually the one taking more of that. And things have sort of worked out to where like we'll both work on pre-production and like storyboarding and those parts of the process as well. But Noah has tended to be faster at that than me. For like longer projects, I mean, like when I have to make the concept for the loop, I'm only doing it in like an hour or something, but someone's not paying me thousands of dollars to make a loop. So there's more time and care usually put into the client projects. But anyway, yeah, it's just kind of shaken out like that. I'm faster at animating and Noah's faster at concepting, so we've kind of separated those out a little bit, but not too much. I mean, we still work together on basically everything we're doing. And then doing the community initiatives and like potentially doing a podcast and all of the social media stuff. It's like all sorts of different things that we're doing. So Noah's responsibilities and mine are not really as clear cut. But anyway, Till then says, I'm looking forward to the challenge. Hope I can make it with the ton of work I still got left. I'm really excited to see what people make for that. For those of you that don't know, we're starting a design and animation challenge. The signups for that close on Monday, I believe. But we've got like prizes from a Ben Marriott course to 3 copies of Overlord and 3 free subscriptions, year-long subscriptions to my project files on Gumroad, all to like just make a 10-second animation based on 3 different prompts that we'll be releasing the full versions of on Tuesday when the actual competition starts. But I'm really excited for that. We already have over 100 people signed up. The Revi squad's gonna have to have a whole watch party because it's like 100 people. If they all submit a 10-second clip, is like, I mean, that's like 1,000 seconds of stuff. Divide that by 60. That's just 17 minutes of watching stuff back to back if we played all of them and just didn't say anything. If we didn't comment on anything or have to like write stuff down to take reviews or any of that stuff. So it's going to be quite the process to go through those, but I'm really excited. And yeah, anyway, we'll have one winner for each of the 3 categories of animations that people can choose from, or the 3 prompts. And then one grand winner of those 3 that gets like the Ben Marriott course, as well as like their winning animation gets custom sound design on it from a sound design studio that we work with. It's super fun. If you want to join the challenge there, the link is in the Discord, which I'll put in the chat. If you join the Discord, there's a challenges tab, and then there's a rules and sign up block in there that you can click through. City says, you mentioned you got a new tripod for your camera. Speaking of, what camera are you using for this stream? When I decided to go to college, they told us that we needed a camera for the graphic design program. And so we just got the cheapest, my family and I got the cheapest one we could at Costco. It was a EOS Rebel T7 from Canon, which has a bunch of limited features. Like, I got a capture card for the streams and stuff, and we want to make like the podcast that we wanted to have a clean HDMI feed and not use this like EOS webcam utility that we've got, because that only goes in 720p. But that's what I'm still on right now, because turns out that this camera doesn't have a clean HDMI out. Like, it'll have a like focus bar still on the screen when you plug it in, and there's no way to take that off. So we're gonna try a different camera for that and see if it works. But it's, I mean, yeah, it's one of the cheapest cameras that Canon offers at this point, I'm pretty sure. But it works well. I mean, stream still looks pretty good, even though it's just plugged in with USB. Any hoosers, let's make this happen, shall we? We're gonna have, we'll probably do the same ball as this one, and I'll just add a little layer style to it, something. This one will look good. And then what else? Oh, I just got a call. What? My bank just called me. Yikes. Okay. Weird. Let me check on that 1 second. Hold on. Nothing seems to be wrong at all. I don't know why they would have called, other than to say that like they'd be closed for the 4th or something, but I don't know. Strange. I need to figure out what I want to do with these strings also. I know I'm gonna want some sort of effects on these as they like wiggle back and forth. Could do like a stroke width thing, as well as maybe like a copy of each stroke that's got like a taper on it or something. I don't know yet. And on these, I'm gonna do same gradient. Cool. And then there's going to be like little gradient pulses that are sent through here on each little tap. I'm just curious to see what it'll look like if I do that. Not as much differentiation in each one. Use just straight up variety. Ooh, this one's gonna be fun. It works so well with this black and white style to have it sit like this. I color it in. Let's have the outside be blue. Actually, wait. No, I can just do the same gradients I've already got on this. Good. This is gonna look so cool. Oh, I could do it like this. Looks a little more fun. That's kind of cool. Let's do that with these as well. Van Gogh says, all right, listening along to your Spotify really is getting me in the mood to create stuff. Do it. Make it happen. Alright, now I gotta figure out what I'm gonna do with this. Which of these would look best? Like this one, probably. Also because it's like 1 pixel off on the. I move a tiny bit. These will have their strokes off of them, so that's fine. Wait, this one shouldn't have a... Ooh, how am I gonna make... Don't look too bad. Though I think I want this to be red. I think it's just the orange. Cool. Thing in the center will just be this color, I guess. This thing will have no stroke and be this one. Actually, that doesn't work. It's gonna have to be... What? No, that doesn't work either. What if we do this same thing, but instead it goes from dark blue to black? Doesn't quite work. Could just have it be like that, and it just drops through the hole in the center. That works fine. needs to be the same as this. It does look a little strange to just have this top bit off of it. Why is it not letting me grab this? Oh, it's just... That's interesting. Maybe it's only halfway? Cool. Barely poking out. And what this color? And I guess it could just be that. It's kind of cool looking. And then as this comes down here, it'd be running along thing. Yeah, that looks fine. I'll need to add some extra bits to it in After Effects, but for now it's good. Alright. And then we get to color these. Blue. Be then, because now that touches both. Oh, I'm realizing now that all of these are on top of each other. That one can stay white, that's fine. Actually, wait, each of these, or maybe this one is the darker. Kind of fun looking. Maybe we'll make this inside one that as well. All the way to the back. Same with this thing. Cool. That's pretty fun looking. Moving on then. It's down. And this is going to be like a world full of gradients, so we got to figure out. I got to make this ball full of gradients as well. I might end up doing that in After Effects as well, so I can do like some smears and stuff on it. That one can stay like that. Alright, what would this look like? Do like... Actually, wait. Let me lock down that layer and just do this on the background. Gradient. Okay. Not a gradient overlay. Gradient fill. Have it be radial. Up from the bottom. It's going to be 0 opacity. We'll do the actual color of the glue. Yellow. Ooh, that actually looks kind of cool. Yellow to the teal. and then another one of these from like top down, and we'll do the red to the dark blue. Set that 0. And then have another one. Do it from the bottom, kind of the middle bottom area. We'll do which of these colors? Teal or the blue to the back? Would be a color that would look good here. It would have to be the opposite, I think. Maybe the dark blue, it's just not like that far off. Alright, and then if we grab each of those, are they not aligned? Grab this one, and then if we bring all of these to the top, whole thing. It only grabbed one of those. I guess I didn't group all of it. My bad. And now we've got this like cool overlay thing going on that we can move around and have do interesting. I'll ungroup it and have like this top one goes all the way to the back. So yeah, this is the one I want all the way in. Just so hard because they're all the same size. Medi says, what were you doing before motion? General graphic design or what? Yeah, I started in static graphics and branding, primarily making logos and designing brand systems and those sorts of things. Working on any sort of static advertising as well. Lots of social media work. Doing branding for social media profiles and YouTube channels and those sorts of things. Poster design and that type of stuff. But yeah, just general design wherever I could find a fit. I was there. What? Oh, I accidentally had the background enabled. I'm gonna bring those down here and mess with them. Now I need to get set properly. Actually, I'll just send them all to the back and we'll mess with making it look pretty later. If it looks like that, then we could probably have this look like gradient that goes up from here to here. It's got yellow on the bottom, or no, let's do orange up top, and on the bottom is the huh. This. I'm assuming this looks better once I bring this over top. Ooh. Actually, let's do the white on the bottom. Goes up to some color. Maybe like the dark blue. Looks a little better. This bottom one can be this. This one can be probably enough. This will be our like smaller ball up top. I'm gonna have it be a pretty thing here. We're gonna have bright white, darker one. Just barely even noticeable. Got anything? And we come back to this and get to mess with all these again. So this center one will be like that. Outside one can still be white. That's cool. Then we'll have blue. So red, yellow again. Whole outside one will be orange, I guess. One can be blue. This one's the dark blue. Actually, I like how that looks. Now we just need to add the same sort of colors that we had on these from before. All of these triangles are going that. These circles. I wish that it would just apply that to all of them in the same place. Squares. Two more. Oh, you got some shout outs earlier. People really like the loop. Oh, that's so nice. I was able to rotate my headphone and it just stayed there. Like, plunk back in on my head. Noah says thank you, people. Alright, cool. I'm good with how that looks. Everything's colored now. It's just going to be figuring out this scene in particular, like how it's actually going to interact. Not really sure yet, but see. I think realistically it should be fine. I just need this other one to get back. These are fine to stay over top. It's this one that needs to get all the way behind everything. Perfect. That works great. And we'll have stuff move around. It'll be one time. We get to make this bubble pap. Excited for that. Anything else here's good. This scene's gonna be really cool looking. what would make this look extra interesting? What if I add some little accent guys back here that are like this, and color is that at point, and then all the way in the back. Bring another one back here. Got a little tiny bit of interest. That one's already gonna have these like strings are gonna move up here. Be fine. And then I guess over here too. We have a really big ball up here that does like a linear gradient from that blue all the way up to that white. Oh, that's way too obvious. What? The like this bubble thing is not even there on that one. Strange. Let's make this that color, but then we'll a little tiny bit darker. How's that? And let me see this pyramid underneath here. We'll make this like 10% opacity. 25? Just so there's like something else happening there. Grab another one of those. Bring it all down here. Draw the gradient. It's not bad. But also it is pretty nice just having it be clean. Let's leave it out. This is already going to be a pretty short thing. Yeah, honestly, we'll just like that. And then this will have those little accent guys. This thing can be from better gradient on it here. And we'll have it be the black up here, but dark down here maybe. Brush that down a good bit. Cool. That should be fun. Anything else? That should work. All right, cool. Time to start moving things over. I'm gonna switch to the just chatting thing so that way I don't accidentally forget to switch back to After Effects. And actually, all right, I'll answer these two questions that are in the chat, and then I'm gonna make myself something for lunch, and then we'll get back into it. Eladri says, what's your process for getting new clients? Do you have reps? What's your take on having reps for new business? Our clients are essentially our reps at this point. I mean, most of our work is word of mouth. The more like direct way that we're doing it is by doing these weekly loops. I mean, they are what's getting the most attention, for sure. And, yeah, that's pretty much it. It's just word of mouth. I think having reps is totally fine. We talked to a guy a little while ago who, I mean, he would just bring projects our way, and he's got like his commission that he gets on it, and that's totally fine. Like if he wants to bring his projects, that's fine. But we're at least not right now. We're not looking to like specifically be repped by one person or one agency or something. We want that flexibility to do whatever we want to. Tilen says, this feels really good. Having a great motion design to show me his process. I can learn and improve on so many levels now and do my own loop at the same time. Thanks. Yeah, at this rate, somebody's probably going to be able to finish a 12-second loop before I'd be able to get this one done. But anyway, I'll go make something for lunch real quick. Turn up the music, and I'll be back in a sec.
What's up, guys? Austin seems to be eating, so I'm gonna hang out. Huh? Yes, I do. And he's eating pad thai. Oh my God. Look at him go. Bots are gonna ban them. Although I am a cheap sex streamer. Anyhow, okay. Could do ASMR. Go back to my ASMR stream. Today we're gonna. This scene's gonna be more. What? My voice is cutting off? I'm so sorry. I'll be louder. Okay. Oh, dude, this bubble scene I'm very excited for. Austin was telling me about his boards for motion script before he jumped in before he started. Whoa, he went hard with the colors on this one. That's gonna be cool. I think I'm most excited for this one. Hey. This, dude, I'm excited. I'm excited. I appreciate that. Thank you, Ben. It's fog. I agree. I'm gonna plug something. So recently, asked me in our Discord how I made the coin that's like flipping around in my most recent loop, and I streamed that like explanation in Discord, and then I made that, I like recorded that stream on OBS at the same time, and I made it into a little tutorial that I'm about to post on Instagram. Check it out at Noah Damon Wild, and it'll be up soon. It's pretty cute. It has Austin wooing at the beginning because he was in that call. Favorite part. It's gonna be fun. My voice is cutting a lot. No. I'm loud. Ah, that's tragic. Your noise gate is a lot. Alright. I am a more soft-spoken person than Austin, so it makes sense. It does. Hello, Cordy. What's poppin'? Anyway, yeah. That tutorial will be up momentarily, actually. Live posting, guys. Might fuck around and post it right now. Gotta find it on the Google Drive. How's everyone's evening / day / morning? Ooh, Yeti, you have such a good idea. All right, should we change? Or should we change? set of colorful strings. What would really mess him up? First of all, you could add something. Down, we cut to a zoomed out view and then see the ball spiraling down a ramp. Ooh. That's gonna be fun, that's gonna be fun. That's true. Okay. Okay, that's a good idea. That's fair. Let's see if I can do it. Do it on the last frame. Dude, he's almost done with his food. Alright, let's see if he notices that. Eddie, that's genius. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Oh. I'm the worst. Alright, I'm done. That's it, I'm done. It's kind of fun. Maybe I should start streaming. I think. Y'all hearing the synthwave? I'm vibing out right now. Oh my gosh. Oh, I was posting. I'm sorry. I'm immediately distracted. Okay, where did I even put it? Am I voiceover artist as well? No, I'm not. I did look into it for a time. I was like, that could be fun. But I don't. Unless like everyone else in the world, I've always kind of disliked my voice, but we're getting over it. We're getting through it. I don't mind as much like me being on camera and me speaking as much anymore, which is best. But stream both AE and Valorant. Honestly though, we could. Austin just came posted up in the hallway right there for a second. Oh my god. It like we were just talking about it beforehand. Who dislikes my voice? I don't know.
Hey guys.
Me.
It's like the substitute teachers in class. Isn't it fun? Austin's taking the day off.
Austin's taking the day off. No, it's gonna do the entire loop now. Oh, just like completely switch? Yeah. You can just sit next to me. Make comments.
I'll commentate.
Yeah, okay. Austin's gonna commentate. I'm gonna do the entire loop. That's not sure. But maybe one time. Maybe soon. Oh, but what I was saying is we were chatting beforehand and we're like, I didn't link my thing. I haven't posted it yet. I got distracted talking to people. I'll post it in a sec, and when I do, I will throw it in chat for ease. Oh, Yeti says hey.
Oh!
I'm sure you heard that. He said yo. Oh, thank you, Ven. I appreciate that. Ven. V-E-N. Vengo. They should do a collab. Yeah. Oh, that would be fun. Or like I design and then you animate. Yeah, we could do that. Absolutely. We could also do this is the content house, but just designers. Yes. The Ravi house. That'd be so much fun. We're thinking about throwing Austin into concepting during stream, which is really just him kind of sitting there looking at his notebook and listening to the song over and over again. So really riveting stuff, but I could stream Valorant or something at the same time. Just to have something else to watch while you look at Austin. Like maybe like in the bottom right corner, just like writing stuff down on his notepad. With 2 cameras. Oh, we gotta get another camera. Good morning, 9 Awesome. Azum. Sorry. Oh my gosh. Okay, posting. Good there. Doke. Here and then y'all see this? Y'all see this? No case. My friends yell at me for that. Noah, are you who does the client meetings with that face you in any client meeting? We both hang out in the client meetings. But yeah. They obviously like me more. It's not true. What rank am I at Valorant? I'm not even sure. We're very inconsistent with playing. I'm very inconsistent. Like we'll have bursts of like maybe a couple weeks where we play it a fair bit. A lot with our producer Alex. And then we'll just stop. So I'm like unranked right now. But I think playing my best, I'm probably about the skill level of like a high gold player. I think that's the rank. I might have reached platinum once, but that was it. I'm not any good any better than that. No, yeah, no. It's a little anxiety inducing not having a case on the phone, but it's just like it started because I used to always have like a wallet case. I really liked having them all in just one thing. But I got this phone and I really wanted a very specific wallet case, but they were sold out for that type of phone. And so I was like, all right, for like a week where I had the phone and I didn't have a case, I was just using it without the case, and I was like, I kind of like this a lot. And so I never got a case for it. I just kind of kept it going with the no case life, and it's only got a few like little scratches, maybe like one on the screen, but it hasn't, and like a tiny little bit of denting on the aluminum around the side, but nothing's broken, nothing's fully actually cracked. I've dropped it a few times, but I don't know. I think it's just worth it to not have it. It does. It really does. It just slides right into my pocket. It's so nice, honestly. It honestly makes my phone more fun to use. Not that that's necessarily a good thing, but still enjoyable. Okay. One day I'll be able to post this without the iPhone product red. The red is the iPhone red. The red one's delicious. My stepsister, I was actually hanging out with her earlier this here day, and she has a red iPhone, but she has a case on it, of course. It's a thick little case, and I was like, that's a shame. I wanted to take it out and look at it being all shiny. Tutorials and social. Ready to jump back in, Austin? He's ready. Y'all ready for more animating? I'm sorry. Animating? Enjoy. Back to you.
Hey guys, heard there was a strange man at my desk. Nobody said anything to me. Oh boy, what did I miss? Oh, I missed nakedhd.xyz cheap sex streamer recommends? What? This is unfortunate. You've got some some fans in here in these first few messages. And you come in as pew. That's funny. Huh? Hell yeah. No, are you who do the client? That's funny. Hey, good to know, Yeti. He says, hey, Austin, we didn't miss you, bro. Good to know. All I gotta do is leave, and when I turn my back, you guys just talk shit, don't ya? I see how it is. Maybe I'll finally animate something just to spite you guys. Yeah, that'll show you. All right, here we go. I had some chai tea. I'm gonna be so hyped up. It's gonna be great. See, that was good. That was a teaser. That was totally so planned. Somebody said, I'm ready for the review podcast now. Ha ha ha. Yes. That was a planned teaser. That was like the pilot that we're gonna pitch to the networks to show that it's good to have a podcast. We'll be good for it. I'm excited. I'm excited for a podcast. Wow, these headphones are so much more noise canceling than the other ones. It's crazy. I love it. Weasel says, oh no, please don't animate anything. That would be very sad. You guys are just gonna have to deal. Just gonna have to deal. I'm gonna animate like the wind. What are we at? Hour 4? Oh no, I swear I just looked at it and that was hour 3. Yikes. All right. Don't even worry. 2 hours to animate the entire thing. We'll get to the 6 hour mark. I don't have any of my shapes in After Effects yet, but who cares? Doesn't matter. I heard whisperings of somebody Noah adding something or deleting something. Something happened here and I simply don't know what it was. Oh. We'll see what happened later. Whoa, what? All of these shapes are completely off on this artboard. No, I didn't think that was what it was. That would be rather lame. Actually. Oh, thank you. Very kind. Okay, here we go. Let's try that again. Stop it, Spotify. Get the hell out of here. Boom. Everybody's coming in now. We're good. All the little lines. And then by scene 2, all those shapes are gone. I don't even care. Okay, here we go. We got our back line, or we'll just do vert line. We always label our layers. I really hope Ben doesn't show up. Or at least it wasn't at that time. Love you, Ben. All right, ring 1. This is central ball. Then we got, what's this guy? Is this the square? Oh, there's a duplicate. There's 2 squares. Who would have known? It was like a Noah's Streams trailer. Noah's idea. No. Pardon? Have I been played? I didn't even get the check for that plug. Come on. Ring 2. This is a travesty. And none of you stopped him? None of you stopped him at all? I am disgusted. Yeah, you're... what? With it cutting out? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you could watch it back right now. Armin says, currently just chatting and animating? That's too much to fit in the box. Let's be real. I'm not animating right now. Ring 3. I'm just setting up shapes. All right, what is it right now? 412 is the count on the stream. Let's get all the shapes in there by 4:25. 10 minutes. A little more than 10 minutes. Go, 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 go. Okay, here we go. We got base, circle. Oh, what am I doing? I don't even have my color palette in here yet. I'm crazy. You need this one. Ungroup. Go. No, ungroup again. Ease. Boom. Send it over. There's the color palette. Need to adjust my windows here. That would have been possibly the worst thing that I could have done, is if he went in here and changed all my workspace. That would have been the icing on the cake. But alas, only I come up with the devious ideas. Background needs to be in here also. Yeti said that they tried to stop you, but you lost control of yourself. Wow, you really just got carried away. Wish I was here for that. Tragic. Gotta get the guy back in the center. This is our ball highlights, or bubble highlights. What? I can't believe they haven't kept up with TikTok and their length of each of those. That's crazy. Well, maybe. You can take off however many 12 seconds with the putting it at the end. Tragic. You'd have to take a minute off of it. Even with that. Move that again, and now we'll add each of our little shapes here. Oh no, the bot's back. It's gone. Aha. What a weird thing to invest money and time into. You know? I don't, it's gotta work a little bit or else they wouldn't do it, but I don't understand who this is working on. Alright, then we got our two shapes here. Actually, wait, these can both be on the same shape layer. Just pat that. There we go. We got the pyramid. M said, he says, do we have chat mods? Alex has offered, but I don't think she's watching right now. None at the moment. It's just me. I am the first and only line of defense. All right, here we go. Set that to a hold keyframe, and then I'm just going to make it so the colors are accurate for each one of these, which means I need to move my Illustrator over for a second. Okay, it stays right for all of this. That's 16, so it doesn't change again until scene 7. It changes to this. Same thing there, and then it's not until the very end. Okay, well, that's nice. Don't really have to do a whole lot there. Cool. Let me bring my Illustrator back on over here. All right, let's make it so that these actually will last throughout the scene. All of those will last until scene 4. And then scene 4 is this thing, where we're still actually going to have each of these shapes, at least for a little bit in it. Oh, they're back again. Van Gogh says Austin versus Naked-HD. This is the battle of the century. Wow, I actually just got like a spam ad on my phone via text at the same time that happened just now. Yeti says next concept to animate, naked. Does that mean no deep glow allowed? Because that's really unfortunate. That's tragic. Those will still be there, and now we need, what else? We need all of these things. We're gonna have the our what do I even call this? Grid lines. Where did that not move? Here we go. All the way over there. By that point. Oh. And then we've got our mask here. Got our grid lines at. Put that over top. And he says they're infiltrating the communication systems. They are. It's a full-on attack. They just hate motion design. They don't want to see us succeed. All right, and then this one is base shape, which actually probably shouldn't be this weird color. Probably be this one. Okay, and then we've got each of these little rings here. Okay, that should be all of them. I guess I can have them all on one shape layer. That would work fine. Cool. We'll call this rings. Go. We're gonna pre-comp all that eventually and then duplicate it a couple times. Oh, I totally saw a funny message earlier and I just didn't respond to it. Somebody said, man, I don't know where it is or who said it, but somebody new came into the stream and said something like, "Hi, Austin, I'm a value grapher. Am I allowed to stay?" Or something. Or like, am I allowed to watch? I thought that was really funny. And the answer is absolutely not. You should leave now. That's funny. All right, here we go. Yeti says, sorry to ask about it, but what's the idea with that colorful circles? I wasn't here for the first few hours. So I'm trying to do something similar to the videos from, and I can just pull them up since everyone can see my whole screen. This from the Furrow, it's a video called Node. They've got this section right here where it's like these shapes that kind of stack out to form this like 3D perspective thing. So that's where like, I mean, you can kind of see it here, or I guess you can't because now that I added all the colors, but this is like the top of one of the pillars and then this is the bottom section. I'm trying to like fake that 3D a bit, but right now the colors just look off, so ignore that. But the colorful circles is from this Ordinary Folk video for Elastic, where at, I don't know which section, oh, like right after this, you'll see this circle in the center. So you've got all the colorful circles, these like sections, and then it's gonna like zoom out the side to form this 3D thing. And I wanna capture that sort of like the way that originally comes in where you've got all these different segments of colors. I think that'll be pretty cool, which means I'll probably have to do duplicates of each of these lines that I have, but that's okay. But anyway, yeah, we're hanging in just chatting mode for a little bit. This will be called half pipe while I get everything transferred over, and then we'll move back to full screen After Effects mode. Really intense. All right, and then we've got, all right, so we're gonna have our strings. Keep those all in one layer. Oh, they're back. Oh no. They're back again. They're just so fast. Astro says maybe it's Ben trying to distract us speed graphers. Yes. He's hired mercenaries in the chat. MCity says, oh yeah, we're still in just chatting mode. Yeti says, got it, bro. Thank you. You'll achieve it. I appreciate it. I hope so. By the way, amazing inspiration and video. Absolutely. I love both of those. M Sam says you can't ban the spot. I wish I could, but it's actually different accounts every single time. Like the name is different on each of these. And so there's no way for me to ban them because I mean, I can go in and like restrict certain words, but I don't know. It's just a nuisance. All right. Where did those lines go? Are they actually there? Oh, they were just too small. I couldn't see them. Here we go. Move those over. All these strings. Weasel said banning them would ruin the epic battle, though. Yeah, we're no cowards. We're no cowards. We'll fight to the finish. Ven Go says, ah, yes, the classic all layers in one comp. That's what we got going for now. I don't know why I've just sort of ran into doing that over the past few streams. Just kind of the vibe now. Right, here we go. Call these stairs. And then we've got our main ball. I don't think we've had a single mess up with any of the gradients yet. We've managed to make it work. All right, here we go. That looks good. Lines are still back there. It's just After Effects not letting me preview them from that far out. And now we got to figure out how to get this thing in here. So we've got the stairs once again. And I guess all of these can be attached. Start it over here. So this will be stairs plus tower. That'll be gone by that point. I forgot how short this scene is. Wow. All right, and then we've got our other... Well, I guess I should get the rest of these in first. Okay, we've got... None of these are gonna need to be on a different shape layer. Yep, it only gave me a couple of those. 1, 2, 3. Actually, yeah, all of these can be on shape layer. Cool. We'll call this inside tower. Some of these scenes are so short, guys. Like, we put so much effort into it so far, and they're only going to be like half a second long or something. I will call this outside tower wall. This over here. And then we'll grab these two accent elements in the back. Accent rings. Ven says, all right, it's getting late here. Gonna head out. Thanks and good luck for the rest of the stream. We'll catch up with the other half of the good stuff tomorrow. Appreciate you being here. Hopefully I'm not doing this for another 4.5 hours, but we'll see. All right. And then we just need the ball one more time. Ball. We're just going to cut between this. All right, what else do we need here? I was going to try and parent some of this stuff already. Inside and... Okay, all of this will be attached to the stairs. Ball's free flowing. That's good. Said he says 24-hour stream when. We were talking about it earlier. It could be kind of crazy to try and do like 3 loops in 24 hours or something. We'll do like a charity stream with like, if a studio or an agency donates like $5,000, I just have to restart the entire loop. Like I just have to start a whole different concept, or I don't know, some other, because we would like we would partner with some charity or something and make it a whole like event. We could have it to where like, I don't know, there's a little reward if you donate to make it so I have to change the entire set of colors for that scene. Like I'm not allowed to use any of the ones from the color palette or something, or just delete that scene and I have to remake a new one, like reconcept for that part of the video or something. I don't know. I think that could be fun. So we've chatted about it. No solid plans or anything yet, but I think it'd be fun. Here we go. Each of these is going to be a separate shape, so I will turn on separate out layers. Did it do the same thing on that one? Weird. These ones are just not aligned to this artboard for some reason. There we go. Now I gotta label all these. Here we go. All right, so this one is second ring. This one is left ring. This one is right ring. This is so complicated to label. Bot ring small. Top ring small. We got the third ring. This one is top ring big. Bot ring big. Got vert line. Orb. Which we still have to add gradients and stuff to, and then this one is ring. I guess this one's ring 2 and this one is ring. Cool. All right, all those are there. Ooh, Yeti's hitting me with a quick Spanish test. Finally, do you have your new microphones? Yes, we do. But the problem is all right, no, we got the cables for them too. We're waiting on our mixer to show up later today, so that we can actually plug them in, because it's not a USB microphone. They have XLR cables instead. So we need to wait for that to show up to actually be able to use them. But yes, I have mine set up in the studio. Noah and I are each going to have our own microphone on client calls and when we do the podcast and that sort of thing. It's going to be fun. I'm excited for it. But right now I'm still using the old faithful AT2020 USB. And this is probably how it's going to stay, because I don't really want to have to move a microphone back and forth between there. But anyway, sorry I didn't answer that all in Spanish. But I understood at least. Yeah, appreciate you, man. Cool. Let's grab these guys. Okay, these are the front gradients. We're so close to having all the shapes in. Very exciting. This is back gradient. And then everything else just needs to fit in between. So I'm gonna grab this and call it pillar. Then we've got top ball and bottom ball. Then we've got these rings that come out from behind it. Bot ball rings. Or they're not really rings. I don't know what to call them though. And those will all be behind the pillar. Switch scenes, please, says Alien's Lullaby. Once I get everything set in After Effects, since I got all the shapes in here, then yes. Yeah. I know it's still on the small screen, but we'll get there. That text is good. All right, it's just setting up this last one, and then we are done with setup, and we'll just jump right into animating. Whew, I'm excited. I'm gonna set up each of these. Going to be spiral shapes. Then we've got side orbs. We've got vertical orbs. Triangles. And center squares. Actually, wait, these will need to be on there. Oh, wait, I should have done the opposite way. They'll rotate around that part. Okay. Ignore those. I need to do it like this. Left squares. And then right square on this. Whoops. Accidentally hit a bunch of hotkeys because I thought I was typing. Cool. And we've got these X's. Cool. And then each of these individual circles. All right, we're just gonna drag across here. Does that grab everything? Nope. Need this one and this one. And send all those in here. So many layers at this point. Oh boy. I can see my computer getting mad at me already, and I am excited for it. Call this center ring, top ring, dot ring. Jill says, what time is it in your country? It is currently 6:36 p.m. Wow, I cannot believe that's actually the case. I mean, I guess I did start at 2, but oh well. Cordy says, okay, I'm out. It's 4 a.m. and I'm sleepy. See you next stream. Have a lovely rest. Right ring small. Got ring 2. Ring 1. We got right ring big. Left big. All of them. All right, cool. So we're gonna need these spiral shapes to be parented to this one. Yes. So we're gonna put that there, right up above it, and I'll color those something. Actually, I'll deal with the coloring later. So then the X's need to be parented to ring 1. What's next? Right ring big is what the squares are attached to. So right squares go here. Then left ring big would be left squares. Side orbs would be also to the one that the X's are attached to. Triangles are attached to which... Ooh, they're not attached to either of the things they're supposed to be attached to, actually. We'll say left triangle and right triangle. And then just delete the ones that we don't need from either of those. All right. Cool. So left one will get attached to left ring small, wherever that one is. I think. Yep. And then right triangle would be attached to right ring small. And is that all? Oh, vertical orbs needs to be attached to center ring, which is down here. And I think that should be it. I think that's right. Oh, and these just don't have anything on them, so we'll attach them to the center ring as well. Cool. Easy enough. Everything is in now. We can switch purely to After Effects. As Mehdi says, could we please see the full screen? Now you sure can. I'm actually going to be real bold and just close Illustrator entirely. Fantastic. All right. Yeti says, oh, what time is that? 1937. That would be 6 hours before. No. 5 hours before? Yeah, 5 hours before, so. Oh, it's 7:37. I see. Tomorrow is Sunday. Mate is ready. I'll be here until Deep Glow or Echo appears. That's gonna be a hot minute, but we'll get there. Cool. Let's book it, shall we? What's the music even sound like at this point? All right. Everything here is going to scale down. What way do I want them to show up? What do I want it to be like the things in this like closer to the center show up first and it goes outward, or I guess that probably makes the most sense. Let's do that. So central ball, then ring 1, then square, followed by ring 2, square 2, and then ring 3. Cool. All right, so we're going to have it start like this, 1, 2. We'll just have it until the very end, I guess. And it'll be at like 175. Cool. And then I can copy paste these keyframes for everything. And we'll have each of these things show up a frame later. I think that should work. Let's try it. Oh yeah, this will work perfectly fine. Need to see some rotation on each of those squares. And we'll have this one be like negative 45-ish. Should have just done ease copy on that one, but that's all right. Cool. And then same thing with this one, except we're going to go in the opposite direction. It'll be positive. We'll end up where we're supposed to, but it'll be like positive 45 instead. Okay, I guess they should just go in the same direction. I thought it would make it look a little more interesting, but... Okay, and then on each of these, I'm going to have them kind of staggered, start like pulling off to the top. So we'll start with this one. This one will start, actually, yeah, we'll just start one frame later on each of these. And then to get up to the top, this one will move like where the half of that is. This one will, oh, I guess I probably should have just done this all at the same time. I'll just move these over after. This will move up a bit. This one will move up. Okay, which means this one's probably really got to go up. And then, ooh, that's a cool looking graph. All right, and then we'll do one off on each of these. That work? Oh wow, you really can't see that one even anywhere. What if I have them all this? I just don't want these to get pulled as much. This one will actually be just barely off. Same with this one. I want them to get kind of offset. I'll add like a big null over top of the whole thing. Let's see. Shaman says, Sunday here already, talking to you from future Yeti. That's funny. Anvik says, hello, hello. Hope everyone's doing okay. Glad to see you, Anvik. Welcome, welcome. Yeti says, could you please let me know if tomorrow Austin is still animating? He said that's a secret, but I can tell you that loop is going to be amazing. Good. I'm glad to hear it. You've energized me now. Now I'll finish this in an hour. Haha. All right. Let's add a null over the top of this whole thing. We'll just call it pause and scale. I'm going to attach everything to it. Well, not the horizontal and vertical line. We don't need that. Actually, wait, maybe the horizontal. I'll just do a different thing with it. Yes. All right. So I want it to drag up slightly more at the very end here. So like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 frames out, and then just move it up a bit. Then I'll also do a little bit of scale as this is moving up. I mean, that's a lot of scale actually, but I want it to look like it really does just get like sucked up into this bubble. Huh. If you go to, it's just pitch shifter actually. And so like what I had done before was like time remapped it in After Effects, so it was already, yeah, and then pitch shift. But there's also a way to do it in here where if you, I think it's if you hover over the end of your track, yeah, you drag the, whichever one pulls up a stopwatch, yeah, do that, and then just remember which number that is and pitch shift it by that amount. Would be fine. No. Yeah, time and pitch, and then pitch shifter. And then where it says ratio, you would just do like 0.9 if you made it 90% of its original length or whatever. Yep. Cool. This is working now. I might exaggerate this a little bit more even. Oh, that looks so cool. I just need to move it up a little bit more if I'm going to do that. It doesn't look like it just gets stuck. Ooh, that looks great. Maybe I'll like flicker the color on for each of those or something. That could be cool to just give it some extra flair. But let's see. Dope. All right, now we got to figure out how to do it within this bubble. Here we go. Let me animate everything and then I'll like pre-comp all of that afterwards. Wait. That'd be the easy. Because if I pre-comp the shapes in there, that's gonna be hard to. I think I know how I'll do this. I should theoretically just need to do it on the bubble highlights layer. But that should work all right. Let's see if I do an inner glow. I need some weird color so that I can check to see where it's actually. Ah, it isn't doing it around the edges because it's okay. I see. 1 second. What am I looking for? Okay, all good. I think all I need to do is just add like another circle on top of here. Oh, I never labeled these. Oh no, this is terrible. How could I have done so wrong? Square. Orb. Then we've got chat. I'm just gonna call it chat. It kind of looks like a chat bubble. I don't know. And then zig or zigzags, and then X. It's an X. Easy enough. I think all I need to do is just grab another one of these base circles and then add layer styles to this. Layer styles, and we'll do. I didn't even really need something there. I just needed to be able to see the advanced blending mode. And then I can bring the fill opacity down to 0, and I should still be able to add like any effects I want to this. Let's make it a little darker, shall we? I accidentally just scrolled all the way up in chat instead. Let's make this kind of dark and see if it worked. Oh, it does work. Okay, good. And so now I'll do like a 15% opacity, maybe even less, and then we'll bring the size up a bit. It's starting to look like a bubble now. Maybe even less, we'll do like 5%. Cool, that looks a lot more like a bubble. Maybe even like 2. It really doesn't need to be that. I did. Cool. That looks dope. And then on top of that, I might add another little gradient overlay to enhance that shine that's on it. So let's do a radial gradient, and then we'll just do that color or something, opacity down to 0, and then we'll offset that to where that shine is like. Cool. Yeti says, I know you are not used to using effects of your animations, but that boom at the beginning says like, add vibration, please. Like the air is being moved by the sound wave. That could be cool. That could be super cool. I might go back and add that, excuse me, later on. Let me add this to the central ball. So it should follow it up as it moves. Oh, except that means it's going to scale down. I'll just make this really, really long. This line in the back here. Super, super wide. No way it's going to catch that. Let's go a little bit less on this. That, or maybe it's just because the shadow is so wide. We'll just call this ball or bubble layer styles. And bring this down to like 8. Not so bad. It does look, I think it looks better like the bigger size. Maybe do like nice in between, like a 12. That's good. Does it need this gradient over? It definitely doesn't need to be that strong. Thinking. Also, it should probably be this color as the background color instead. What's it look like on my screen? Works all right. Scale up a bit. That's looking pretty good. Bring the inner glow back down to like 2. It's gonna be on tiny phone screens. We'll make it a little bit stronger. All right, so now I gotta parent a bunch of stuff. All of these are going to get attached to base circle. And it would be cool if I could make it like bow out a little bit. The times that are hit there, that could be cool. And I'll go ahead and parent all of these to the base circle as well. Now we'll go from here to like this. We'll get sent up into the air. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we'll bring it all the way back down. And it'll pop on this thing. And that's how all the shapes will get like sent out and up into the air and then have to tumble down. But first they'll like swirl around inside of there for a second. Let's see how that match cut works. Problem is, a bubble simply wouldn't move like that. Maybe instead of the bubble coming back down, because theoretically it shouldn't really be affected by gravity, instead we have the pyramid come up to. Probably shouldn't even move up that much. And then by the time it gets to this point, it'll get popped, and that makes a lot more sense. All right, that means the pyramid, though, need to come up here. So it'll like get all the way to this point from down here or something. And then it'll go 1, 2, 3. Oh wait, I know how I can do this. I can have the path start to animate at this point or something. We'll have the paths come down at first and then pop back up there. So it'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Do some path animation. Grab both of these, that would be great. There we go. It'll come all the way down here. Pop back up. Do like 3 on either side, perhaps? Let's do 65%. And then this goes all the way up to the top. Okay, instead, we're just going to delete these and just have that start moving up. Cool. And then this one, we'll actually have this like over here. I wish that could continue while the other one is moving up there. Oh, maybe I just have it so that at this point. I don't even think it's going to know how to interpret this, but oh yeah. Try that. But now they're at different speeds. That's tough. That's a tough one. Omer Soma says, good night, everyone, and I can't wait to see the animation. Have a great start to the week. You too. Appreciate you stopping by. How are we gonna do this? I need that to keep rotating throughout. It's not gonna. But I also can't do path animation if I use points follow nulls as well. So perhaps what I should do instead is just have this triangle for this pyramid be much bigger. And so like it'll just scale up instead of having to pull those up. That could work. And then this can just continue the entire time. So it'll start here-ish. Probably won't work. I mean, honestly, that's not that bad. Down here, have it be like 180 that it gets up to and then pops back down. Doing a little overshoot there. Actually, that's not bad at all. want the path animation to continue. Have it zip over here a little bit. Then we can up here. How does that look? Oh, that's great. Cool. And then everything's gonna like fall down and get pulled down. That's how that next scene's gonna come in anyway, so that should be totally fine. All right. All right, let's see. So it's gonna get popped here. I haven't even animated any of the paths of the thing yet. It popped there, which means we'll do the highlights on this. Say trim paths. And where's the point where it's I need to give this a fill or something so that I can just see where this is happening for a sec. Interesting. Okay, so we're gonna move this 270, and then now it should be from the very bottom. Nope, wrong way. So we're gonna do 90. Now it's from the very bottom. And we'll do like, if I start pulling this and pulling this, it should move everything up to the top. Though I'm now realizing that it probably isn't gonna do it from the center like I want. So instead what we can do is have a mask on this, or just some big mat. We'll duplicate the layer styles, remove all of those. And I'll just give it like something. We'll remove that and the color overlay from that. And then on this one, we'll do what, like from the center. Oh, how am I gonna do that? I need to do like a pie chart type animation where it like opens up. What would happen here? How would I go about doing this normally? Ooh, that actually might work. If I make this into a pretty small circle, but then instead of it being filled, it's got a really huge stroke on it, then I should be able to make that work. We're actually going to delete the fill, add a stroke. That in there. We're going to make it some green color, a real not nice green. And then now we add trim paths to this. We should be able to do some sort of rotation, I think. Yeah, now we're cool. But now I need to make this smaller. Strange. Okay, so I'll just size this up, I guess. Now it should work. Cool. Let's do as then, shall we? We'll make this like 180, I guess. Ooh, nope, where does it need to go? Okay, 90 degrees. And then we'll have both sides opening up at the same time. So it goes 1, 2, it should probably be like 3 frames or something. We'll go all the way to 0. And same thing on this side. Do 100. Why does it end up? Oh, it's because they're supposed to go to 50. I see. Grab each of these. Stay on this. Oh, weird. It's like slightly offset. So then what we should be able to do, say that this is, for everything else would be set matte to this one. This will be matte. Here we go. Where is this? Right there. There we go. Remove that one. Should be good. Okay. Oh yeah, that should work fine. And then same thing on this guy. It would be way faster than that. Honestly, we could just have it disappear and then have some little like accent lines moving around it instead. So we'll just have all of those disappear there. Same thing with this one. All of these are going to get sent up. How much is it? 6 or 14 frames or so. Yeah, 14 frames. Sure, up 10 and or up 9 and down 5, that should work. Maybe a little more than that. These will be here. Get to their own positions here. We'll have this one goes out that way. One goes that way. Over here. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, work fine. And then each of them needs to just kind of hold that. I'll go ahead and make each of these an arc. One's good. What about this one? Oh, this one doesn't move arc. That's fine. Now if I grab each of these, have them go all the way up in the air. Right. That does not work. Wow, this one doesn't even look like it got. Oh, it's because it didn't get eased. That makes sense. Up on each of these. Do like 300 pixels per second, maybe. What's this one? The triangle. That should work a lot better. This makes the beginning a lot more linear. Oh wow, it really changed. Oh, well, they'd be moving a lot, probably. This one can probably get really sent up there. Same thing with the square. That's a lot better. Although maybe they should be behind the pyramid. Or were there more? Oh man, this is ridiculous. Cody says, love the soundtrack. Much appreciated. Gonna be a fun one. Kapali says, hi Austin. Hello Kapali. Welcome, welcome. All right. Yeti says a random rotation on each one could help enrich the movement. Absolutely. That's the plan. And then I think I'll have some of them start moving down earlier. Then let's see, like maybe some of these I have start moving a little bit later as well. Oh, this is zigzag one's barely moving. We gotta fix that. Means this one should probably go. All right, so what else can we add to this? Not that one. But let's have this one. Maybe it rotates back a little bit after that. Alright, almost rotate it. Or it's just rotating so fast that I don't notice. Probably because I need it. Can do like 2 rotations. And maybe it goes down to like negative 360. Cool. I'll copy the easing on that. All right. Cool. What shall we do on this one? Same sort of direction. Let's do 3, back to -1. Do negative. I don't even need those. Let's have it rotate instead. We get 1 rotation out of it because it's so large. Much better. This one, I don't even know which shape this one is. Oh, this one's an orb. I mean, I can rotate it, but I'm fighting a bit. Right though. Let's do like 2 rotations. Copy this. I'm gonna add some I'm gonna add a null to all those, I think, and then have it move up slightly and then back down afterwards, so that we can smooth out that motion a bit. And this one can do 2 rotation, maybe 1.5. This one was the zigzag. That one can do like 2, I guess. This one will do rotations. What's that look like? Now I just need to cut all these off. Current one that they're on. Duplicate all those up. And then I'll make a new null titled objects, and then we have all of these parents. Oop, not the pyramid though. All of these parents. That, which means I didn't need another one of these. It works. If anything, I can just extend this one out again and then bring it up. All right, so let's have these go up a bit and then fall back. I can see where the rotation of this orb stops for some reason. Is it moving too fast? Maybe I'll just never have the rotations stop on these. You can barely even tell that the zigzag one's rotating too. That one, we'll do like 1 rotation on that one as well. Tyson says, hey, I've been watching on and off. Your stuff is great. Quick question, are these final comps in 1080 by 1920? They sure are. Also appreciate it. Thank you. I'm in focus mode now. Wow. It's already been an hour since the last time I looked at the clock. That's insane. Okay. Have these stay for another frame or two, but instead it'll like flicker off. Like 0 there, then back to 50 there. 0. You can't even see it. It would have to be back at 100. Maybe I'll like zoom in when it pops or something, or zoom out. I'm pretty sure the pyramid's right at the bottom of this thing. I can zoom out a tiny bit. We just have to figure out where we would need to parent it. Alright, let's add that. Let's say zoom out, or we'll just call it scale. It can be here at this part too. Everything that doesn't have a parent to it is parent to this point where it pops. Have 10 frames before and 10 frames after. It'll get down to whatever the minimum. Do 70% movements on either side. Match. need to make it larger instead. But then they'll go off the screen, I think. Seven, 6, 4%. It just doesn't move enough when it gets smaller, I don't think. And it just kind of evens out the scale of the pyramid, so it's not really moving all that much. Well, that fixes that part anyway. Tell that this is scaling up. I don't know. Maybe it'll look better once we have everything rolling around in here at the beginning. Means that we'll need another null for each of these called. Actually, wait, now I can just move their anchor points on these to whatever the center of this is. Let me duplicate that and anything. We know where to put each. Angle. Oops, I already have something on these somehow. Oh, I see. I just need to remove each of these. Good. And they just need to end up at this general. Alright, it's not letting me grab that anchor point. Strange. What do you mean? It just won't let me move it. That's so odd. I don't even know what this line means. It's like it's just broken. That's so strange. Why wouldn't it let me? That's annoying. I'll just have to do it within the shape layer itself, I guess. Oh, I guess maybe it's because I didn't. Okay, I thought I had removed all the position and rotation keyframes from these first ones, but not. Oop, I didn't remove it from these either. And those should all be good. Okay, so now I should be able to have them go from their current positions. Actually, no, we want them to end up there. What we can instead is have it be. This one is back here, and this one's down this way. This one's like here or something. Oh wait, no. Let's have it be like this. They're kind of all clustered in this general area, and then where's the orb one? And then I'll have each of these be one. They'll each go around once, and then I can like offset the release of each of these. So first of all, let me ease it. That doesn't. I mean, I would have to offset them, but I kind of wanted them to like swirl around inside of there, but I really know that it's gonna work out that way. But what I can do, have each of them pop up 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, and then fall back down on top of each other. We'll have the orb pop up first, as well as the square and zigzag. So the X, the chat, and the triangle will all be 1 frame off. I'll just relabel them with a different color. There we go. Okay, and so they will all go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 7, 7. Have them each move up. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. Copies of each. All the way back down to where they were. Actually, wait, we can 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, and then 2, 3, 4. That way they can all get back down to the ground. Okay, what is half of this one's root? We'll just have them barely move up, actually. These will be up just so slightly. And now we ease them all. Day 2. Growth. Back again. How does that look without offsetting them? I guess I could have like other bubbles in the background or something. I'm definitely going to need some like pop lines that happen in a sort of radial pattern around here once it pops though, because right now it doesn't really look like anything happened. Not enough context. Now each of these is going to be offset. Have each of them do like a scale down as they come in, so it feels like it matches the scaling down of the other one a bit more. Let's do that with this. I can't do it with the actual scale because I changed all their anchor points, which is unfortunate. But I can do it this way. We'll start them off each. Ooh, except that puts them outside of the bubble, so I might have to do a set map. It's alright though. We'll grab scale for boom. Oh yeah, those are huge. Oh, that's where I could do this. Would be from. Wait, we just forget this part. You just have it scaled down. Here, it'll like start this big. That help a bit? Kinda. Ooh, actually, and this will let us have everything fly back down here. Drag it all. Perfect. Cool. All right. Get a little bit of rotation on each of these as well as a set map. These are outside the circle to begin. Okay, so set mat on this to base circle, which is number 67. Same with square and zigzag. And then the other one's wrong. A little bit of rotation on each of these. So rotation. And we'll just do like -45. Maybe 90 if that one doesn't feel like enough. Cool. Let's grab each of these and look up rotation as well. And then we'll grab as well. That should look a bit better. We're gonna do 90. maybe even more. We might do 180 for each of these. -180. What's that look? Oh, that's way better. Yeah, we'll do that. Maybe even extend these out a bit. Oh, thank you. It was just hand delivered pizza. The magical household. All right, here we go. Drag each. I don't quite know how this is gonna look, but fine. Actually, that works great. Like they finally all settle and then they get tossed out. It is a little weird that the bubble doesn't get deformed whenever they fall into it. I don't quite know how we'd go about doing that since they're all on their own layer. There's so many, like there's the one for the layer cells, there's the one for the highlights, and then there's the actual base circle for the bubble itself. And I guess I could just have one path animation that works for each of those, right? Let's try that. Here we go. So we'll do path. I need to know when each of these drops into this, so where that one works. Goes up and then pops into it here. You need path. Goes like this. Just kind of drag that on down. And all the way back up. We'll just apply that same path animation to the rest of these, I guess, and hope that it works. Where are those? Path. Okay, we're gonna try it on this one. Both of those. You can't even see it. But what we can do is when it runs into it is, and that'll just be a tiny little detail, I guess. But what we can do instead is have the actual base circle do a little bounce at the same time. We'll do position. Oh shoot, it's moving that whole time. That's awkward. 1, 2. We'll do it with the anchor point. Move it down a tiny bit and all the way back up. Ooh, that feels better. Feels a little more bouncy. That doesn't feel that bad. You can just see the path just getting shot out there. What if I watch this part? No, it doesn't look bad. Whoa, accidentally just closed or like went to my desktop somehow. There we go. All good. Yeah, he says, awesome. My pixel perfect obsession doesn't allow me to unsee that the bubble isn't aligned with the top of the pyramid. That's so. It should be all of it's center aligned, actually. Let's see. Let me draw a line down the center and we'll see which one of these is off. Make a little line, put it in the center. Oh, wow. That is actually 3 pixels off. That's so impressive. Where is the position on? All need to be moved over. 1, 2, 3. Now we're centered. We're good. Use the ruler tool. Totally could have done that too. Cool. All right, let's add some like pop lines to this, and we'll call it. Yeah, he says, "Sorry, bro, you're the best. It's just me." No, you're good. I appreciate you. I totally wouldn't notice, but there are definitely lots of people who would. You probably saved me some comments on that one. Let's grab color palette again. What color should be? They can just be the. Let's do this color. All right, we're gonna grab where this ball is. Do like that far, maybe. Bring this all the way down. This is the one really annoying part about having everything in one comp. And that up top. Yeah, I guess I can be midway. And then I will simply drag the anchor point on this to the center. Not that I can find the anchor point on it. Where is the anchor point on this thing? Whoa, that's weird. Why does it? That's so crazy that it treats it that way. Okay. Because I want to be able to do this all in one thing. I guess I'll just move it, maybe. Kind of annoying that it's not showing it to me, though. Oh well. Now it should rotate around a different point there, right? Oh, wow, what? Why is it only letting me see it now? Why is it set all the way down there? Strange. Alright. Now we can just do line and line 2, and we'll just say rotation is like 30 degrees. 45 degrees. And then we'll just duplicate this over and over again. I could probably do this with a repeater, but I really don't want to have to figure that out right now. Let's see. 35. There's someone in the comments eventually, if somehow they get to this point, will tell me how I could have done it with a repeater. It's 225. 270, and then one more for line 315. Great, and now I need trim paths for each of these, just for the overall thing. Won't happen until here. Go to the trim path and say, go. It's the wrong way. We'll do 100%. 1, 2. 2 frames later. Let's try that. Let's have it follow this objects thing. Oh, you can actually see this pop up. We'll call this pop lines and then do filling. Go from like, now the anchor point on this thing is completely weird. Have it scale from like there to here. Did you fall into the door? Danny says, damn, 9-hour streaming coming? I really hope not, but we are on hour 6 and I still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more scenes to go, so who knows? Who knows? We'll get some pizza fuel. Let's go pizza. Why would it be acting like this? Do I need it to rotate as well or something? Definitely not that much. Be like 30 degrees. Huh. What if we do it like this? So we've got every other one. I'll group those, and then I'll group these, and then we'll have trim paths for each one respectively. Okay, what's it look like now? Oh, well, they all start at 100%. Why? Wait, what? Why did it not copy paste that? Okay, what about now? Kind of getting somewhere. Yeti says, commercial voiceover. This weekly session is sponsored by Echo Pizza, the pizza that you will love, 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 love. That's pretty good. That doesn't feel as bad. Needs to rotate a tiny bit, I think. Nope, the rotation ruins it. Because it's not following the rest of the movement of. Because these are getting just like really sent up, maybe that's why. That doesn't make any sense. What if I put it behind the pyramid? That way? I mean, that would only mess with one of the lines. This is such a tiny element. Why am I even so bothered by this? Whatever. Moving on. Moving on. Calling that one just as it is. Fix it later. If I even feel like it at that point. I probably won't. That's probably what I should be doing with most of these things, is just being like, you know, future Austin probably won't even want to fix this because it will have been so long. So I'll just move on. Yeti says, is Noah still there? He should be heating his fingers to enter the battle. Too many keyframes are coming ahead and you have to rest a bit. We're going to try and be as keyframe efficient as possible. I'm going to finish the rest of this animation with one keyframe per object. How is it going to happen? I don't know. Can it be done? No. But boy, are we going to try and make it happen anyway. I'll get that plugin I was talking about the other day. The animate plugin, where you just hit a big button and it just animates everything for you. I should get him to sponsor the stream. You know? That'd be good. All right. Here we go. This one shouldn't be quite as scary. All right. So we've got... All right, so it's just in reverse order. The larger the number, the closer it is to the inside. I see. All right. So we'll start with the outside then. We're going to say this one's in its own group. Call it outside. This one's in its own group. Or this one will just be... All right, we'll do 1 and then 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I'll explain why I'm duplicating these group, or like adding a group on top of this group, even though there's nothing else inside of it yet. I want to be able to add trim paths on this. And then, but I want there to be multiple different colored versions on the inside of this thing. So this outside section is actually going to have probably like 5 different rings inside of it that are all different colors, so that we get that like cool kind of trail effect coming in. But I need all of those in one group to be able to do that. So anyway, there you go. Let's add trim paths to this one. And we'll say it starts at, that's not that to start. There we go. And we'll have this be like 90. There we go. Works fine. Actually, we'll do 180. Means I should have it. No, I had it right the first time. Okay, cool. We're gonna start at 0, or maybe at like 15%, and then it's gonna go all the way around. How long is this section? This is okay. This point's where we're gonna add the other ones in. That's 1, 2, 3, 6. Okay, that's fine. Yeti says, haha, bro, you're making my weekend. I didn't even drink my mate because I'm here watching your stream. My wife will kill me. Oh no. I'm causing problems in the Yeti household. We can't have this. It'll be at 100 by that. This should work. That's got way too much to have to fill. Rings are going to need to have a set mat to the base shape, which is layer number 47. And that way I can have each ring scaled down. We'll have this one go from, I don't know, what would be like right outside of this? Sure, we'll do like 115 or something. This is gonna look so cool once I've got it done though. I'm so excited. Okay, where's this like main shape in here? The central guy. Oh, is it in this? I hope it's not. I need to know whichever, like, where this white circle is. Or did I never bring it in? Because I'm not seeing any of these labeled as that. Got the half pipe, we've got this guy. Oh wait, no, it's the shapes are falling down here and they morph into this. That's what it is. The rings won't even be here until this point. Or this other stuff. None of it's going to be here until this point. The half pipe will be. My bad. That works fine. But that means we need to have more copies of shapes over here, so I need to reopen my Illustrator. Grab those. All right, in Illustrator for just a second. Grab these guys again. They need to come down here. Going to be underneath everything else. Going to drop down into this thing, starting from the very top. Like all the way up here. And then 1, 2, 5. Probably don't need all of these. Take that one out. Anyway, probably take the triangle out. Cool. All right, so they're gonna fall down. This one's gonna be first one there. The rest of them will just kind of fall. Ooh, wow. The rest of them will kind of just fall in line here. Have to do growth, but it's gonna be kind of weird because these will have to be already set to doing like 300 pixels a second or something. Fine, we'll do like 500. Is that enough? Let's do like I don't know, like 1,000 pixels per second. $10,000 pixels per second. Nope, that's too fast. 3,000? Looks better. And we can have the half pipe kind of settle in here. Ah, stuck on. See, this is why I should never change back to Illustrator. Always happens. Always happens. Thank you, Yeti. I appreciate you. My bad, everybody. Green foul on me. Yeah, I guess that'll have to be. Maybe I'll just remove all of them except for the square. Needs to be rotating, I think. Square. this square falling so far over? Me to like cut it off. Cool. Then each of these should be attached to the base shape, I think. Which is, I don't need those yet. Rings and grid lines attached. That way, when this comes in, we can do a continuous movement there, but at the beginning, it's and then now I just need to continue this thing with the all the other rings. So I'll grab trim paths for all of these other ones as well. Have the next one pop in frames later. Another two. Another two. I forgot that I changed the path of each of these. And then also they would all need to start on 0 if they're all going to show up that much later. So, got, they're all different. Okay, I see. So we're going to do, in an offset, we're going to do one frame late. It'll like trail off. Melky, glad to see us, has recently got the School of Motion Animation boot camp. I'm trying to be like you, my boy. Glad to hear it. Hope it's helpful. I haven't taken it myself, but I've heard it's useful. People have had good experiences with it. Alright, here we go. Each of these needs to be with this set to 0. Another one that's it. Oh. Let's have the first 3 show up at the same time. Then it's every other one. Oh, what? I completely forgot to add it to one of these. Need that trim paths, and then which one is it not on? Oh, it's 4. Okay. Got it. We can do it's 2 being off. How does that look? I just forgot to change it so it's not at 31. That looks so strange. I need to change the offset values for each of these, I think. Like that much more. Hopefully that helps a bit on. Oops, I didn't mean to have these selected as well. Charlie says, "Wow, you're still alive. Did you go to sleep and I'm still doing it?" I have had that happen before. 6 hours in, though. Somehow this isn't the longest one we've had. The longest one was 9 hours, but I don't know. This I could easily see myself being done before hour 8 on this one at this rate. I don't know. Oh, Charlie says just been doing some work. I gotcha. Another logo animation right now. Man's gonna have like 4 logo animations in the time it takes for me to do one of these. I really hope this works. Would it be going in the other direction? Figure this out. Oh, that's so cool. Oh, I can have an overall rotation on this as well. I didn't even think of that. Which way is it rotating? This way? Cool. Whew. Oh wait, it's not gonna do the filling up if I have alpha. I have set mats. I have to do. I would need have another duplicate of this, and that's what the ring are on instead. No set mat. That works perfectly fine too, though. All good. All right, give me the scale keyframes on this one. Right, and then I need scale. I'm pretty sure it's this one is the same as well, and then it starts going off by 1. Nope. I think I need to change all these to round cap though. Round, round, round. Cool. Ooh, move shapes. What's up, John? Welcome. We're on 6 hours and 15 minutes of this. If I ask politely, you mind showing from the start? Sure, I can do that. We only have like 3 scenes so far. Ta-da! Let's see it. We've got 3 of basically 10 seconds done. 30% of the way there. I forgot to add the... Where is... Did I even add position to this? It hardly moves. Maybe I'll embed this. Oh, whoa, what is going on there? Oh, it's because this is not attached to it. Should this be going the other way, these grid lines? Starting over here and this point instead? Nope, I think it actually was supposed to be. All right, now we need to add a couple more layers of those, and then we can start duplicating that pre-comp in the back there. Have it be off. All right, here we go. We need copies of each of the things inside of here. Here we go. All right, so we need and an offset on this top one. Over. As well as, oh, this is going to get so confused. All right, group 2 within group 1. And we also have transform on this, right? Oh, gee. Okay, so it's in. So that'll be one frame off. This one will be which color? We'll figure that. All right. Color should this next one be? Actually, I'll probably have it 2 frames off on each. This next one can be one down in the list. Orange color. All right, let's see. Let's grab another one of these. I'll do 3 copies for each one. Sounds fun. Offset, move that over to red. Although I don't think these have scale on them. Oh, it's because it's on that whole group. Good, that's what I wanted. All right, and now we need the same thing for each of these. So if this one is starting at orange, the next one needs to be red. Oh wait, is the trim paths for the... Oh, I meant for the trim paths to be in here. Does that still work? Yeah. Okay, so group 3. We'll grab each of these, move them over 2. And this one will be red. Next one will be the teal. Change this to teal. This is gonna look so cool once I get all of these done. All right, then we've got this one. I need the trim paths to be inside that layer. Hit it. This one's red, so it'll actually start the next one. Trim paths. 2. Duplicate that one. And the next one will darker blue. Trim pad goes over 1, 2. Okay, need to add the trim paths into this group again. Duplicate. This one started as the blue, so now it'll be the dark blue. Offset by 2 again. and then it'll come back to the yellow. Two again. 5. Paths needs to go inside of the layer. Started on the dark blue, so we'll go back to yellow. And paths, everything off by 2 again. One will be the orange. And then trim paths. And then the last set. This one is gradient. Really sure what I'm gonna do. This will probably be. Right. See if I can get these to all do a revert. Boy. Oh, this is a mess. 1, 2, 5, 6. We'll get back to like. Where is this moving? Oh, but I want the offset. You can barely even see the difference on this one. I'll just leave it how it was. Extend all of it. It never fully comes to a stop. All right, and now I can recomp all of this madness, and we'll call it tier 1. I just called it tier, probably. Oh well. And then we will grab this, say 125, and put it behind this one back here, off by 2 frames. Probably just make an actual duplicate of this so that I can go in. Not me. I'm gonna undo all of the shenanigans I just did. There you go. Okay, all good. Tier 2 and tier 3. Tier 2 is underneath here and is 125 with it set to that. Slightly over there. And then I'll have to go through and change all the colors, but that's okay. And finally, tier 3 at 150 scale, set to continually rasterize at 1, 2 and have it come in after. It'll be all the way up. I need another one on this. Ooh, that looks crazy. A null on all of these to say pull up. Grab each of these and parent it to this. Last 10 seconds. Everything get yanked up. It's now to change the colors on all of these. Those are fine, but then we need to like move each of these down again or something. Let me grab, it's like down the order of the color palette. We grab that, and then we'll say, all right, that one was red, so now it'll be teal. That one will be red. That one will be orange. Actually, let's move 2 down. That one will be blue. Teal good. That one red good. Home. Red would be blue. Blue would be red. Orange. That one become yellow. This one. Teal. Red. One become orange. Is that it? I mean, I guess I could change the ones on the let's have these move down even further from where they are. That one will like end up at that spot, but we'll start here up. And maybe move down even closer, honestly. Be like, well. This one will end where it needs to, but can start up. Grab the thing, paste it. That help. Helps a bit. I don't even think I need to change the colors on that second one. But on this half pipe, I want to do. Feels like. We'll do. Start point here. Try that. Not quite liking. Wait. Yep. We'll just have that one start up higher. And same with. There we go. How loud is that for everyone in the chat every time I play that? That's pretty hefty. So sorry. Just gonna be playing the same thing over and over again. And yet some of you want to watch me concept. That's literally all that happens. I'm just listening to a tiny section of audio over and over and over again. I have a nightmare. Someone could absolutely use that as like a method of torture or something. I'm just curious. Oh, okay. I just had to see what it was like with it on. That's pretty cool. All right, anyway. I think something needs to happen with this coming in slightly later. Let me see if I can make this match a little better. So we can have the grid lines attached to grid lines mat, and this will like extend out over time or something. So it like is originally hidden behind there. And I actually want to mess with the offset so it seems like it's properly within the space that the square actually is here. What I here. We'll do 190. Oh well, that it's not down far enough. I'm gonna have to do some path animation on this. All right, fair enough. I have to bring these corners in. Wait, is this not set to? I don't know. It is. It just takes a minute up there. All right, so that's fine. Path. Here we go. And then over here, will just be brought in. Should work, I think. Yeah, there we go. Probably have done that with each. Honestly, does that match cut better though? Maybe this can stay around for another frame or so. And then like it gets some echo on it as it's coming down or something. Let's try that. Set it to composite and back. How does that? I think this is the only way to get the smear looking right. I'm gonna have it zip down a little bit harder at the end. I'm gonna need a null to do that, so I'm gonna say zip. We're gonna call it zippy square. Patch this. And then we'll go 1, 2, 1, 2, 2. All right, that's fine, and then have it like a little bit higher up top here. Needs to swipe in so much harder than it is. Starting up here or something. I don't know how well that's going to work with Match Cut, but that. I mean, there's that that frame there. It looks kind of funky, but ooh, maybe it like starts to scale down towards the end as well. It's to be like that size. Oh, that messed with the echo though. And then let's get some general like going on. Overlay. Put that to like that side. And we'll do, I guess I need my color palette now. There we go. We'll do a white at that. The darkest section will be that color or something, and opacity. And what about we do overlay or something on this? That's a little strange. What if we add over everything here? That's not doing anything to help really. All right, I might just have to go in and gradients or something. Gone again. All right, here we go. Yeti says, what if the middle and last circles appear at the final ta-ta drum? Like with the hit, I'm used to using the waveform to catch where the bass hits. Sounds a bit offset. Okay, well, let's take a peek. We certainly can do that. Although, no, I'd rather there be like the big stack than necessarily lining up with that ta-dum at the end there. Otherwise, it's going to be this big blank space. Oh. Okay. No, you know, that works better. The perspective on this doesn't make any sense at this point. Like the lighting's kind of all over the place, but I don't even really care. It's just doing cool, weird things. I'm turning down the audio on this a little bit, and then I'm gonna turn up the Spotify slightly. That was a good call, Yeti. All right, on to the next one. We are going to have, this is the longest scene of the whole thing, I think. Stairs probably need to come in around here. Huh? It's less than... Noah got his tutorial done. His tutorial is done and post on the Instantgram. It has yet to show up for me on Instagram though. Can't find it. I'll just look up your profile. Oh. Oh, it is. It's just not on your main feed. That's why. Got it. Nice. I posted, yeah. Add reel to story. And link it in the chat. Cool. Noah should be linking his tutorial on how he did that coin in his loop earlier in the week. Should be on Instagram. Oh my god, I completely forgot about this scene. There's some cool scenes in this. It's all gonna be moving by so fast. Oh my god. That's just 3 seconds. To me, it feels like forever because I've been staring at it for so long. But for somebody who's watching that for the first time, they're probably be like, "What is happening?" In the good way. That's what I want for every. Oh wait, you can't link in the chat. I have to link it. It's not there. YouTube just deletes it immediately. Yeah. If you send me the link on Discord or something, I'll put it in there. I forgot about that. All right, the stairs will start coming in here. Huh? Oh, I just meant like DM me the link directly. Do it. We have an announcements channel. Why not? It's about to be 9 p.m. What is happening right now? This is so... Time does not make any sense to me right now. I'm so confused on how it's... I started this at 2 p.m. Maybe that's why. Like, it was the middle of the afternoon. It was still super light out, and now it's all dark. But sheesh. That's confusing. All right. Here. Here is Noah's tutorial, y'all. Take a peek. You'll probably learn more from that than you will in the next minute and a half of me doing this. Much more potent, I would say. Dope. All right, let's get through this. We haven't reached hour 7 yet. This is so confusing to me. I feel like every time I'm looking at the clock, it's been an hour since the last time I looked at the clock, and yet I've only done like one scene or something. Ah. All right, we've got these strings here. We're gonna need to animate each of those. This ball is going to end up here. Eventually it'll go, sure, like up 10. I guess that means these stairs will have to be there sooner. It can be up higher than that. We'll do like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, he says, I'm already doing the dinner, bro. We started having mate with the sunset. Enjoy, man. We'll have it down there. And move this over so it's some more of a arc. All right. Oh, that means that each of these has got to be like moving in as this is happening. Oh, this is going to be so confusing. Okay. We've got stair 3, stair 2, and stair 1. I am also just now realizing that each of these is going to need to be much taller. Wait, no, it does go to the bottom. I'm just confused. We're good. All right, so this one's gonna need to go 1, 2. And the position, we'll have it there. And this one comes in second. Might be able to pass out here a little bit longer. 1, 2, 3, 5. Go there, maybe. Would actually need to be up a little bit higher. Click an adjustment layer. I forgot I had that. And then we'll do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Come straight down. Oh, what? Okay, that's annoying. Or that. We will have it curve upward this way. Go. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Back up into the air. Again. 1, 2, 4, 5, except this time coming down this platform, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. Up again. 1, 2. Down onto this platform. 4, 7. Oh, that's gonna be perfect, actually. And I just need, each of these has got to be a little arced. Hoping this works. That worked okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna need to figure out how to make that first part seem a little better. Maybe it can like bounce on the string one more time or something, so it'll be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then it comes back down onto the string and then lands up top or something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Or we'll do 4. Comes back down onto this. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That works, actually. That should work fine. This comes all the way down here. This comes all the way down here. It'll just bounce off the top one again. Alright, so it goes all the way up here. I don't need it to do that. Bounce off the left edge of the screen. That could work. I do not want this to be... I'll just do all the arcs and stuff at the end. Why is this still... this? Oh, it's because I'm on that point. I can't see. Let me see. Got it. Okay, so how about this? This is all being sent up here. Like this, bounces over there. Like one. It would be here, to then bounce off the wall. And then we'll see what this looks like. This is confusing. I'm gonna easy use all this again. So it would be like up here and bounces off the thing as up over there. That work? Oh yeah, that'll work fine. I can have the strings like rotate a little bit so it makes sense for it to bounce that way. Cool. And other than that, it's just going to be raising the keyframe velocity for each of these. Where does it get stuck? Here. We'll do like 50 pixels per second. Does that work? Seems to work fine. Then here would be another, like, let's do 100 on that one. Same thing with this one and this one and this one. 100 pixels a second. Let's see if that helps. That works great. It could still use a little bit more, but generally that well, I think. Let's do like 250. Oh yeah. And I'll actually bring the main ball behind the stairs. Oh wait, no, that doesn't work. I thought I had the stairs as separate layers for a second. And I need each of these to do a little bounce when they get hit by the ball. Oh, but they already all have their position changed, so I'll need to do like anchor point. All right, and then where does this hit first? It's here that the first one gets moved. That's stair 1. Transform. And then 1, 2, bring it down. Sure, we'll go down 50 and then bring it all the way back up. And I'll do the same thing on the rest of these. I think that's actually the perfect timing. I think it hits here, so that works. Let me grab those anchor point keyframes. Copy paste them there. Same on this one. That should work. Make it a little more reactive. Yeah. What in tarnation? That's funny. That's a good name. It says, how are you changing the pixels per second without opening the keyframe velocity menu or graph editor? I am opening the keyframe velocity menu. It's just not showing because OBS is only capturing the After Effects window. So any windows that pop up over top wouldn't show, but it is there. That is what I'm doing. I'm using the menu by right clicking and opening that up. Cody Bithros says, did you have to learn the animation principles when you started animating, or did you just do what felt right? No, you're pretty spot on. Mostly just what felt right. I mean, I'd see something moving super linearly and be like, that doesn't make sense given the situation. Or like what I was trying to do. So that's pretty much it. Just trying to make it feel like physics were affecting it, I guess, depending on which object I was moving. Alright, this one up here needs some help. It's to this point. I'm gonna up that to like 150. Alright, now I'll add arcs to each of these here so they don't feel as funny. Make each of these 150. Push it all the way through. Maybe that's when it's happening. I think when this thing hits this so hard, everything should do like some little bounce through here. So I'll say bounce. And everything that's not attached to something is going to be here. Right here where it changes, we're going to go 1, 2, down a bit, and then back up. Will that fix? I might have to move it a little bit more, or like make it. Oh, yeah. Actually, also much further down. Oh, it's confusing now because oh, they're all moving directions. Okay, it's not everything that needs to bounce. It's just this guy. Move it down all the way back up. A little bit more than that, and also that feels really strange. Like that center point just gets kind of stuck there. I know. I think I know what I gotta do. Instead of doing it like this, where it bounces back up like that, with the next one, okay, we're gonna do like a 60% influence on either side to just kind of slide back up. There we go. That feels so much better. Cool. Andrew says, do you use motion blur in much of your stuff, or does it not really fit your style? I don't think so. I don't think it fits well with the style. I used it for a while. Like I had a phase where I added motion blur to everything when I first started out. But in my experience, it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to have it unless something's moving really, really fast and you need to show that and there's not really another way, or you're trying to composite graphics into live action footage, which would naturally have motion blur. But yeah, generally with these flat shapes and things, it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. That feels so much better. Okay, I need to figure out how I'm gonna animate these. All right, so let's grab these strings here. The bottom one, and we're going to do path animation on each of these. So starts like this, then after this we'll have, actually wait, these top two I'm gonna have to move until the next one, I think. Right, so this one will go like this. Probably just copy the same path animation for these. Let's just do this one. What's your shortcut for creating a null layer, Bruce? It says Bruce Wayne. Thanks, Batman. It is Control-Shift-Alt-Y, or Control-Alt-Shift-Y. And then if you want an adjustment layer, you just do Control-Alt-Y instead. All right, here we go. So after this, we'll have this path with some fun anchor points on it. Have it move up, and then back down like half of where it was, and then 1, 2, up again. I really don't know what the easing is going to need to look like on this one. That worked pretty well, honestly. Let me just make all of these exponential decay. That works perfectly. I'd never done one of those before. Look at this guy. He's so fast and he just works. I just gotta apply it to all of them. And then I think I'm gonna do like some color banding kind of. That would be the way to do that. Actually, I think what I'll do is make a duplicate of the layer, and then on all of the ones that have echo on it, I add a gradient. That'll do it. Huh? It's got a gradient on it. Yeah. That's true. I mean, I managed to make it work with this square, so. Yeah. Because he. Oh, no. I hate doing those. Okay. Well, that's fun. Let's just. Maybe it'll let me do that same path animation. Oh, I knew it was going to do that. It moved it down. That's okay. I can just move the position manually of each of those. That just means I need to reopen my Illustrator. I really need to stop closing it and then just add those strings back in as a reference layer so I know where I need to put or move the strings back to. I'm not even going to show my screen on Illustrator because I'm going to be in it for 2 seconds and I don't want to forget to move back. Whoops. I did ultimately just forget to turn off my move it to separate layers thing. All right, strings. Here you go. We got string number 2. How much does it need to buy? That. So this one is at 1344 and that's a 961. 961 minus 1344 is negative 383. So now I need 383 times 2 would be negative 766. That should do it, right? Oop, that was way too much. Why is the position so different on this one? Odd. Okay, so 961 plus negative. Okay, that's the exact position I was already at, kind of strange. And then we've got 578 plus negative 383, followed by, oh, which one was this one? 195 plus negative 383. And then let me take out the reference strings. Why is my, oh, my cable was getting, my headphone cable was getting caught under my key, so it wouldn't let me do Control Z. Like, oh, okay, I guess I'm just stuck with this. That looks great. And then if we do echo here and set it to like 15 copies at 003. Probably gonna have to be even less than that. What about that? And then we'll do like 20. Kind of cool. That works, I think. Except I'm gonna do that on just the bottom layer, and then I'll add a gradient overlay to that. That should look pretty cool, I would think. it'll let me get out of this one. Strings gradient. I just want the layer style, that's it. All right, gradient overlay. It should be, yeah, I can see what it's doing. It's gonna need to be 0 degrees. And then I need my color palette back with it set to these colors. Let's do that to the yellow, the red. Now we should get this cool like rainbow shimmery thing. We might even have to add more copies of the echo, but that's pretty cool. Oh yeah, we're definitely gonna have to add more. What if I do 40 copies and then also bring this to 1.5? Does that split it up? Oh, it does. Let's just do so close, so close. Because this is so thin. If I did 4-point stroke, then it wouldn't be as big of a problem. But then when it's just sitting here at the beginning, I'm gonna have these like weird outlined things. But I am curious, just for later. Oh boy, that's gonna that's a little much. We'll figure that out. Probably never gonna load, but it does. I think it'll look cool. Probably save before I try and play that. Go ahead. It won't even play now. It's like, I don't know how to handle this. I can scrub through it though. Kind of. Maybe I'll do like some sort of animation on the gradient. Offset. And we'll just bring the echoes down to like 10 for now. Okay, and then what I think I'll do is, as each of these is activated, we can do some sort of transparency thing on it. So the path goes like this, it goes 1, 2. And like by the time it gets here, it should probably be gone. That glow, I mean. So we'll have it be like 100% there, and then it'll just be an exponential decay. And I'll add that to the rest of these, so that way when I do add deep glow later, it doesn't have to so much. Or it won't just be on there forever. All right. Then at the beginning, we'll do 0. But it's not just sitting there. And then that should work. So like if I go through here now and set deep glow onto it, there's a good amount of it on there, but then like over time it fades off. It looks crazy at the beginning though. I should not have moved the gradient over that much, like -25 or something. And maybe bring it to like 0.2. Such a short segment. All right, let's turn both of those off for now, just so I can keep working through this. And then I want to do, and those can stay there as that's going through, but I think it could be fun to have to move up. Now I need to get rid of the color palette again. Oh, I need it to bounce again off this top one though at this point. So that means I need strings again. This is the top one. And then I'll just grab the path animation again and delete. Boom. Go. And then just do the same thing on this one. Boom, so it's just bounce. Let's do a zoom out on this, perhaps. From here. Oh, that's probably gonna mess up the sides of this though. That's alright, I can adjust for that. Oh, same thing on down. Cool. And actually, wait, I didn't really need to do that. All right. I'm so excited for this scene though. It's gonna look so good. Maybe if we don't have that again, what's it look like? Okay, maybe it just doesn't need to be so exaggerated. Like that gets pretty tiny. Like 85 instead. Alright, that pops that up there nicely. Then we need, here we go, we'll say, just, yeah, we'll just call it null 10, whatever. Attach those, this. Then what we need at this last part, have it go, how small can we go? Sure, that side works. And I'll just have to update all the paths. And we'll go from this size to, what can we get here? Do like 68. Get it like right in there. Well, that makes sense. What we can do is one large position up down here. And the string, gradient string doesn't need to happen until here. And then maybe we can do like another null on top of this. It's like pause down, do like here, attach this to it, and we can do sliding this all the way down or something. We'll do like 65%, 66% influence on either side. That should work fine. Why don't the stairs just come in from the left side? I don't know why I'm just now thinking of this, but that would make a lot more sense, wouldn't it? That way they don't have to move nearly as far. Okay, I scale to also be on this then. I like pull down there. I need like a whole other one just for scale. Oh no, the bots are back. Sorry, everyone. I need some like pulse or something to happen when the ball hits here. All right, how do we want to do that? Can I grab one of these references from before? Grab this guy. And bring it all the way down here. Underneath everything. Okay. And give me the color palette. Go. What in tarnation says, why'd you delete those? I'm desperate for a real girlfriend. I'm sure there are plenty of other ads about. Alright, we'll have this color and then white background. And it'll be, alright, no more color palette. It's here. Comes out. Ooh, it's got a really big pause on this one. Make those each like 300. This one, 500. I see the comments in the chat about which beat is it in the music is this ball bouncing on. But I like once I've established how long that bounce is going to be because of gravity, I can't like change that to like if I have some of the bounces be shorter in the time it's like up in the air, it's gonna mess up the rhythm despite it like not being on beat. This one too much. Do like 375. There. Eddie says, what if you had a ball deformation? I mean, that's a great idea. It's a good idea. Why not? Let's do it. All right. So here it'll be like that. And then once it's on this side, it will be squished down and out. And normal, but cool. I just need to change the position here. Well, now it'll be like up against the wall. Great. Probably have it do that on each bounce on the steps then too. Which is easy enough. It gets here and it'll be smaller this way, but wider this way. Hold on. Grab the scale again, and then when it comes down here, thing. I just want squishy ball now. It's fun. I like it. Alrighty. Need to stretch these out. Well, that means I have to do more path animation for each of these, doesn't it? Actually, wait. No, I can just do... Aha, this is the rather sneaky way of doing this, but it should work fine. Scale starts there, so I'm just going to do a horizontal scale like this. And no one will be the wiser. Copy those. There. Ah! Now I just need the sides of these to each be changed, so I need path animation. Path. And by the time it gets here, they each... I shouldn't be able to see these seams, I don't think. This should work, I think. Oh. I'll do like one overarching movement into here. It feels a little smoother. Should have like some gradient flash or something happen each time that these get hit, I think. And then this whole scene we can just do by zoom and just zoom everything out here. Everything that's not already parented to something else. We'll just have does that work? All right. Maybe I should have everything, like this whole tower, have to slide up or something because it's all the way down there. Otherwise, let's try that. Which means I should probably have like a, oops, a slide up in here that will have the ball and which one of these, stairs and tower, attached to it. And then this also attached to, here we go. So then we'll have everything slide up from here, I guess. And hope that it works all right. I mean, not too bad. That's actually pretty spot on. Cody says, awesome stream. Catch you later, Austin. Whew. I certainly hope not. But appreciate you stopping by. But hopefully I'm not still streaming by the time you come back later. All right. All right, now I need this ball. Slide down here. Second. This ball needs to slide down here and then move along this path. starts here. And come down by like 10 frames in or something. All the way down here. I need this to be inside of this thing. And then we'll just move it around side section. One, two, three, 5, 6. Then just grab these and say move across time. That one. Let's grab this one and say like 300 pixels per second continuous. Okay, that does not work. Or is it just because this is so high now? If I grab this and say 100. And also actually make it so that it matches the curve. We do 200. Let's make this one like 400 pixels per second. I don't know. That's not that's not too bad. Guess I just need this to be a little bit further inside here. Right now it's like kind of outside of that. As long as it doesn't go into the red section, we should be good. We're inside there. Ooh, that'll probably fix it. That looks awesome. Yeti says, have you noticed that the handles always extend to the opposite side that one wants? No matter where you push them, they always go the other way. I don't know why that is. I don't know how it determines which direction it's going to go. But it is really strange. This is kind of like an awkward section here. I need to smooth that out a tiny bit. That's pretty cool looking. Oh, and I want to have the, oh, I want to do some path animation on this thing too. Here we go. Inside tower. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Outside tower wall is what I want. We're gonna have path there. And then path here. Whoops. Is it not gonna let me move the anchor? I was about to say, I know it's got anchor points on this. Have it like unpeel that way. Doesn't really look like it's doing as much as I thought. What if I move this slightly? He says, should the ball increase the velocity while falling through the ramp and then slow down at the end of the ellipse? At the moment, it has two different speeds along the path. Not sure if I'm clear on it. Let's see. You're so right. That doesn't make any sense. Oh boy. It's gonna be a complicated graph to make here. This just needs to be higher, I guess. 800 pixels per second? That really messes that up. Oh, it was the path animation that's making that not look right. Okay. Better. Okay, let's try this at 800. What is it? Thunk so hard right there. Bit. And it's move across time on that second keyframe too, maybe. I still need to, like, it should be speeding up there. I don't know, man. This is tough. What if I bring this in closer? This. Okay, undoing all of that. This is now a mess. Is what's happening here. It should like shoo. But I need it to be fast at the beginning as well, so that doesn't quite work. Right, screw it. We're going to bring that back into being an actual keyframe, and then just easy ease everything. So we're gonna go like 1, 2, 3, 4. And it needs to be down there. So that way it just is moving pretty fast already. And then from here to here, it's in. Okay, this thing just kind of gets in the way. Should like this kind of thing. Okay, this needs to be starting at like 300 pixels per second. And then here we'll do like 500 pixels per second or so. Why does it just stop there? That's so weird. Let's try again on a clean slate here. We're gonna ignore the one we already had. Just going. We'll separate the dimensions out. Okay, what would this look like? Be like the whole thing, except it needs to. Yeah, it's an exponential decay into a growth curve, and it should be like kind of slowed down over here instead of right here. That's definitely part of it. Not that it's showing me any of my handles on this right now, which is kind of annoying. Oh, is it because they're separated out now? That's so lame that you can't do that without them being separated. Okay, what if I do something like that? I shouldn't even need happening. So this should just be a rove across time between these. And then do an exponential growth at the end there. I think this will work. I think it was just in the wrong spot. Perfect. It's just gotta, we just gotta tweak this a bit, mess with like maybe 300 pixels per second or something. Even that is pretty, like, I think it's gotta be faster, so maybe like 800. But we've generally got the right thing going. It's just now like, we just got to make sure that we've got the right velocity on that part. Oop, that made it go above the thing there. A little weird that it seems to like pick up speed over there. I don't quite know why that happens. That curve making it dark. What if this one touched handle it? No, that's not gonna work. Huh. That's so strange. We can do that. Let's try like 200 pixels. I know that's not gonna work, but I want it to be faster coming out of the gate. Maybe it's weird because it stops bouncing. Maybe once it gets down here, I can have it like bounce up and down a little bit, and that'll distract from the movement somewhat. Let me try that. I mess with the anchor point once it gets down here. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's up in the air, and then 1, 2, 3. Down again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In the air again, and 1, 2, 3. I think that might help quite a lot. That helps some. Definitely going up way too high at some of these points, though. Maybe this will work. Find out, shall we? Thinking maybe I can ignore teasing we had at the very beginning and then just start. That seems like it helped some. We move. If we do like 300 pixels per second instead. Didn't seem to like. Where is it up? Maxos says, hey from Barcelona. Hello. Welcome, welcome. Maybe there's like a scale thing I can do at the same time. Like as it gets up higher, it becomes small. Oh wait, but I did it with anchor point, so I can't do that now. I can do it within the actual shape layer though, I guess. Oh, it also is not changing in size throughout the whole thing. That probably doesn't help. Like here, and then as it gets over here, it should probably be like, can't do actual scale. It starts there, and like as it gets over to that point, probably bring it down to like 75, and then over here, bring it down to like 50, and then this last bit here, tiny bit smaller. Okay, what if I take out the bouncing now? Add some layer styles to make it a little more convincing. A little bit of inner glow. Some drop shadow. That direction. Do like 15%. Size up to like 15 as well. Probably need to increase that a little. Let's keep those there. Zach Vaughn says, I just woke up and still see you live. Yikes. Back here, should probably here. We add like a little bit of a darkening that happens as it moves around. that works. Still just gotta get the curves right. Maxwell says, I downloaded your previous live to watch it as inspiration on the plane. I'm glad to see something live instead. Oh, that's cool. I have been watching a plane. Crazy. Same size, then the left size when it starts too far away from the camera. Should increase once it moves next to the ramp. Like, as it's coming back around, it should get larger? Like once it's over here, it should be the same size as it was over here. Is that what you're saying? That would make sense. So like at its smallest, it's there, and then back to being this size here. Cool. I gotcha. I think that makes sense. It's just as it's coming around this corner that it's really looking strange. I don't know how to smooth that out. Ugh. It's gross. Should not be doing this. Oh, well, I guess that's... No, because that's not even the point where it has like that big change in speed. I do that? Oh, gosh. Graph is... like super fast thing. Oh boy. Not gonna mess with that. Did I just unease everything somehow? Oh no, I'm just on something. Here, 50. I'll probably bring it up. Half tempted to do like some 3D thing here. I don't know. It looks 3D. You're too focused on it. You're totally right. No, it does look 3D. It just like it's that little part on the corner that just kind of takes away the illusion. So I'm trying to add that bounce because I think it fixes it a tiny bit. And I think if I like at each place where it bounces, add these little ellipses for emphasis, I think it could be really cool. Like if I did this color, the little ellipse wherever that would tap here, I think that could be super sick. So let me go ahead and try that. Okay, so it hits there. Means we need one underneath there. We're gonna attach it to which part? Or inside tower. We'll just attach to that part. And then BZOA says, "Oh my days, is Noah here?" He's sitting off to the side. Yes, so he can't hear me. He has his AirPods in. So this will go to. And it'll do like a little scale up thing. Happens here. At that time, it'll be over this part. Happens one more time here. The one that'll be off back there. That actually helps quite a bit, I think. And now it's just going to be grabbing the position on this, copying the easing, and then grabbing this. Where is my little accent guy here? This top ring thing? No, not that one. There it is. Trail. I'm gonna give trim paths to this. Ooh, other way. There we go. We're gonna start it right here. And it needs to get all the way there. I guess at this point it's at this part. Is the easing? It doesn't. Okay. That's unfortunate. So where does it start? Like right there. Why is it going backwards? Yeti says, is the shadow following the ball or it stays on the orange path? Maybe that is the issue. I'm not quite sure. Let's do 33. Yeah. 6. There we go. I've got a trail that follows it. And I think I'll change this to having a gradient stroke that's going to be colors. We'll go from the orange to that. I need here we go. 1, 2, 3. Oh, I guess I need that line to not show up until here. Okay. At this point, do start and end. Here, 1, 2, 7. Go between all of those. Now it does a little animation on the gradient as well. I don't like how, I mean, I guess it doesn't show up, it's just kind of hard to notice. I'm probably gonna want this as its own separate thing. We'll say trail and then delete everything else from in here, and then with it, just delete trail, because then we can do this and have this cool trail following it. Kind of fun. I don't like that it pops in over here though. That's kind of weird. To mask out, or mask. Okay. Actually, inverted. Strange. I guess my mask will not help me with my deep glow problem that I'm having. It seems like cool. All right, here we go. Oscar says, "What is up, Austin? Glad to see you, Oscar. Welcome, welcome, welcome." I'm feeling a lot better about it now, for sure. This looks like your longest weekly project yet, is what Oscar says. Yeah, somehow still got another 3 scenes to get through and the end, and it's a whole thing. It's not even like technically the longest, but I mean, I did have some more like filled out comps and a little more complicated things going on in this one, but I'm enjoying it. Somehow it doesn't feel like it's been more than 8 hours. You know, I'm gonna change the vibes to lo-fi. I feel like that's what I need. What even happens after this? I really don't remember. We go from the, like, I don't remember what the transition is. Is it that everything in this scene slides down? Oh, it slides up, apparently. I think we're gonna have it slide down instead. I think that makes up is actually going to end up having a counterpart called slide down. Austin, a few hours ago, we'll just finish this with one keyframe. Austin, now maybe we'll just add 5 layers more. Fair. I really did come in saying I'm gonna try and get this done in 6 hours, and here we are. So we did chat about lots of different things today. So probably part of the reason. Where is this? Very clearly just stops there. Let's add some extra little things here, shall we? The tower, we've got these 2 things, and we'll have this one show up first. And goes from here down. Grab the next one. It'll show up 1 frame after. Position. Move that one up. Same sort of easing. Have a fun perspective on that. I want to do something with scale. Let's do second group, and we'll do like a little bounce thing. I don't know. It'll go down or up. Which way does this go? Oh, we're scaling out, so it should probably go 75, then back out. Pretty fun. We'll do the same thing on this other one down here, or other one up here. I mean, what do you mean can't paste from 2 dimensions to 1? There's none of that is happening here. There you go. I'm gonna this one actually. Whew. Yeti's telling me to remember to stretch earlier. I'm become welded to the chair. Now he says Austin's back left the chat. I was doing some stretches earlier when I was grabbing food. Look at me doing things on a light background this time. Makes me feel easy. Else that I can. This doesn't really feel like there's a lot going on with these the accent rings. Do like a rotation with these. They'll start here, I guess. Get down. That's probably too. Do like -30. Ooh, I can see this thing stopping here. What's it look like if I don't have any path animation? We can have it, I think. It feels like it doesn't start for a while though. Oh, well, that's probably why. Let's do a little gradient animation on this thing. Yeah, he says at this point, what is the scene that you don't like so much? We can see it on your face. Meaning like which one I don't like out of the ones I've already done, or if there's one I'm not looking forward to having to animate afterwards. Then all of this will be moved down. We'll bring, I have to make this colorful orb thing, don't I? I sure do. All right, it's not gonna have a stroke on it. It'll be the same color as the background. Then we're gonna add some layer styles and stuff to it. The ones you've already done. I feel pretty good about them, honestly. It's just to that stage where I've looked at them for too long, so I'm able to like nitpick on little things. And there's honestly, like looking back through it, I don't really have that many things I would even change. But I know that there's like some things I should go back and add, and so I just know I'm gonna have to do it after I get through these other ones. But no, I mean, generally, I really do feel good about it. It's just taking a little longer than I anticipated, that's all. It's no big deal. We're chilling. All right, let's do a couple gradient fills here, shall we? This will be grad 1, and we'll do add a gradient fill, remove this fill. I need my color palette back. We're gonna do one that is teal to dark blue, 0% here, and it's going to be radial. This. We're gonna have another one of those, grad 2. We're gonna rotate that one around. Do the yellow to red for this one, I think. Cool looking. And then we'll grab another one of these. Yeah, he says, by the way, the ramp scene ends chef's kiss. I appreciate that. It was a real pain, but we did end up getting there. Let's rotate this one again. We're down here. Which color do I want to do for this one? Maybe I'll do the white to teal. Could be fun. Perhaps I will do the... See, this is where I introduce a purple. Pink. Kind of fun. I like that. And then we'll do an inner glow. That size up, the range up as well. Oh, that looks cool. And then we'll do a gradient overlay over this whole thing. That will be not linear. But we're gonna do radial. It's going to be this. Then I just got the colors to it. Boom, bang, pow. We're gonna start with the teal, into the yellow, to the red, and then to dark blue. It actually does not work like that, but that's okay. And then, oh, it's because I offset it. I see. Make it like that. And then what I'm going to do is go in up here and make a bunch of these sections where we've got like no opacity to get some stripes running through it. That looks pretty cool. And then I'll set this to like near dot. What happens if I change this to rate? Bring it up. Scale pretty high. Yeah, that's kind of cool looking. Not a huge fan of this color that's up there, but if I change this to reflective. We'll just keep it like this, I think. Pretty cool looking orb, I would say. Maybe I'll make the inner glow a little bit harsher. Oh, is it because the gradient overlay is going over top of that? I think that's what it is. Hairstyles, inner shadow. Oh, this will work. Okay, I can add another little highlight on the top side here. What's this, like 75? There we go. Set it to normal. That color. Size a little bit, up the noise a tiny bit. That's a really pretty looking orb. Happy with that. Oscar says, I saw that one post of yours of that website for investments, and the description stood out to me because you said it accelerated your process dramatically by illustrating directly in AE. That website for investments? What? I'm confused. But yes, you can directly illustrate in After Effects, and it has definitely sped up some projects that we've done in the past. Can be super useful. But I don't know which website you're talking about. This is gonna look really bad with deep glow though. You have to bring it down to like 0.05. How is that? Is AI not optimal for that type of project because you do illustrate first in AI for these loops? No, I think Illustrator is totally fine for that. The reason that we ended up storyboarding in After Effects is because we had lots of things that we needed layer styles on. And so we figured we're not going to go make it in Photoshop and then have to try and figure out how to bring it from Photoshop to After Effects. So we just did all of the layer styles and things that we needed to in After Effects and just built it out that way. We still laid out the things generally in Illustrator before moving them over. It was just that we went in and added all the layer styles and stuff afterward. Or earlier on than we normally would, I guess. All right, that's looking good. Plenty of things to animate on that thing. This orb. Bring it up to the top here. We're gonna have it do what? It'll sort of float down here. Yeti says, dinner time. Happy to be here. Maybe I'll join later with more mate. Good luck, bro. I appreciate you, man. Have a lovely dinner. All right. One of our clients just emailed me. I had to check on that. All right. Whew. Oh, Idea Market was the website. Yeah, that was the one where we ended up. That was the one where we. It's true. 2 more scenes after this one. We can make that happen. And this one is basically the same as this one. So shouldn't be too bad. That comes down, and then as that's happening, you can do like a slide down with all of these moving through. MSETI says, been joining on and off throughout the day on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 to 5. How tired are you? Well, I read that as 1 to 10, so that should show you something right there. I'm at 5 being the most tired. I'm probably at like a 2.5 to 3 range. So not too bad, especially knowing that I'll probably be done in the next hour or so. Realism says, almost 5 a.m. here. I should probably go to bed and finish watching tomorrow. Have a good one on chat. Absolutely. Appreciate you sticking around. Said he says the loop is looking great. I'm so glad to hear that. Here we go. All of these are gonna one frame after. I made the and I'll need to be able to. Oh, I was gonna make this thing huge. That's what I was doing earlier. I was gonna make it really, really large to like be able to zoom into it. And that means that when we make this 3D, I'm gonna have to fly towards the camera and it's gonna mess with our layer styles a good bit. That's all right though. All right, that's fine. How long should it take to do that? Probably start that like here. Except I can't do that, I don't think. We'll do move forward. Nope, that's an adjustment layer. Move forward, and we'll make that a 3D layer as well. Patch the. We're like that far back, and then get all the way up to like here-ish. I think that'll work. And then at the same time, these can just kind of scale up at the same time, but. I should probably have it do a little bit of animation, right? That would make sense. get down to like 90%. And this can get down to like that much further back. Six. This needs to go back further, I think. All right, here we go. Now I need to figure out what the order of operations is for this. So we've got ring 1, okay, ring 1, ring 2, and then we've probably got the side rings after that, so left ring and right ring, and then bottom ring, top ring. Fine. So now it's just going to be all based on scale. We'll have this start at like, we'll have each one start at like 50, I guess. I forgot that I flipped everything. Here we go. That one. This one, and these two are out to each side, I think. This next one at up rings. Do that. Have the start from the start from the center. Have fun. Oscar says, all right, I'm gonna catch you in the next one because it really do be 4:41 a.m. See ya. All right, see ya, Oscar. BZ Oasis. First of all, I can't believe how long you've been working. You have an admirable work ethic. You inspire me. I wouldn't be inspired by this, honestly. I think most people would find this crazy, and I do too. It's about to be hour 9. This will be the longest stream that I've ever done, probably. Actually, yeah, it definitely will be. Secondly, I'm working up the courage to start posting stuff I created. Do you recommend that I post on Twitter or Instagram? I have 0 following on both, so I'm just wondering which one you would pick if you were in my shoes. Thanks. I wouldn't pick one. I would do both. I don't think there's any reason to limit yourself, because you might catch on one but not catch on the other, and you're just giving yourself more options this way. What do I want it? Gotta be some other animation that I'm doing here. Maybe it's like, which are these? Right ring and left ring. They can like spin around this one. That would be ring 2. That would mean that then rotate ring 2 where these would end up here but start like at this point or something. That feels pretty cool. Probably do the same thing with the, what? Why is this one? That's so strange. Just be like right at the edge of this thing. And I can do top and bot ring small attached to this like middle section. It's a really, really tiny one, and then I can make that one rotate. I don't think that selected the right thing. There we go. When do these pop in here? All right. Why is there that weird, like... Huh. Hold on. What do these graphs look like? So strange. Just have one big scale null on this whole thing or something. Or instead of having it be these middle peaks, I just do an K. Go up so long. Understand. we're gonna change the color on each of these, I think. Not on this one though. Okay, there we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this white one becomes. Actually, no. This one stays the same color the whole time. There we go. Red becomes teal. Yellow becomes red. Orange becomes this color. Dark blue becomes yellow. Yellow becomes red. Blue becomes orange. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Red to teal. Yellow to red. Blue to orange. To teal. And teal. Oh, so many of these have become the same color suddenly. Oh, it's because I forgot to change this one. Orange becomes. Oh wait, no, that doesn't solve my problem at all. Orange becomes blue. Okay, these two that are orange here. Oh wait, that. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Blue becomes teal becomes dark blue. Red to teal. Orange to nope, can't do that. Can't do that one either. Good. Sure, that works. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And they'll all just become what they were at the beginning. I need to make them all into old keyframe. That feels much better. Alright, let's animate the orb real quick and then we'll be good to go for these last two scenes. Whew, I'm finishing this before the 9.5 hour mark. Whatever I have to do to make that happen, I'm doing it. We're gonna say rotation on all of this. 1, 2, 3. They'll all get to that position by there. And back that far and back this far. That amount. Go. Okay, now I gotta mess with this guy. So the angle and the scale. Fossil says, I slept and woke up and you're still doing it. Yep, this is what's happened. Here we are. That looks kind of goofy. I'm gonna go to the restroom. Give me 1 second, y'all. Okay. All right, y'all. Here we go. Whew. Munish says, "Holy, you're still doing it. This looks sick." I'm so glad that you think so. Sonny Clark says, "Hey Austin, this is looking incredible. Big thanks for the content. I learned so much by watching these streams." I'm so glad to hear that. I am really trying to get this done as quickly as possible at this point. It is 11 p.m. here. So we are just going to book it through the rest of this. This thing looks totally fine. It comes up, it's all good. I don't need to worry about that one anymore. Here we go. All right, got a couple different things in here. We've got this pillar. All right, so top ball is gonna come up. Actually, this is perfect. It goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It needs to be all the way up there. It starts down on top of this one. And we'll have this one do like a tiny bounce or something. That one comes up there and it goes. We'll come back down on top of this thing. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here we go. Almost there. We're gonna get through this. It's gonna be good. Boing. Color palette, I need you to get out of here. Does not need to hide. That looks. Okay, this one will do a tiny bounce, and it's not until here that these exist. Here we go, here we go, here we go. We got this one. Its anchor point is going to be down here. We got this one. Its anchor point is going to be down here. And this one. Its anchor point is going to be down here. And we're going to have it go all the way to the very end. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And we'll do like 75%. No, let's do 50%. And we're going to copy that same value, move over here, 1 frame later, scale, boom. Move over here, 1 frame later, scale, boom. And then before that point, it'll be at 0% opacity as well. Boom, there we go. All right, we need a tiny little bounce from this guy here. It's gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then 1, 2, 3. One's just barely gonna leave the ground. All right, we'll do 2 bounce sequences. Why not? This one goes up barely to that height down here, and that's when the big thing gets released. Back up just a tiny bit, and back down, then back up again, tiny bit. Same easing, copy, paste, home. have this one be frame late. That. All start that small. Like that's crazy tiny, isn't it? I'm gonna have to do like a graduated thing here. So this will instead be like 80% of its height, and this one might be like 90%. Oh, can't be that much. I don't want them to collapse back down. So like 1, 2, 3, 4. They all get up to the same size here. Collapse back down. Exponential decay to exponential growth. Grab each of those, and then we'll boom and boom. There it goes. Perfect. Here we go. So we got all of these are going to be attached to the pillar. Up all rings and then pillar. All right. So then we're going to have our pillar be attached to a thing called just a null called scale. Pillar gets attached to that. Move it over here, and then we get from here to like this point, I guess, which actually means that we should probably have this move down. That. Then everything is going to go back out. Cool. Like this, it goes. What is up with interpolation? It's like I changed that again. There's like something to make it so it's not spatial interpolation. Keyframe velocity. It's interpolation, but it's like affects the shape of the path in the composition or layer panel. Yeah, I need to I need to change the spatial interpolation. Why is it not letting me change? So strange. Okay, and then here we're gonna have these go side of the center. So center ring, no, not that back gradient. We're gonna say gradient fill. We're gonna grab each of these. Where's the one for this bottom? All right, we're gonna go like 20 frames in, start point, end point, end point. And all the way back to the beginning here, we're gonna make them much more spread out. So it'll be like all the way over here. And then this one is gonna be all the way back here. This bottom one's gonna be way up at the top. This exponential decay. Boom. Grab that thing. Quiet. Actually should have just gone and done the whole thing so that I have the easing. that. Then grab this one. Bring it back. Thing. Now I need another scale null, but just for the background gradients. Grab that. I'm gonna say grads. We're gonna move this over, front gradient, back gradient, attach that to gradient or to grads. We're gonna start from, I don't know what value. Sure, like that looks fine. Then it's gonna enclose that. Paste the same using. Guess I could probably move those over. Like, we'll actually start. We'll actually start like down here and move over. That. A little bit more dynamic. Cool. Then this one, move top here. Copy that. Here. Thing. Go down here. Got this one. Can't fill, boom. And we're going to this one to this way. Copy the same easy. Or paste the same. I'll have this one be slightly behind. Have this. Oops, I have to have this get moved down. All right, here we go. Next one. Polishing and touch-ups later. All of these are just gonna do their own scale things. So this one will go. What does this do? 1, 2. Cool, that's fine. So this one will start here, get larger, then come back down. So maybe like 20. Come back down here. Maybe even a little less than that, honestly. That. Okay, each of these are going to move out to the sides. So this one will start center here. This one will start in this here. Oh, why are those attached to that? That is this, right? Why is it moving with that one? Okay. Whatever. We're going to rotate these around. Is this spot here? Left ring, left triangle. Alright, that's fine. We're gonna have this move all the way out here. From this point. From here. Right, ring small. That. This one over here. Cool. And amazing is that one there. And then all of these are going to be attached to a scale null that's going to bring anything that's not attached to something will be in just a second. Do 70% influence on either side. Okay, so we're just gonna do the whole thing, I guess. Bunch of okay. Okay, this one on the right is going to rotate down. Or counterclockwise, I guess. We will do the opposite with left ring. Go to positive 330. That's the wrong way. It goes from 0 and around there. Oh, it rotates in the same direction. Kind of funny. Have these ones with the squares yet? No, we do not. So, what's next? Ring 2. That's way out here. That can't be right. These. Okay. Goes back. This is just going to be a straight scale up. back down. No, Mr. Bot. You don't get to hang out in the chat. So Hamaze says, hey, Hamaze, glad to see ya. Realizing now that all scaled down and awkward. 150 down to 100, back up to 50. Big to small, 125 to 100, back to 125. Yeah, that works way better. You don't know, he says, yo, still stream. That's, yep, that's what's going on. Somehow. All right, which one are the ones that has the squares on it? Okay, this will be a simple scale down as well. All right, then we got, there we go. We got the side order. They're attached to. Oh, the same thing as those. I see. How about we rotate as it comes in? I'm just gonna delete these guys. They're way too far off screen. Gotta figure out what to do with these ones that are attached to the squares. These two things. All of them will come in here. Munish says the revolve on the cylinder is so smooth. Thank you, I appreciate that. That was a really, really, really hard scene. It's pretty exhausting, actually. I'm happy with that. I need to figure out how to fix this thing that's going on here, like right before this happens. I think it just needs to cover up the whole camera, honestly. Oops. Or just be like way bigger on the screen. It's just that then afterwards, like it's so dim. It's like I need the colors on it to get dimmer as it's moving up here. So I'll do that by doing 1, 2, 6, 7. And I'll just adapt the colors. Actually, why don't I just mess with the opacity of this thing? Zero there, and then I can do the same thing with these. Also, I should make it rotate this way. Where's the angle? It goes from 231. Let's go the opposite way. Oh no, it's the other one. So it goes from 230. We should do instead of like 330. Oh. It's 112 to 230. Back down. It would be 230 to 112, and then back to 230. Same thing with this. It should be negative 66, and then 32. So it at least spins in the right direction. Cool. Same thing with this one. It needs to be 0 on others. Lorenzo says 9-hour stream. Yeah, 9.5 hours. I really can't believe it. Gotta fix the angle on this thing. It should 328. Be going in the right direction. So 231. And then 338. Okay, that is a lot better. Now I just need to lower the opacity on these as they come up. Bring it down air. Maybe to like 25%. Much better. All right. Now we just need to do a tiny, tiny, tiny type animation. And we're good. Tracking, except I need this to center aligned. Okay, cool. And now we can do 0 on that and start at 0 right. And then what's the original thing that happens here? All scaling down. Okay, easy enough. That gets attached to there, and then we'll do from 7, no, let's do like 80 all the way up to 115, and then back down to 90. That, and then we should have it. Yep, good. Even less though. Let's do like 75. Alright, here we go. I need to add something in the background here so that it's darker in the center and we can tell where the bubble is more, but then we'll be good. Alright, let me duplicate this. Boom. Boom. Delete both of those. And then I'm just gonna do a gradient overlay, honestly. And across both of these. And it's going to be this. I need my color palette. We're going to have the center be slightly darker. Cool. And we'll do a little bit of radial. Oh, except now it doesn't, that doesn't, because that's the same color. Let me change that real quick. A circle should now be, I think that actually does help. Off. Right here, 1, 2, 4. Actually, we don't even need it after this. All right. Whew. We made it through. Took forever, but we got there. Let me give it a couple watch throughs, see if there's anything that definitely needs changing. You already know what I'm gonna do with half of these things. Tristan said, hey, I've been watching you stream and went to sleep. Currently 6 a.m. for me and you're still going. Good stuff. As one says, don't be tired, man. Working on it. Sam says, I'm gonna try to recreate these for learning. Wish me luck. Whew, yeah, it's good luck with this one. This is a toughie. And then Fossil says you're using 3D. Yeah, I have a layer here where it was just gonna be easier to do 3D position forward on the Z anything else. All right, let's do. I need to make this ball consistent, so let me grab wherever the hell it is. Main ball, inner glow. Bring that in. Yep. That looks a lot better. All right, 1 second, y'all. I'll be right back. All right, y'all. Home stretch. Here we go. It's glow time and echo time and all of that stuff. Let's do it. Gotta unlock the layers we have locked. Ooh, I should bring the audio back up on this. 0 decibels. And then everything. Call it. Okay. Go back in here and add deep glow strategically to some things, as well as inner glow to some of this stuff. These orbs should probably have it on it. Inner glow. Just now realizing that all of these are in the opposite order that they need to be. I'm gonna change that real quick. Much better. Okay, good. And then I'll add it to any of the ones that are colored. Put it deep blue. Put it to like 0.2. Same with this one. Oh wait, not on that one. It doesn't have a color on it. Sure, this one on the outside. That one has, yep, okay. That one. Oh, this one. There we go. Top ring, bottom ring. And then any of these shapes I'll add it to as well, but I'll have less. Left triangle. All the X's on here. Some of it. Sure on the spiral shapes as well. Now add it to some of this. I want it on these. Oh, that's kind of funny. Okay, I definitely want it on these. Should be everyone except for vert line and this. Oh, I guess I probably don't want it on this one because it's looking good. And then the orb itself, have some on it. Ooh, that's a really clean. We've already got some deep glow on that one. Yeah, that'll be fine to add afterwards. Anything on here? Sure, we'll add some to the ball. Blends a little bit better. Oh yeah, and then I wanted to do the echo and deep glow on this. Probably gonna look nuts. Sanjay says, yo, morning. Good morning, Sanjay. I cannot wait till it's morning tomorrow. Oh, that actually looks so, oh, that looks so cool. That looks dope. As one says, do you think the VC Color Vibrance plugin can do the work of Deep Glow? I've never heard of it, so I'm not entirely sure. That would. What? Don't have experience with it personally. Looking kind of. Why does it look so off? Huh. See what this looks like without. I only have nightlight on my computer. I need to. There we go. Okay, the glow is not nearly as severe as I thought it was. On these, though, I'm gonna bring it down to like 0.1. 0.01, I mean. A little wrong. Possible. One. Last one. That's much better. So much more blue than I thought it was. Yikes. I'm gonna go in here and update a tiny bit. I'm gonna make it the same as this. It's just gonna be. Then I'll go back to space. What's up, Yeti? Hey, it's Yeti for another account that seems to be done right. Could you play it from the beginning, please? I will. Don't worry about it. I'll probably play it once all the way through and then export it. Go to bed. It's too late. Let's grab these other things real quick. Oh. Need these ones with color on it. In this one, nope, that should get a round of deep. Oh. I just add it to this side tower. So I knew it was going to go outside of that thing. Let's do all of it together. So cool. Oh. On that. That's fine as well. Just add an adjustment layer to this one specifically. Get into the overarching. Boom. Whole thing. Hold on. I don't think it's just going to play from the beginning, because it would have to render everything out with all the new stuff on it. Let me go through on quarter quality. Yeah, it's still really upset. I think I'm gonna add echo in one place. I haven't even really done it this whole time. I think this is a spot that it could be useful. We do just a little bit on it. Oh, that looks crazy. Like that. How does that look? Oh, weird. It's not even like really doing the echo. It's kind of like motion blur instead. Oh, is it because I have it of that? Oh, yeah, that's why. Oh, it's because it's got the layer style on it. I see. Yeah, no, we don't need it. All right, that's fine. All right, here we go. Last little, you know, the usual thing we do here. The general deep glow over top of everything at like 0.01 probably. Lots of scenes that have white. Out. Okay, why does it have that teeny tiny thing here? Or is it just because I'm in quarter? No, it is kind of outside of that for some reason. I just think that worked perfectly. Cool. Sometimes the sneaky way is the best way. Alright, that's good. And bring it to full quality so everything's looking right. Good. Alright, now we need our grain. We're gonna do one for shadows. We'll do 0.25 speed, non-colored. Spot that actually has shadows. Final output size is going to be down to 0.6. Density down to 0.6. Anywhere else that really has shadows? Looks good. Let's do mids. That'll be like third areas. Oh, whoops, I forgot to make it so that I forgot to do the application thing. 0 on that. 0 on that. Just on the shadows. And then with this one, we'll do nothing in the shadows. Everything in the midtones. We'll do like 0.3. Cool. Pretty good. And then we'll do one more for the highlights. Multiply. And we'll do like 0.4 intensity. 0.2. What about some of these? Nice. Not bad. Oh yeah, what about this one? That looks pretty nice. Cool. I actually got a little bit more in the... It's okay. Rain, chromatic aberration, and deep glow. That's right. This scene doesn't quite fit with the rest of the stuff in here, but I don't even really mind at this point. I think it's fine. Go. Anything else that we need to do on these? I don't think so. I think we're at chromatic aberration state. Channel mixer will be our blue layer. This will be our green. And this one will be our red. Set all of these to add. Give me a section where I've got some. Let's do 101. 125. Really kind of. What's it look like when the gets? That's cool. Let me see if I do 101 on this one. 125. I want it to be more like the red dominant. That should. Cool. We're getting just a little bit of bleed. Works nicely. All right, and then pre-comp, we'll say everything with Chrome Ab. And then we're gonna do comp settings. Bring it up to 24. Duplicate the whole thing. I think that's everything I wanted. Let's go ahead and just export it. Probably going to take quite a while to export, and I am really tired, so I probably won't show the whole thing on this stream this time, but it will be posted. Well, now it's midnight, so it'll be posted today at 4 p.m. Eastern time ish, something like that. So keep an eye out for that. But anyway, I appreciate everyone who has somehow stuck around for 10 hours. This is ridiculous. We hit double digits. This has never happened in any, I don't think any of the loops I've done have gone to double digits like this. So this has been quite the adventure. Let's just say that. But really appreciate all you who came out. Set this thing up to render now. Maybe it'll render faster than I think it will. And then if that's the case, then, you know, I'll wait and we can take a look at it together, but I don't think that it's going to be very fast. Is render trying to? I'm not even seeing a preview yet. Oh yeah, this is going to take a while. All right. Well, I am going to head out. I appreciate all y'all, but it is midnight for me. And I will chat with you soon. Keep an eye out tomorrow. Join the Discord if you want to get in touch with us easier, or join the contest we're doing. I mean, there's a bunch of different stuff that we have going on in there, but feel free to join that. Always a good time. I'll have the project files for this posted on Monday, as I usually do on my Gumroad. Link to that's in the description. But yeah, once again, appreciate you guys.